Good morning, cosmonauts. The program on the main stage starts in 5 minutes. Get ready. We have a lineup of great talks and panels. You don't want to miss out. You heard the bell. That means only one thing. 2 minutes till the start. Grab your seat. Despite the common misconception, the cool people choose to sit closer to the stage. So grab your seat in the first row. One minute till we start. You don't want to miss out. It's the last day of Gateway to Cosmos, so make the most of it. Good morning, everyone. Oh, it's more of you than I expected. That's great. And also, thank you so much for everyone who sits here. You're great. So we have the last day of Gateway to Cosmos, and the last day is pre-packed. We are going to have 9 speeches, 5 panels. So I think at this point, I'm not going to talk too long. But of course, the most important thing is we have to thank our partners, because again, we wouldn't be here without them. The main one, the organizer of this whole thing, Rockaway. They're absolutely rock stars. First off, you can find their lounge right next to the main stage. And also, if you want to have a little bit of, hair of the dog today, you can also get gin and tonic at the steak bar next to the main stage too. The only thing you have to do is to follow Steak Bar account. So that's Rockaway. Thank you very much. Also, another diamond partner is Agaric. Again, if you visit their lounge, you can get some nice swag. So do that. Also, you can visit Celestia lounge and say hi to them and just meet them. Another diamond partner is our security partner Halborn, and you can also visit Hackers Lounge sponsored by Neutron. Also, super big thanks to our gold and silver partners. Some of them you can meet in our expo area. And when it comes to lounges, also we have Media Lounge that has like a really nice wall. So if you have any photo situation where you want to have a nice background, definitely check that out. All right, so that's the important stuff for the beginning, but now we can start with the talk. When it comes to okay, let's see. When it comes to questions, we have Slido. If you've been here the last 2 days, you probably know what's going on. You just scan this QR code, and you can ask questions there. And if there's going to be more of them, we select the best ones, and I will ask the question for you here on the stage. But also, we have microphone, or we don't. Yeah, we do have microphone, perfect. We have microphone ready for you, so if you're going to have any question, that you want to ask personally, because as I said, this is absolutely foreign world for me, so sometimes I pronounce things wrong, and there are some misconceptions. So easily just go to the microphone, ask the question there. Ideally, wait at the end of the talk. That would be amazing. Wait for me, and I will help to transition between the questions and answers and stuff like that. Okay, so that's the agenda in the beginning. So without further ado, let's take a look at the first talk that's going to be about preserving a decentralized reputation for the interchain. So please give a big applause to Chief Technology Officer at Czech, Anka Banerjee.
Good morning, everyone. And you got that right,
Thank you.
Good. So hi, my name is Anka Banerjee. I'm the CTO and co-founder at Checked, which is a Cosmos chain built around decentralized identity. And what I wanted to talk to you about today is a project that we've been working on for the past few months called creds.xyz, which is a zero-knowledge and privacy-preserving solution for decentralized reputation. But what do I mean by that? What is social reputation in Web3? The simplest explanation of that is, if you look at it, most Web3 users are known by their handles on social media or chains. So if you take a look at some of these examples over here, the .eth handles, or more recently on Cosmos, you've got other handles as well. But I've got a question for, this is an interactive bit. Out of the 2 options that you see on screen, which is Ethereum founders Vitalik Buterin's real ETH handle? How many of you in the audience think it's option number 1? Show of hands. Okay. How many of you think it's option number 2? That's the real one? It's not. The second one is a kind of text which looks like those characters in English, but isn't actually. It's from other character sets in other languages. It's a kind of attack called a Punycode domain. The real text is what you see on screen. You can scan the QR code if you want to read up more about it. But the interesting thing here is if people are known by their social handles on chain and you cannot visually distinguish it, that's how a lot of imposter accounts get created. And how big is the usage of this? Well, there's about 2.76 million, at least from the ENS project, Ethereum name systems out there. And even in Cosmos, which is the chain that we're building on, there's a project called the Interchain Name System, ICNS, that has about 48,000 users, probably a lot of the early adopters within the Cosmos SDK ecosystem. Which brings me to a very old saying. If you're going by your handles, you're not necessarily known by perhaps your real-life identity. You're known by your handles. And there's a very famous New Yorker comic that says, on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. And that's because most of the time when you're interacting with people online, you're pseudonymous. The second picture is actually from Facebook when they tried to recreate that on stage at their F8 developer conference. So that brings us to the problem. Impersonation is big. This is a real example of our Telegram groups and channels. You'll see that one of them, the one on the left, has about 11,000 members. The one on the right has about 74. They visually look almost exactly alike, and there are actually people who are chatting on the other one back and forth. This was reported back to Telegram back in September 2022, but it's still around. So I'm sure many of you have encountered this scenario where somebody gets in touch with you on Telegram, on Discord, on Twitter, where they are presenting themselves as somebody perhaps that you know or somebody who's famous within that field. I know that it's happened to me many times, where people create lookalike accounts and say like, oh, well, you know, I'm Anka, I'm the CTO at Checked. Here's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to invest in the project. There are examples of this on Twitter, very famously when Twitter opened up the verification policies and anybody could go buy them. Somebody created an Eli Lilly account where they said insulin is going to be free now, caused about a 5% drop in the stock price of this multi-billion-dollar company. And just again, a show of hands, like for the second sort of like, you know, thing on there, the tweet that says, here's a Vitalik Buterin giveaway. He's giving away all his money because he likes to. How many of you have encountered this on Telegram, on Twitter, and so on? So there's quite a few, like most of us in the audience have experienced that. To put it into numbers, there's approximately 500,000 accounts that Twitter suspends about every year for account impersonation. And almost exactly the same figure in other action that they take. That's from their transparency report. So this is just the ones that they detect and they take some action about. It's in their transparency report. So the numbers are actually quite large. And part of the issue is that every time you join a Telegram or a Discord channel or you're on Twitter, your reputation starts from zero. So what I've shown here is an example of like what is the Telegram channel size for some Cosmos networks, including ours, about 10,000, 14,000, 12,000 members. Every single time you join one of these channels, your reputation, your social reputation starts from zero. Because they need to be able to understand, unless they recognize your handle by name and they are aware of the kind of impersonation attacks that could be done, it's very, very hard to know if you're a bot, if you're a pretender, or if you're the actual person who's joining across. And by the way, this is it's actually quite fragmented. So that's my account on Discord, and on Telegram, my handles are completely different on those two different social media networks. So because I just couldn't get the username on Telegram that I have on Discord. So just because the text of the handle is the same across on a different service, that doesn't necessarily mean you're the original person that goes by that handle. And that starts creating more complicated challenges. We've got about 6,000 members on our Discord. Our understanding of who you are as a person is completely different. It's not joined up. And this then brings me to, especially in the Web3 space, then people come and ask me, why don't we just give people NFTs that prove their identity? It's actually a big thing. A lot of Discord servers exist where you can only join if you own items from a certain NFT collection. Soulbound tokens, a concept that came out from Vitalik as well a while ago. And it's quite common. Like there's projects like Proof of Actual Person where you'll have an NFT, and if you hold that says, you are that person or you're a real human being. The problem with that is what I describe as identity herpes. Because anybody can send an NFT to your wallet at any time. I could actually say, unless you pay me $1,000 right now, I'm going to send you an NFT that says you are not a good contributor to this particular project. It is self-doxing. Once you have the NFT on-chain, you're easily able to correlate any wallet. So if people are going about publicizing their handles, and you can look what NFTs they have within that collection and what are the associated wallets, it is highly public, highly visible, highly correlatable. And in case somebody has sent you some stuff that you don't agree with or is spam, you need to spend your own tokens to go burn them. So it's kind of like the analogy that I go for. So how are we trying to solve this? We wanted to take a look at that whole holistic space, and we built this project called creds.xyz, which projects in Cosmos as well as non-Cosmos chains can go and use. It is built as a zero-knowledge system, and I'll explain what that means in a second. It is privacy-preserving, and we wanted to go tackle that problem around social reputation. So build your reputation, take it everywhere, make it portable. Who is it designed for? It's designed for community admins and moderators of Web3 projects, and especially Cosmos ones that we'd love to talk to and see how you could go and use it. And the other side of this equation is community members who can collect their digital reputation from their favorite projects in a portable fashion. How is it privacy preserving? Only you decide what digital credentials you share with and whom do you make them public to. They're not stored on-chain. They are stored in a decentralized zero-knowledge wallet that is backed up with end-to-end encryptions. What that means is, a bit like WhatsApp, once you lock that wallet, even us as check.io or the creds.xyz team that has built it has no access to the contents of what's inside it. And one of the key things was we did not want an app or an extension that just works in your mobile or desktop browser, although we want to expand those particular targets. How does it work? So taking through a simple journey, you start off by connecting some kind of social handle. In this example, I'll go with Discord. And once I'm logged in with Discord, it shows me what credentials that have been issued by, in this particular example, the creds.xyz project that I can go and claim. So we start off by saying, if you're able to successfully connect to that particular handle, that becomes your base or your anchor credential. You are then asked to create an end-to-end encrypted credential wallet. The way I describe it, it's a bit like 1Password or LastPass or a password manager. That will synchronize it across all of the devices that you have, but they don't know what your password is inside that particular locked vault. Right now, this goes on to a decentralized storage provider called Storage, but we want to build in the ability where any user is able to choose where they back up their credentials. And once you've done that, you're able to claim what is called a cryptographically verifiable credential. It is an international standard. And some things to sort of call out over here, you'll see that it's got my Discord handle as one of the properties in there. And you also get a link that can generate a cryptographically tamper-proof and checkable link that you can share across to other people. We've actually been talking to, I think at this point, about 30 different Cosmos and non-Cosmos communities of what kinds of reputational credentials would they want to go and issue to people. So some examples are, what is your role within that project? Are you an official moderator? Are you an official employee? Are you an official ambassador? We also wanted to look at endorsements. Endorsements could be things like, have you contributed to their code base, their documentation, content that is used by the project? Achievements. Achievements are things like, are you a token holder on the project, or are you a whale? Or are you perhaps some of the earliest members on the Discord and Telegram channel? This is sort of a key point. One of the if you know about the decentralized identity space, it's existed for about like 5 to 6 years at this point. It's not very exciting. People are often talking about putting across their KYC. Most people don't do KYC on a daily basis. They get a bank account when they're 18, and the next time they do it is when they get a mortgage. But by building in some of those mechanics of what is desirable in NFT collections, that there's a limited drop or there's a limited range of credentials that are ever in existence, we think it makes the decentralized identity aspects of it more fun, more engaging. But one of the other big use cases I've heard about this when talking to people is DAOs that want to give the ability for their members to vote, not necessarily based on the token balance or the staking balance they have. What if you want to give the ability for people who are good contributors to governance or good contributors to code, regardless of their token balance, or being able to say, if somebody owns more than 50,000 tokens, give them this weight in the voting that happens in a DAO, without necessarily revealing what is the wallet or the exact balance they have in their account wallet. You can also have things around learning journeys or learning experiences that you've done. Have you gone and learned about what decentralized identity is? You could do it for events that are held in person or online. It's a fantastic way of showing you've met up with real people and you're therefore an actual person. Or tickets. So an event like this could be issued as one of these digital credentials as well. How do you go share them? One of the big mechanisms we are working on is Discord and Telegram bots. I'll come to that in a second. But once you've gone and picked up some of these, you can choose which ones you want to share and create something called a share package. The link that you see is a bit like a Google Meet or a Zoom link that you can just copy and send across in a messenger of your choice. And whoever you send it to will land on this page where they'll be able to individually look at this collection that you've assembled and view and check that they're cryptographically untampered. It has a detail screen that allows you to go and do that. And the idea here is that regardless of whether the recipient of it is on the same network, on a different network, uses Discord or Telegram or not, you're able to go and share your reputation creds with them. And the way I describe this is, people in crypto talk about not your keys, not your crypto. I want to pivot that conversation around to not your keys, not your identity. How can you trust the credentials work, though? So at a technical level, this works by the checked chain on a Cosmos network where cryptographic proofs are stored. We've been going as a project for about 2 years, and we've got some of the largest decentralized identity and traditional identity vendors in the world as partners on our network. So what you store on chain is not necessarily the actual information that you were seeing on screen, because that is a privacy nightmare. What you can store, though, is signatures and other elements on chain that prove that these credentials are tamper-proof. The actual credentials themselves that you saw on screen were just stored in your browser, so they're stored off-chain, but it still allows you to go and prove and say, hey, this is the linked element that is on the checked network chain, and you can go and cross-match to see that the issues are correct. And it's not something that we've just cooked up and invented. It is built on international standards for decentralized identity called DIDs and verifiable credentials that come from the World Wide Web Consortium. This is the group that has basically designed HTML and the modern web as we know it. And quite a lot of companies work within the space, including some very large ones like Microsoft, like TBD, which used to be known as Block. If you've heard of the Web 5 concept, that is exactly the same thing. What else is stored on our chain? In our particular case, we expanded the concept beyond just the signatures to look at what is inside one of these credentials. What's the schema? What are a description of the contents? An analogy I use is, if you have a driver's license, there's a description that says, this field is first name, this field is last name, this is a date of birth in this particular format. So that allows people, when you go and show it to them, it allows the machine systems or APIs to understand what is inside the credential. How would you know if the issuer is trustworthy? That's where we've built a system where you can create community curated. This can be regulated by governance, trusted issuer lists. Trusted issuer lists could be a list of, here are the cryptographic identifiers of Cosmos projects on-chain, the same way that you might go and register your public keys with keybase.io on Cosmos chain so that your logo and your name shows up in a block explorer. You can do it exactly the same way, but it's stored in a decentralized fashion. And branding assets, such as logos, fonts, display images. When you were looking at the images earlier on screen, those are also stored on our chain as a copy that can be accessed, and it's not necessarily stored on a central server. How do we want to go and expand this? So this is a bit of a roadmap. We want to be able to set the share packages that you sent across. Right now, they don't have an expiry date, but we want to build in a system where you could set it to expire after a particular number of views or after a number of time. We've also been building Discord and Telegram bots because we know that people can go and fake or spoof a web page. We've been building Discord or Telegram bots that you can message and say, hey, I've been contacted by this particular handle on Telegram, and I don't know if this person's reputation is that great or if they're a scammer or not. So you can message the bot and say, go and ask this person to prove they're an official team member from a crypto exchange. Go and ask them to prove that they have contributed to code on 5 different Cosmos projects. Because it's easy to fool one particular project. It's very hard to go and ask someone to prove the same fact from multiple sources. You can always go and bribe one person. It's much, much harder to go and replicate that in many different places. And then finally, instead of just having a share package that you have to share across privately, one-to-one with people, I see this very much like NFT collections, where people could have profile pages where they publicly publish some of these reputation creds that they've gathered, and some of the others they keep private, and they only share on a case-by-case basis. Now, to wrap that up, why do we feel this is important? There's a lot of research that we've done on this. If you scan the QR code, you'll be able to look up some of the details of this research. But when we did a broad survey in 2012, you can look into our methodology and the confidence levels on this data as well. About 70% of people said they have limited to no control on how the data that they share with companies gets used. But I think that's actually true for Web3 and DeFi ecosystems as well. And the existing privacy regulations aren't necessarily getting there. You could talk about things like GDPR. The only real impact I think it has had is annoying cookie banners all over the place that people just go and auto-suppress. And a lot of people think that some form of decentralized or portable identity will become prevalent in the next 5 years, but I don't think we'll get there unless we make it interesting and fun and engaging, and something that's not about your education or banking or your healthcare records. I think all of those use cases are super, super important, but you don't do that enough in your daily life. I've had to show my university degree once in my life. But you're interacting on Telegram and Discord a lot more often with people. And to wrap that up, happy to take questions. We want you to be able to take back control of your data, take back control of your reputation. We're in private beta at the moment with creds.xyz. We'd love to talk to Cosmos projects that want to go and integrate this, but also other chains. If you scan the QR code, you can sign up for an early beta access to this. We also have a workshop at 10:30 a.m. in one of the workshop rooms where we're doing a bit of a technical deep dive into how all of this strings together, some of the architecture and design challenges that we faced when going and creating this kind of zero knowledge and privacy preserving system. And we'd love to chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have one question from Slido. It is, what would an interchain reputation look like for Cosmos?
For Cosmos, an interchain reputation would be something similar to, let's say you're a community moderator with Osmosis. You can go and reward the types of credentials that you saw to your best community members. You can probably do that on an automated basis as well. You can connect up your bot to your Discord servers or Telegram servers and say, if this person has been around for 30 days, if this person was in the first 1,000 members, automatically go and issue a credential to them. And the next time that you go and join a different Cosmos project's Discord or Telegram servers, you'll easily be able to say, here are 5 or 10 different Cosmos projects that I've been involved in, how long have I been involved in, and be also able to prove over that sort of like history over time. And I think that is very powerful. I think we see pretty often Cosmos projects try to do things like airdrops or fair drops and events that should only be allowed for maybe some of the biggest fans in the ecosystem. And it's actually a very manual and hard problem right now. Mostly you're solving it using forms. So we just want to make that a lot more simple and easy to do.
Mm-hmm. So there's another question. How would a project issue the credentials to community members?
Very good question. So at the moment, because it's in early beta, there's an API that you can call. It's all built on open source technology that we've created over the past 2 years. But we've been building on a bit of an experience where you can go an admin portal and set up templates for what does a credential look like. This is a template for what a team member credential looks like. Some of the images that you saw on screen are also done using Midjourney, so that's one of the experiences we want to build in and say if there's an image for the credential that you'd want to issue to your community, you can just go prompt Midjourney and it will create the image for that particular thing to you. So we're pretty excited. A lot of this technology does exist with some very large names like Microsoft and Avast, and there's a whole range of companies that go and do this kind of issuance, but we don't think they've made it as fun and engaging on the community moderators and the issuer side as well.
All right, so thank you very much. Thank you, Ankar.
Thank you.
So before we move on to our panel, I have like a bunch of stuff to tell you again. First of all, when it comes to the program, like what is going to happen today, we will have right now in the first block 6 talks and 3 panels. There is no coffee break today. We're going straight to the lunch break. So as I said, today is like a really good day to be here. Also, there's going to be multiple workshops happening. The first one already started at 9 a.m. There are 2 starting at 10:30. One is about deploy an OP stack rollup on Celestia, and the second one is held by Checked, and it's about privacy. Again, another reminder, we have that media lounge where you can take photos, and also a reminder about gin and tonic that you can get if you follow the Steak Bar account. All right, so I think we're all set. Yeah, perfect. So please give a warm welcome to Managing Director at Fraction, MPC System Key Management, Bia O'Carroll.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming on day 3, Monday morning. We really appreciate it. I am super psyched for our panel this morning, incredibly timely. First, I'd like to introduce my panelists. We've got our wonderful host, Tomasz from Rockaway X. We have our security sponsor, Luis from Halburn. And last but not least, Vitalis from Babylon Chain. So this is quite a crew for a security conversation. We've got market participant, security solutions provider, and a project. So I'm going to let the guys introduce themselves. Tell us a little bit about your companies, what you do, and what your role for your company is, please.
Hi, Thomas. I'm from Rockaway X. I'm the events director. No, I'm joking. I'm just operating the validators and like all the infrastructure stuff. And what we do is basically we are running our own servers. It's like a bare metal, so we are not using any third parties or any cloud providers. So like nobody can touch my servers, and I think it's pretty important in terms of security.
Hello, guys. My name is Luis Quispe Gonzalez. I work for Halbor, a company specialized in cybersecurity for emerging technologies. We are talking about blockchain, smart contract, Web3 gaming, and all that stuff. I'm working as a senior security architect, and I have a lot of fun doing the cybersecurity part of the Web3 gaming.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vitalis. I'm the lead engineer at Babylon. And at Babylon, what we're doing is we're developing protocols to scale Bitcoin and share its security with Cosmos and the rest of the decentralized world.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. All right, so as I mentioned, this is a pretty timely panel. I'm sure you guys all saw on Twitter yesterday that Atomic Wallet is unfortunately having some issues. Looks like there's about 35 million worth of assets that have gone. Chainalysis put out a report this year saying that in total, about $3.8 billion worth of assets have been hacked. There was a Tornado Cash governance, malicious governance proposal that happened. There's a bunch of different ways we can kind of go on this panel, but I thought maybe we start at the 30,000 feet, Cosmos specifically. What does the security landscape look like for Cosmos? What's on your mind when you think about it?
Yeah, so Cosmos is great. That's why we're all here after all. But it enables chains to be sovereign, interoperable, and focus on their particular applications. But there are some security concerns to keep in mind. So these security concerns can be split into 2 categories, I would say. The first category is long range. So the main mechanism with which proof-of-stake chains ensure security is by being able to slash offenders of the protocol. However, when you go back in time, you lose security because the more back you go, the more possible is that the validators at this past state have already been unbonded. So if you discover something, a misbehavior back then, you might not be able to slash the offender. So to solve this issue, you need someone keeping track of what is the canonical chain. Cosmos right now does social consensus, which is a bit slow. At Babylon, we are using Bitcoin as the person that's always online and keeping track, which is the correct chain. And the other issue is short-range security. So when you think about short-range security, you think about the economic security of the chain in the sense that someone might accrue enough stake to take over the network. And if we want to have sovereign upchains and 1 million blockchains, then we need to be able to support both big and small blockchains. And small ones are more susceptible to those attacks. So what has been proposed lately, and it's all the rage right now, the hottest topic in Cosmos, is shared security. You have replicated security, where you have mesh security, and another protocol which the Babylon team has been researching, interchain timestamping. And all those protocols aim to enhance the security of smaller chains.
Great, thank you. Luis, how does Halburn fit into all of this?
Well, when we talk about security, we like to see everything in layers. So thinking about Cosmos, we can think a first layer, for example, validators. And each layer has their own challenges. Talking about validators, we can talk about, okay, how do we do the management of the key? That's something very important. If a key is lost or compromised, the validator game over. They have to worry about the distributed denial of service, and obviously to protect the setup configuration of the validator. Going down, now we know that for Cosmos, we have a Tendermint core now that deals with all that networking and consensus part. So developers have to worry about the application part. So in this application, we can have different challenges. For example, what happens if the application produces a not deterministic behavior? It, as a consequence, produces that the consensus is not working very good. And as a consequence, it halts the blockchain. That's very dangerous. We can have different other kind of vulnerabilities, like, for example, integer overflow. Imagine we are dealing with an integer of 8 bits. It can support up to 255. If we zoom one more, it's going to be 0 again. If we don't deal this kind of logic, for example, any of decision can be taken in the application. Then we can go to another layer. For example, when they enable Cosmos wasn't a smart contract, we can deal with different kind of vulnerabilities. For example, lack of authorization. We can deal with default values that are unexpected. Even when we just send tokens and the recipient is not well defined, it can produce some mistake. And one can wondering why the tokens is very basic, but Cosmos Wasm has different ways to send tokens. Transfer function, send function, at the end, if you don't specify correctly or you don't validate who is sending the coins, you're going to, again game over for the application. Then, if we go deeper, we have IBC. IBC has a very interesting model. The thing is, in comparison with other bridge technologies, but it doesn't make it exempt from vulnerabilities. In fact, the last year, in October approximately, was disclosed a bug that allows to basically take over a chain, exploiting the IBC commitment vector. And finally, we have the interchain. So I think we are going to discuss about this topic later, but it's basically, we're talking about replicated security, mesh security, and it's a hot topic right now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Tomasz, what do you make of all this? Because you guys are on the investing side, you're also on the validator side. Like, how do you evaluate these risks?
Yeah, basically, we are looking at the project from the early stages. So we are like going through the test nets, looking at the Discord, helping also like other validators to like get the network up and running and seeing like the issues that are happening. Because basically, we are like the base layer. Everything like the developers and the like security auditors produce, we need to run it. So like we are the first ones who know like something is wrong. So yeah, that's it. And like in terms of like the whole security, I think a lot of people forget like it's an actual machine. It's not something like in the cloud, and like it's still like a machine, and somebody has to handle that and like get the keys right. So like you shouldn't have any keys on your server. And like the key for the consensus should be somewhere else. And also, as you mentioned, like the connectivity should be like pretty strong, so like nobody can take you down. And like I think like the security risk, like people don't think about it, but there is also like a risk of decentralization. So if one entity can like bring your chain down, it's basically the same as you mentioned. The consensus was stopped as a bug. So That's also like a big issue, and that's the reason why we are like not in the main data centers for all the crypto projects. So we have our own, which are basically like 5 milliseconds away.
You run your own data centers?
Yes, with
Yeah,
our own hardware.
with armed guards and everything?
Yeah,
the whole
yeah.
thing? Awesome.
Nobody can, like, nobody can touch my server.
Oh, that is very impressive. All right, so we touched a couple of times on the replicated versus mesh security, super hot topic in the Cosmos ecosystem right now. Could we like back up a little? Can someone just give me a definition of replicated security and mesh?
I can go ahead.
Great.
Is this on? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, so replicated security, I will try to be very short. I can talk about this all day, but yeah. So replicated security, the validator set of the provider chain is shared with the validator set of a consumer chain. So technically, the validators of the provider chain, for example, the Cosmos Hub, need to also run nodes for the consumer chain. And yeah, this is great. The main goal is for a consumer chain to get all of the economic security of the provider chain. And it also promotes the concept of hub minimalism in the sense that the provider chain can focus on just being a security provider, while the consumer chains can take charge of some of the more risky features or stuff that might open up gateways to vulnerabilities. But my main concern with it is that it has a lot of parallels with merge mining, which is actually the first form of shared security back in the proof-of-work days, because you give up some of your sovereignty, but in exchange for this security. And the main reason that the validators of the hub are validating for you is for profit. So once you stop being profitable, what happens? So in a general sense, I would say that replicated security is great, but for specific stuff. So for chains that provide some feature that the provider chain needs so that it can focus being a provider of security. But if I was building a chain that does not offer something to the hub other than some extra rewards, then I would think twice about doing it.
Cool.
Great. It's a very clear explanation. I would like to complement with the following. In mesh security, that we are thinking about the provider and the consumer. The provider, for example, Cosmos Hub, the consumer, for example, Juno. So the delegator of Cosmos Hub can delegate their atoms, the provider, their atoms, to the validators on Juno. That's a very cool feature. The thing is the following. Each one of those mechanisms, replicated security and mesh security, has their own pros and cons. So specifically for replicated security, where I see it's an issue in scalability. Why? Because all the set of validator of the provider are going to work for different consumers. So that's not so scalable over the time. It can produce many issues like, for example, inflation of atom price. So at the end, as Vitaly mentioned, it should be used under certain conditions. On the other hand, mesh security. The thing is, it was proposed to, for example, to cap the voting power, like for 10% approximately. So there is an interesting simulation for informal system regarding what would happen if you cap the voting power. So at the end, if you work with 10%, it's going to be better than not having shared security at all, but not so great. On the other hand, if you increase this value of voting power, what is going to happen that the security is going to be increased, even better than replicated security. But there is a bad part. If you allow that there is 100% of voting power, as a consequence, the provider can take over your entire chain. So it's important to understand what are the case uses for this kind of applications, and what is this magic number that allows to be secure, but not to be counterproductive for the sovereignty of every chain.
Fantastic. All right, let's.
Can I have one to that?
You
Because,
absolutely can, Tomasz.
because like this is great, like the things working together, but there's like one thing which nobody like talk about, and it's the IBC, the relayers, because currently there's like no good incentive for the validators to run the relayer, and like without this technology, without this piece, it doesn't work. So like we need to work as an ecosystem on like making better incentives, and it's already in progress, so it will be better. But right now, it's like not a profitable business for a validator to run the relayer.
Yeah, I completely agree with Thomas. Like, relayers are the thing that is holding all of this together.
Yeah.
But yeah, currently, if a validator, if a relayer does not receive a grant, like they are running at a loss. Like, it's very important to find mechanisms to help them, for them to get some rewards without having to look for grants. The new fee grant mechanism is a good step towards that, but we need much more towards that.
So could you tell us a little bit about that good step? Like what are the programs that are in place? That this is such a critical piece of the ecosystem. What do you guys think in terms of suggestions? What would be an ideal solution? Or could you describe the solution you just mentioned?
Yeah, the fee grant mechanism, I have watched it at a very high level, so it basically, relayers need to send transactions to both chains, and in order to send transactions, you need to pay gas. So the fee grant mechanism allows, the fee grant mechanism as well as an ICS, which I don't remember its name, allows for relayers to get refunded for the fees that they pay to send those transactions. So at least you do not only have losses in terms of fees, you only have operational costs right now.
Okay, but you're still basically a good citizen.
Yeah.
Because you're
It's public goods
okay.
to run it, because like for high availability, you need like multiple relayers to relay the same thing, but like the only one gets the fees. The first one which landed the transactions, the rest just pay the gas and like they get nothing.
Do you have any thoughts on like what do you think a good like next step to fix this is?
Definitely, like maybe some kind of mechanism which will like the relayers will be like a round robin, so like everybody will get their part of like sending the transaction, and also like as Vitais mentioned, like getting the fees back.
Very
the
cool.
gas.
All right, maybe at this conference next year we'll have a whole panel on that.
I hope so.
Excellent. All right, let's.
Can I make an open question about mesh security as well?
Sure.
Yeah, so a very central piece of mesh security is the price converter. So the cross-staked tokens from the provider chain need to be converted into local tokens in the consumer chain. And yeah, you need some kind of a price oracle in order to accomplish that. If you're a DEX, you can just look at historical data. But if you're not a DEX, you need to get this from someone else. So are there any other mechanisms to accomplish that? Like, does a chain need to rely on another chain to get the price conversion data? In order to ensure fairness, you can even do it badly.
Okay. Let's switch to governance, kind of a risk, a security issue that isn't always top of mind. I think it popped up last week or the week before with the Tornado Cash malicious proposal, and got some headlines. Is this something you guys worry about, Tomasz? I mean, you guys obviously play a big role here. How do you think about it?
Like for Cosmos, I see like the biggest issue currently is like those spammy proposals which have like links for users, like just click here and like you can claim something for voting, and I think it's a huge risk for you users especially.
How do you protect your team from that?
Internally we have like set the rule that like there's like a committee which like decides on what proposal we vote as validator. So like we are also like going through that and like checking if everything's okay, and also we are part of Validator Commons, so we are like engaging in the discussions about the proposals. So like because like if you're operating like 15 networks, there's like like every day is like 2 or 3 proposals you need to check, and like the ideas for validator commands is like offload like some small votings to the council there, and like they will give you the recommendation what to vote on.
For governance, it's very interesting because in security, we have a history of different attacks directly to the governance. Starting with, for example, voting power. What happens if an attacker is able to, for example, take a flash loan and to increase his voting power? As a consequence, he can vote a lot for a malicious proposal to be accepted, and in the end, he executes it. That's something that has happened in different projects. Another issue regarding security is lack of understanding of the technical proposal. What happened with Tornado Cash? People vote for yes without understanding what was the real consequence of accepting that proposal. So it's very challenging to try to deal with this kind of situation. Then we have, obviously, the incorrect implementation of the governance logic itself. What happens? We have seen many cases where, because of the logic, the voting power is increased because it counts twice a vote. Or, for example, the weight of the votes are not calculated correctly. So, as a consequence, someone can realize about that issue and can start trying to take advantage of that.
And this is actually a very timely question because due to the recent updates to the Gov module, I don't think it's deployed in the hub, but a new good feature that might enable attacks, though, such as the Tornado Cache, is that the Gov module now can actually execute arbitrary messages. It's not just 4 different types of proposals. Now you can execute arbitrary messages. So yeah, like, be careful what you accept.
Yeah, and a good security measure, even for the execution of arbitrary commands, etc., it's to have a time lock. Because at the end, if you have a time lock, it means that if your proposal gets accepted, you have to wait some time, let's say 48 hours, for example, before executing the proposal. In that time, if you realize that the proposal is a malicious one, you can take different actions, like, for example, stopping a contract or draining the funds or whatever, or do a migration, whatever. But at least give you some time to think about how to deal with this situation.
All right, excellent. All right, let's go to sort of DeFi risk and smart contract risk and key management, right? So I work for a company called Fraction. We're an MPC, key management system. How do you think about this besides your very protected data centers? Like, what are the policies? What wakes you up at 2 o'clock in the morning in a cold sweat? Like, oh my God, did we do this?
Like, what wakes me up is our like monitoring system that wakes me up in 2 in the morning. But like, the biggest risk we are facing is someone basically like attacking the operating system and like finding bugs in like Tendermint or Cosmos SDK, because like we have pretty strict rules for the keys. So like there should be like if the chain or the technology allows, there's like a no key on the server. So like even like somebody can hack into our server, like nothing will happen because like the keys are stored somewhere else, and you cannot like get it from there because like we are using like a hardware signer HSM with TMKMS, so like it's on a separate machine, and you cannot you also like the way it's done, you cannot connect from the validator to the TMKMS like on the network level. So like, and like all the servers we have like are isolated, so like if you hack the server, you have no idea of the rest of the network because like you cannot communicate with the rest. And yeah, also like for the bridges hack, because we are operating few chains which also are using like bridges with Ethereum and so on. For us, it's critical to be part of the community, and if there's something happening, we need to react fast.
Got it. Now, Luis, I come from a trading and markets background, and in one of my previous roles, worked really closely with your awesome team. And I know when I was in like Tomas's position from a trading and markets background, I wanted to talk to Halburn because I don't know how to interpret a smart contract audit, right? I don't know how am I supposed to think about it? So I know you guys have advisory service as well as audits for the actual projects themselves. How does that work? How do we think about it?
Very interesting question. The thing is, when we think about security in Web3 space, we think a lot about smart contracts. But it's not the only component we need to worry about. Actually, smart contract is part of all the ecosystem. So one way to see the security is like a process end-to-end. So you have a front end, you have a back end, you have wallet, you have validator, you have smart contracts. So it's ideally, you have to take security measures in each one of those components. Being said that, when we deal with a project, we try to understand what are all those components that are part of this solution, and try to do what it's called a threat modeling. What does it mean? That we try to see what an attacker could do in each one of those components and try to model an attack and try to reproduce that. So for example, if we see that a smart contract has certain entry points, we try to think like an attacker. What an attacker would do in this kind of situation? Or what are the circumstances that allow an attacker to take advantage or exploit this contract? So in a formal process, we understand the components, we did a threat modeling, and after that, giving a certain scope, we tried different techniques. Obviously, reading the code base is very important. I have to highlight this. If you understand the code and all the logic behind that, it's easier for you as a hacker to understand how to attack it. So very important to understand DeFi protocol, for example, understand what is the logic behind. After that, obviously, if the technology allows you to use some tools to discover, let's see, low-hanging fruits, but in my experience, I have to say that the issues that has more impact are the issues discovered manually. So it depends a lot of the experience of the hacker to try to discover vulnerabilities in different components of a solution.
How can a team help you do a better security audit?
Actually, what is very important is to have a very deep knowledge in certain technology. For example, if we are talking about Cosmos, well, there are people that specialize in Cosmos ecosystem. If we talk about EVM, the same. Solana, the same. So ideally, it's to have a security provider that has this experience in each one of those technologies, because at the end, the vulnerabilities in EVM, for example, reentrancy, is not going to be applied to Cosmos wasn't. Doesn't make sense. So you have to have a different framework, a different set of tools, a different, top vulnerabilities to test against the component.
All right, we're coming close to the end of the session. Since we've got 3 security experts here, if you could give the audience a pro tip, like if you don't do anything else, make sure you know all about this, or if you don't do anything else, make sure you have a giant guy with a big gun outside of your data center. Like, what would be your advice to the Cosmos ecosystem? Definitely
get a ledger or some other device. Like, do not store it in your wallet, like Atomic Wallet or like Kepler. Use a hardware wallet, definitely.
Well, the pro tip is the following. Guys, use the common sense that, sadly, is the less common of all the sense. Sadly, what happens if you see the attacks? You discover that those attacks, some of them are technical, very technical, but most of them are because someone clicked a link from an unknown email. Or, for example, he said in a Discord that someone wrote about an opportunity and he tried to take advantage of that opportunity. So nothing is free in this life. And it's very true for security as well. So, for example, protecting, as Thomas mentioned, protecting your keys in a separate space. Because if someone compromises your computer, your server, your keys that protect your assets are lost. And you can not go to customer service asking for your assets.
Yeah. Yep, I would give a more theoretical one, like know the systems that your code runs on, at a high level know how Tendermint works, know the security properties on a high level, and like look for solutions that can help you secure your chains more.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions?
I have one. We want to know what fraction MPCH does.
So fraction is an
Moderating skill, you must have some special perspective.
so security obviously really paramount for us. We have a combination system, you'll be happy to hear. So we have HSMs and we use MPC security as well. Thank you for asking, Sam. And we support the Cosmos ecosystem. The founders of Fraction were original validators, cosmonauts going way back, so that we were very excited to get this opportunity to sponsor the conference. So thank you very much for having us. And happy to work with any of the projects that are looking for more like, I hate this word institutional, but the institutional solution that when you need governance policies. All right, awesome. So stay safe. We're all floating around. If you have any questions for any of us, hit us up. Thank you very much, panelists.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so by the way, guys, if you missed any of those talks that we had here so far in those 2 and a little bit of 3 days, you can check the YouTube channel, Gateway to Cosmos. There are the whole streams of the whole day, but also separate talks. So you, if you're interested in something specific, you can definitely check that out. Also, don't forget to check the developers area workshops starting at 10:30. All right, so next talk will be about Rust and finite state machines. We also have a microphone for questions. The microphone is over there. It's a little bit hidden, but if you have any question, it's good if you are saying it into the microphone, because then the stream can pick it up and it can be put into the video. And it would be a shame if it wouldn't be there. All right, so that's all from me. So please give a big applause to Smart Contract Engineer at Delphi Digital, Gabe Rodriguez.
Thanks. Hi there. My name is Gabe. I'm a contract dev at Delphi and a contributor to Mars Protocol. Late last year, my wife and I were on a road trip in northern Italy and found ourselves driving through Turin and ran into this light, right? My first reaction is, this is an invalid state. How is this possible? All right, by show of hands, what should you do? Should you go through the light? Who would go through this light? Proceed as normal. All right. Who would stop? We should immediately stop. All right. You were as risk-averse as me, because I just sped up and immediately discovered a red light and almost caused a car crash. It's funny, in Turin, it's a well-known fact that some of the lights are not up to standard since 1993. But for the sake of this talk, let's pretend that that was an invalid state. It was not intentional. So for the devs here, it's not difficult to imagine how you would encounter a bug like this, right? Let's just say we define a global key value store. Each one of the lights correspond to, let's just say, our view layer, which is the light. We flip the Boolean on green, it's true, yellow, red, and so on. And then we have services, right? We'll have services that are accessing this global state. The timer service, the one that you would expect that just waits 20 seconds, flips green from true to false, yellow to true, yellow to false after some time, red to true, and so on. We have a second service. We'll call it the construction service. They want to blink, right, the yellow light. So what do? They just flip the Boolean for yellow, true and false. We'll have an emergency service as well, accessing this global key value store, flipping red, true and false. They want to flash the red light. And we'll have a maintenance mode or maintenance service that is flipping them all to false. Different consumers, different times, mutating this global state. I think the developers probably know where I'm going here. One day, the construction service is using this store, flips the Boolean to true, leaves, and then the timer service resumes. Boom. You've got the Turin bug here, right? For developers, we know what this is called, right? Shared global mutable state. For whatever reason, it terrifies us that bugs like this can arise by using these patterns, but we gravitate towards it by default for some reason. It is brittle, right? There's no inherent security properties with it, and we have to be very vigilant with guards and if clauses and edge cases to prevent getting wrecked. But we see global mutable state very often, right? And unexpected state changes in the wild. Let's just say you're using an appliance, you're clicking a series of buttons, and you find yourself in a place that you can't get out. What do? What's the human reaction for being in an invalid state? You just turn it off and turn it back on again, right? So the router, everyone knows this, always gets into some weird global state somehow, and we just reset it, trying to get back to normal. Grandma, she's having an issue with her computer. You don't tell Grandma, Grandma's shared global mutable state, of course. Now you say, just restart the computer and try again. We're trying to get to a state and not be stuck in some invalid state. Unexpected global state is the reason why we can beat Super Mario World in 42 seconds, right? Under the right set of conditions, Yoshi should not be able to eat a coin and fast forward to the ending credits. For those who played Pokemon growing up, remember catching missing number? By catching missing number, you would mutate the global state in such a way that from that point on, you would encounter very strange bugs and glitches. But a good side effect is that you can duplicate items as much as you want, perhaps with the side effect of crashing the entire game. Front-end developers, I don't know if there's any front-end devs here, but the browser window object is the OG global mutable state object, and we've abused it in the past for so long. In fact, your web wallets are often using, if you go to window.ethereum, it looks like MetaMask and my computer and Phantom are simultaneously accessing and mutating this global state here. Is this why MetaMask is so buggy? We will never know. Another front-end example, you see a loading screen, and then you wait a little bit and you get an error. But the loading indicator is still going, right? The person who developed this did not put the safety guarantee that they wouldn't get into this invalid state. It's an unexpected state that shouldn't be there. It's not loading, it's in the error state. This is the front end of Mars protocol. It is difficult managing state in front ends. When you land on this page, 90+ requests occur. And managing this is the job of every one of these new fancy state management libraries. But in my assessment, the vast majority of these are just variations on a global key value store that you mutate. But for the worst part, if you're in a browser, you can refresh. For blockchain, without hard forking, we should, all for all practical purposes, consider that there is no refresh button. We basically need to adopt safety patterns, right? Patterns that have high safety guarantees and implement that as we're programming. Enter finite state machines. All right, this is an old idea in computer science. This is nothing new, but I'm here to try to convince you that we should be using these patterns more often in our code. It's a different way of modeling and organizing your applications. We'll go back to the key value store, right? Traffic light state. How would you model this as a finite state machine? Well, it's simple. You have nodes, which are the different states, red, green, yellow, and you have the edges of this directed graph, which are the events or transitions between these different states. The states are tied, bound to the view layer. It lends itself well to visual modeling. It's deterministic. There's documentation that's automatically that you get. It is pretty beautiful. But what about the Turing bug, right? The yellow and green simultaneous light that shouldn't occur. Well, you can model that as a state machine very easily to avoid by having nested machines, right? You have the normal machine on the left there, but now we can emit an event, emergency, and move to the emergency machine that just toggles red and off, back and forth. The Turing bug is not representable in this kind of way that you modeled the state machine. And I'm not the only one singing the praises of finite state machines. ChatGPT is too. I don't know if that's a legitimate source, but maybe we should consider the opinions of our future overlords, should we not? Going back to these state management libraries, there was a library that stands out, in my opinion, for introducing a different paradigm of managing front-end state than the rest. It's XState. I'm not sure if any of you have used it. I was surprised to see in the top downloaded React libraries as of a couple of weeks ago, XState was number 3. And their paradigm simply is to represent your application logic in this JSON-like format with the different states and transitions between. And they have this cool website, stately.ai, that you can just paste in your state machine. And when you paste in your state machine code, a state machine is manifested in a UI that you can simulate and play around with and mess with, which is super cool. In fact, you can even go the other direction with Stately. You can model out your state machine and all of the logic and expected transitions between each, and it generates XState code, which is really cool. And once you get into finite state machines, you realize this pattern is very helpful for modeling basically like anything. There's a very vast design space for what can be modeled as a finite state machine. Here's an example of parallel state machines for font styling. Another example for elevator logic. Someone constructed all of the logic there as a state machine. Form handling. Someone created a state machine, or a complex one, to represent their entirety of their UI. Right? Why would they do that? Well, some of the React developers that might be out here are very familiar with this pattern. I think use effect is my greatest enemy. The natural patterns and tools that React give you does not lend itself well, in my opinion, to debuggability, determinism, and in fact, the control flow of this logic is quite difficult. But if you model the same thing as a state machine, it's very deterministic, easy to debug, predictable, and the expectations are right there. Yeah, once you get into state machines, you start realizing state machines are everywhere. Half the flowcharts you see in Reddit are state machines. The original Super Mario World manual on page 11 describes the possible states Mario can be in as a finite state machine. I don't know if anyone plays Overwatch here, but the developers at Blizzard created a state machine-inspired programming language to model out each of the characters' actions and behaviors and side effects within the game. Even protocols can be represented as state machines, and aptly so. Props to PyDAO, who put this on the front page of their documentation to describe how all of the systems are interacting. And then shame on me, there should be another slide for, this is a Cosmos conference, Tendermint. Tendermint can also be aptly described as a finite state machine. If you like very interesting, vaguely reassuring state machines, you can follow them on Twitter. But let's get to Rust, right? There's probably a lot of CosmWasm developers here who have likely also been red-pilled on Rust, just like I am. I used to hate the compiler, then I got Stockholm Syndrome, and now I am in love with my captor. It is a really cool language, and it's very good for modeling out finite state machines. And what's the reason why? Because the enum type, right? Enums in Rust are extremely powerful. In other languages, enums are just identifiers. But in Rust, you can do some really interesting things. One, you can implement methods, right, on Rust enums. So that means as well, with Rust pattern matching, if you add a specific variant with a pattern match, the compiler will throw unless you handle all of those edge cases as well. Pattern matching, method implementation, these things lend themselves really well to modeling out something like this. So in this example, how would we model out a traffic light as a finite state machine in Rust? All right, let's define some state. Red, yellow, green, the only possible states our application can be in. And let's just implement next, or a toggle of some type that allows us to know, okay, from this variant enum red, afterward goes green, and so forth. It's very easy, self-documenting, I would probably say, and easy to reason about. But the Turing bug, right? How would we make sure that we can define a state machine in Rust where the Turing bug is not representable? Well, we have to introduce a new concept with Rust. It's like fat enums, some people call it. Rust can have data associated with each variant, and they don't have to even be the same type, because with the exhaustive pattern matching, you can see an area right there, Rust has able to destructure and inspect the different types and enforce it. Type-safe data association with enums. It is beautiful. It is also the foundation of the option and result type in Rust, which, chef's kiss, amazing. Okay, let's go back. How would we represent that two nested state machines? Well, we have a mode, right? Emergency mode, normal, we associate them with two different machines, the normal mode and emergency mode here, that are also associated with the only states that the machine can be in. And then we implement a few new methods. So here's the normal mode. We implemented new there, so you know what state that you begin in. You're familiar with the next, the toggle mode, and then a new emergency mode that allows you to get into the next machine, for which we implement a few more methods. New, you start in red. Next, you toggle between red and off, so it's blinking. And then end emergency, that allows you to get back into the normal mode. Goodbye, Italy. It is not representable here. In your contracts, there's probably some Cosm devs. You might realize sometimes it's called an admin role or an ownership role, owner role. You need to be able to have an account that has elevated privileges on your contracts. For Mars, this is via governance. You need to be able to change some of the asset parameters, whitelist, delist assets, and so on. And we realized, and you might get this feedback in some of your security audits, it's quite difficult, and you got to be very careful to transition this role, right? If someone fat fingers a wrong address, this role is sent out to some place that you can't get it anymore, and maybe your contract is borked at that point. The proposal, proposing a new owner, accepting the role, clearing this lends itself well to a finite state machine, and we implemented it as such because we wanted this high safety guarantees that invalid states are not possible. You can download this library for yourself, for Mars owners. If you get a security audit and they say, hey, you're not doing the proposal acceptance role for your contract, you can use this as well. I tried uploading this, or upstreaming this rather, to CW+, and I got some interesting feedback from a very good Cosm developer that said, hey, this is kind of complicated. Why don't we use a key value store? And I think to some extent that's true. Not all problems can be modeled so well with state machines, but there's something that I think it was missing in the code, which is the visual formalism that you need. Xstate really understood this. So I copied the entire Rust package for the owner package that we created, sent it to ChatGDP, told it to give me some Xstate code that represented my Rust package, and voila, it gave me this beautiful interactive state machine that I could have concluded in my pull request. So finite state machines are not the answer to everything, but I'm here to convince you today it should be something that's in our toolbox and our toolkit as developers that we use more often, especially for coding in Rust. Thank you very much.
Actually, hi.
Tried to escape quickly.
Yeah, no. We actually have one question, but we are over time, so you need to be quick.
Okay.
The question is, what kind of static analysis can you do over finite state machines in Rust?
I have no idea. Let's talk about it in the room.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I get the clicker? Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next up, we have a talk that will help you overcome mistakes as a founder. From Binary Builders, please welcome Noam Cohen.
Hello. Hey, thank you. All right, good morning. Happy Monday. It's good to see y'all. You might know this story, a story that probably a lot of you have gone through. You're kind of young, you're a student maybe, you learn about blockchain, you're a developer, you get started, Ethereum, maybe Solidity, a lot of documentation available, you make your first smart contract, it's very exciting. And at some point, you end up in Cosmos for some reason. It's a very hospitable community here, online, you know. You see how, but anyway, you end up in Cosmos, and you make some friends, and you start building something. You notice, like, hey, here's a problem. We could fix this. Maybe something wrong with the tooling. Maybe there's something wrong with the infrastructure that you can fix. Maybe there's a market that you can create. You start building this thing, and over time, you realize there's a real demand for what we're doing right now. And suddenly people start asking questions. When are you going live? When are you launching? And then you realize, like, oh, shit, are we really doing this? Are we building a blockchain? Are we building a dApp? Are we going to have to create a company? Are we going to launch a token? What kind of legal structure do we need? Oh, we need to go to market. What about fundraising? How are we going to get the millions we need to build this out? And so this is a common story that a lot of people go through. And if you haven't already, it's a fair chance that you will in a couple of years if you're in part of this group. And so what I would like to do, and what we do with the Interchain Builders program, we try to help people from going from POC basically to mainnet, and of course beyond as well. And so today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of the mistakes that we commonly see founders make, how to avoid them, and then how the Builders program can help you out. So my name is Noam. I do a bunch of things, but basically 2 years ago I joined Interchain as the developer relations lead or developer relations engineer at the hub. I became the lead, and I worked on the developer portal and the Interchain Developer Academy together with a great team, B9 Lab. After a while, I moved to Binary Builders, a new company that started out basically this year, and I was part of the Builders program. We are also the primary maintainers of the Cosmos SDK, and we run Numia data analytics, and we have a validator. I like to make video games, I like to make music, and I guess like a new hobby of mine that I should have put up there is trying to solve maybe the hardest problem in crypto right now, which is how to come to an agreement of what to do with the hub. So the first mistake you can make when you launch a blockchain is launching a blockchain. It's very often you don't actually need a token or a blockchain. And what we mostly see is that people have a hard time monetizing their product. So they're sort of like, they have a good idea, there is some demand for it, but they just can't figure out how to get money for this. And this is sometimes a technical problem, but more often than not, this is a business model issue. And this monetizing thing is also an issue when it comes to fundraising. So they go through the fundraising, the whole shebang, and then they try to have these conversations, nobody's interested, and then they decide like, oh, what if we launch a token? Then we can sell our token. And then they go through the whole process again, and then at some point, nobody bites, but they already built their blockchain, and then they're gonna go to mainnet, because they're like, oh, well, then we have some liquidity, and we can sell that, but the product is still shit, right? So you just gotta have a functioning business model. I mean, sometimes you don't, sometimes you just want users, and that is also a very viable path, but you need to have some kind of idea of like, how are you gonna like turn that into like maybe the profitable business at some point. Another big mistake, so let's say you go do launch a token, it makes sense, you need it for some reason. A lot of times you see teams come in with their pitch deck and they have their tokenomics sorted out before they have the go-to-market strategy. And this is actually kind of a strange thing, because tokenomics is really just about, as an organization, assuming your blockchain is an organization, what do we decide to spend on, right? And a blockchain is actually just like, okay, we need to incentivize certain behavior, that's what we're spending on. We have operational costs, security, and we want to incentivize certain behavior. And without knowing what behavior you want to incentivize, without knowing who your customers are, you don't really know what to do. Because your network effect is really a chicken and egg issue most of the time. But when you really do market research, and you can understand that the egg comes first, right? So, so normally what you would do, and this is a bit more tricky in like novel situations, but in ordinary situations, like for example, starting a permissionless layer 1 blockchain, what you really want is you want to get the devs to build the apps so that the users come and the liquidity comes. So what do? You incentivize the devs. That is sort of a traditional way to approach it. With DEXs, you incentivize liquidity pools. This is obvious, but once you start building new things, and that's more common in Cosmos, because we are at this frontier technology. We're building new infrastructure layers, things that we didn't know were problems, we're trying to solve them. It's much harder to figure out who are these customers, what value are we providing them, what's a suitable pricing model, how do we structure this? And without knowing this, you don't really know how much tokens you need to mint, how much you need to emit over time. So it's like one of those things where we try to help. One of the first things I'm trying to do when we see a pitch deck of a team, and I see a tokenomics and I see no go-to-market strategy, I'm like, hey, hold up, let's back up for a second. Say, like, who are you selling this to, right? That's the first question, really. So anyway, let's say you sort this out and you have, you got your go-to-market strategy, you got everything figured out. And then the next thing you can do is maybe launch a token without a legal wrapper. And this is something, we see people do sometimes. Sometimes they do it with a legal wrapper, but it's kind of messy. And the legal side of things isn't fun at all. You just want to be building, you just want to be, just having fun and doing the thing that you do, maybe even talk to folks a lot about the product. The last thing you want to do is like sit around with lawyers and talk about what you need to do in order to protect yourself from launching a token. But the thing is, if you launch a token, you are legally liable in most cases, and especially if you have absolutely no incorporation or no entity behind it, and your DAO is on-chain and code is law, and you have a bunch of folks from different countries, then every country can claim jurisdiction on what you're trying to do, and that's pretty dangerous. But like more commonly though, people do have a developer company set up, and that's very normal. But what's very hard to try to navigate, especially if you're a new founder, is that the fact that, okay, well, if you're in the US, you're probably going to need a token issuing company, and that should be a special purpose vehicle. And when you actually have the token and you want to set up a treasury, you need a foundation. Well, where do you do that? What country is best? So what we do is we work with a legal partner. They're called legal notes, and we provide a sort of like a free 2-hour roadmap session where you basically work with a legal expert on, and by the way, I'm not a legal expert, so don't take anything as a recommendation. But like, what we do is we work with legal experts, and we try to help teams go through this process. So, like, where do we incorporate? How much is this going to cost? How long is it going to take me? How many months before mainnet do I need to have this set up? How do I get legal counsel? Do you have any tips? That kind of stuff. So, okay, you launch your token, or maybe you don't even launch it yet, but you're trying to fundraise, or you're trying to communicate to the world that you have this token. And then you start maybe doing another really big mistake, which is actually pricing your token before it sort of like hits the secondary markets. So this is changing. In the past, this is really a fundraising issue. And in the past, teams would raise under this instrument called a SAFT. And I'm not going to go into too much in detail, but basically it tells you that you sell this many tokens for this specific price. And when you do that, it's kind of a problem because you don't want to be pricing your token because the SEC and the IRS are very happy when you do that, and they're going to have a job because basically when you price your token, when you look at the Howey test, which is a investment of money in a common enterprise with the expectation of profit. If you as a founding team are a decision maker on this price, through a fundraising instrument, for example, or through marketing documentation, or through a public sale, then that central entity and that expectation of profit suddenly becomes a lot more easy to argue about that that's the case in your situation. So if you don't want to be a security, you want to go about it in a different way. So you don't want to price your token. The second thing, when it comes to the taxman, let's say you're a founder and you're launching your token, and it's mainnet, and you get a distribution. Maybe you get 1 million tokens. So if those 1 million tokens were priced at maybe $1 million, let's keep it easy, then you suddenly receive $1 million. But most of the time, those tokens will be vesting for 4 or 5 years, I don't know. You don't have the liquidity to pay for the tax bill that comes with that. So that's a real issue. So if you can keep your price to zero, until way after mainnet maybe, and public launch is happening later, then you're better off as an individual in terms of like the SEC knocking on your door and the taxman knocking on your door. So, final mistake. And this again has to do with decentralization, again with the securities laws and all that as well. This is this insufficient decentralization thing, and I'm sort of I was sort of like alluding to this already. The Genesis file. There's a lot more into it than really most people think. Most of the time it's like, okay, we're putting the validator transactions in there. We're putting the the token distribution in there, and what you see very often is that you can actually put a lot more in there. And there's this thing called a soft launch on mainnet, and it's just becoming a little bit more popular right now. But the soft launch mainnet, usually people look at it from a sort of technical component, meaning that you launch, but you don't really have, for example, token transfers or staking rewards enabled. And this is sort of the soft launch, check if everything is really working, and then you do your final push, and then you sort of saved your ass. It's like, if you launch on mainnet, something goes wrong on day one. We've seen some stuff happen. It's not so good for your reputation, right? So that's generally why people do a soft launch. But what we're trying to figure out, we're doing research about this right now, because it is very Cosmos specific. But you can also launch, and you can just disable IBC token transfers, for example. IBC internal token transfers, staking rewards. And what you do then, and this is like an ideal situation, you launch everything, and then you do the airdrop. And then you distribute the voting power over people. Airdrops, people think it's a PR thing, and it is, obviously. But what you're really trying to do as a founder, you're trying to distribute the power. Because you don't want to be the decision-making entity behind what the blockchain is doing. Again, for this securities law, basically. And so once you have the airdrop and you have distributed the voting power, then the community can decide to open up IBC, to open up token transfers, to enable protocol fees, to enable staking rewards. So that you as a founder, you haven't been there to turn this token into a profitable revenue-driving thing, but also that you're not there to create secondary markets. Because when you open up IBC, somebody can create a public liquidity pool, and you want to be as far away from that decision as possible. Same thing with a public sale. Don't do a public sale. But if you're doing a public sale, you don't want to be doing a public sale. You want the community to be doing a public sale with the community pool and the revenue of that public sale going back to the community pool again. This is tricky, right? All of this is contextual. Your company might be doing something entirely different. Maybe you are a DEX. It's weird to do a soft launch without IBC. That makes sense. And so what we try to do is we try to help teams through that process. We just, we have these observations. We know what's the ideal scenario. We also know that maybe, yes, you did raise on a SAFT agreement. So let's try to make it work. So we help teams throughout all this process. So yeah, the Builders Program, the Interchain Builders Program is a public goods program that the ICF is funding. And yeah, we just help teams throughout this whole process. And we have 3 tracks. We got the accelerator track, the orientation track, and the integration track. And the accelerator track is how we started last year. We're just trying to get you from POC to mainnet, and we also help teams beyond this, but we help you with fundraising. We have a huge network of VCs. We work with you on your pitch deck. We do legal strategy, like I just talked about, basically. We also have technical support. We have the Cosmos SDK primary maintainers in our team. It's a big team. We're doing really well. We have close ties with the ICF, of course, and the IBC team and everyone else in the ecosystem. Marketing and go-to-market strategies, we help you with this. Token economics, you know, it's a personal joy to dig into token economics for me personally. So we do that a lot as well. And then we help out with partnerships. And I think the biggest value add that we have here is the network of people that we have and the experience that we can leverage externally as well. So something that's new is that we're doing this thing called the orientation track. This is for new teams when they're deciding like where do we want to build. And this has been notoriously difficult in Cosmos. So, you know, if you're new and you're just like, okay, I want to build in Cosmos, where do you start? That's a hard part already, but there's documentation. But let's say you want to talk to Cosmos. How do you do that, right? Like when you come into Polygon or Near and you want to talk to that team or even Substrate and the whole situation there are people that you can talk to. There's a more centralized approach to BD, DevRels, and product strategy and all that. And for us, it's just a decentralized. It's pretty crazy. And this is one of the big problems that we're hearing people complain about. It's like, how do I get started? Who do I talk to? So we're trying to be this thing for the inbound funnel, at least, to try to help folks make that decision. And we try to understand the product that you're trying to build and whether or not the Cosmos architecture makes sense for you. Maybe you need to do a Cosmos contract, maybe a chain, maybe a roll-up, maybe Celeste is for you, or maybe Cosmos doesn't make any sense, although that's never the case. Yeah, we help people make introductions and try to understand the ecosystem. Another thing is this integration track. So this is for existing teams that are looking to expand. And that's, we have, for example, 2 teams in the Builders Program right now, Hypersign and Syntropy. And, they are natively ERC, they were like EVM projects. And Hypersign has been moving to Cosmos slowly. And Syntropy is thinking about this. And so we try to help them make the connections. A lot of this is really about partnerships, and it makes a lot of sense for them to move. We're just trying to help them with that extra little push. So something we're doing really soon is the Builders Knowledge Hub. So a lot of this stuff that we're learning and exploring and helping people with is great for the teams that are on the program. But there's a lot of people out there who are starting companies and they can't make it, of course, to this program. So we figured, why not open source all the information that we have here? So we're building out this Builders Knowledge Hub. There are a lot of these topics that I just talked about you can get help with, or it explains what sort of the common problems are. We're trying to launch this end of the quarter. Yeah, we're going to be working on this as it is. We're going to keep working on this, I mean. And yeah, so we're working with some great teams. You might have heard the 2 teams on the pitch demo yesterday, Abstract and 42. They're on the Builders Program. We have 3 other teams that were there as well. They were also on the Builders Program. And yeah, there's more to come. We're pretty excited working with all these teams, and we want to keep doing this. And so we have an application window. We take in teams on a quarterly basis for the accelerator track. If you're a founder, the deadline is June 12th, and you can apply, and we will have an introductory call with you, basically like a pitch deck, and we'll try to understand what you guys are building and see if it's a good fit. Thank you for your time. Thanks for listening. Have a nice day. Hi, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we actually have one question for you.
Sure.
It is, do you have any recommendations how Web3 companies can safely raise seed funding?
Yeah, have a good founding team. I mean, there was a whole panel about this yesterday, right? Like, have a good founding team and a product. But I think most importantly is just the capability of a team to pivot when needed. Yeah, I mean, it's hard right now. You have a good product, but really, the VCs, it's a job interview. That's what it is. Yeah,
all right.
That's what I think.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nam. So the next talk will be about the rise of Move and alternative virtual machines in the Cosmos. Please give a warm welcome to co-founder of Movement Labs, Rishi Manch. Thank you.
Hey guys, good morning. Thank you guys for all coming out. I know it's the last day and most of the people are probably gone, but we're going to power through and get through it. Some of you guys may have saw the demo yesterday. So I'll go slower because apparently I talk really fast. I got asked if I'm from California. No, I'm from New York. And B, I'm going to focus more on the move side and explain to you little comparisons of Rust, Solidity, even like Cosmosm. Agenda, just talking about Move in general, some architecture where we're building movement labs, and then a little bit more about questions and Q&A. I know there's a lot of developers in here, so we can chat about that. So last year, we saw $3 billion loss of smart contract hacks. The DAO attack was one of the most notorious ones with the large-scale ransomware attack. And the question is, how do we create better solutions for the future? You can either innovate in Solidity, which was most people here probably don't like to do, and it hasn't really been working in terms of ransomware attacks. And how can we really ensure that when we are building DeFi protocols, they're very safe on the smart contract level? If we can build more toolings and kind of create more frameworks around Solidity, but the question is, how do we get the average user, the 19-year-old Stanford dropout, the Oxford student, who can build smart contracts that are very safe, reusable, and easy to learn? So Move was designed by Facebook, the original DM project, to a very intuitive project. The analogy I gave yesterday is Move is to Rust as React is to JavaScript, right? It's a very, Rust is great. Everyone loves it. I come from a traditional Rust background as well. But it needs to be more refined. It needs to be more semantics, more modular in terms of procedures. If we look at more specifics of Move, you have built-in bytecode verifiers, built-in bytecode interpreters. More specifically, this is for Rust, not Cosmosm. I got a lot of feedback about yesterday. This is more general purpose comparison between Move, Rust, and Solidity. The key value add here for Move is the integration of formal verification. For the average developer, the ability to choose who has access to the smart contract modules is very, very important. If, for example, we look at a DAO attack and research attacks, if you have the ability to say, this hacker who's coming from this angle doesn't have access to this module at specific times, let's say, for example, it's from a withdrawal from a smart contract, you have built-in modular safety that you don't really get from Rust and Solidity at all. Additionally, you have the dynamic NFTs, which is more on the gaming side, which is why you see like Sui and Aptos really proliferate in the gaming narrative for Move. You have parallel processing and the ability to swap out trace NFTs. So let's say, for example, you're a first-person shooter and you're minting millions of NFTs. You probably want the ability to swap out traits at will instead of minting a new NFT each time you upgrade the NFT. So looking specifically at a case study, in August 2022, Reaper Farm Vaults was hacked from oversight in the ERC 420, where an unauthorized user was able to withdraw $1.7 million in funds. The benefit of Move, and comparing to Cosmosm as well, is you have asset ownership and you can have defined access. For example, if you have a Move vault that can only be moved by specific strategies, the strategies can be say, hey, this strategy can only be modified by a multi-sig wallet by this specific user. You can give it specific account addresses that can modify the vault only. So when you are a developer, especially for newer developers, you have much more flexibility in terms of security. You can define who has access, when they have access, and why they have access. So in the case of vault accessibility, Move would be the most secure language for that. Also on the topic of parallel processing, obviously this is something that Solana started off with, and they kind of pushed the speed narrative, and the launch of Aptos and Sui also proliferated this. If we are going to onboard the next generation of users and hopefully get to the points of Visa, et cetera, we need to be able to process transactions parallelization. We were talking last night even about this. There are extreme limitations of SDK in terms of parallelizing transactions, something that we're working on with a few teams here. Can we bring a parallelization to Cosmos? It might require some rewriting of the SDK or even launch your own binary. But I think the ability for parallelizing transactions with Cosmos, would usher in more gaming protocols that could really benefit from IBC and integrating with other protocols, but B, also hitting those high TPS numbers that Solana's been marketing for years. In terms of developer growth rate, Move is the fastest growing developer ecosystem in the last 6 months, particularly in the APAC region. So if you go to Seoul, Tokyo, Taiwan, these regions, Move has been really proliferating because there's a lot of Rust developers who can pick it up pretty easily, and B, we actually see that developers really want security. Developers really want the ability to make sure their protocols they put blood, sweat, and tears into aren't getting hacked for millions and millions of dollars. So a little bit what we're building. We're interested in bringing a Move VM module, similar to what Evmos did with the EVM module. We want to bring the Move module and get it plugged into existing Cosmos ecosystems. We have no interest as of right now in launching a zone. Instead, we want to build infrastructure to really support Move builders. And kind of if you are building Osmosis, all you need to do is launch on the Move module within Osmosis or Juno or whatever tech stack or ecosystem you're familiar with and get access to Move and the benefits of it. We believe a thesis, it's not even just Move, is no matter what ecosystem you're on, you should be able to customize what language you're building on. It could be Rust, it could be JavaScript, it could be Cosmosm. But when we can have more virtual machines and more frameworks to build on, you attract more developers, which A, brings liquidity because you have more projects building on top of you, obviously. And B, you have more flexibility. So you're attracting developers from different ecosystems, whether it's gaming, DeFi, even different ecosystems like Avalanche, Solana, et cetera. So more flexibility you have with modules, the more liquidity and users you can attract. Our overarching goal is to kind of be the center of all ecosystems. So we have Avalanche, but then we have Cosmos, Aptos, and Sui, and really enabling builders to build no matter what ecosystem you're on. A little bit about our architecture. So for starters, we're launching our Avalanche chain next month. We call it M1. But we're looking to potentially obviously enable that and allow us to be a central routing transactions. So let's say, for example, you have Mars, which is chain A in this instance, and you have interest-bearing token from Lending Protocol, and you have NFT on Chronos or some other ecosystem. We're able to route transactions in a centralized manner. So if you have any Move transactions from any chain in the Cosmos ecosystem, we can make sure they're all being routed to centralized authority so we can index it properly. We can make sure it's in an Explorer, and users have much more flexibility when they're trying to A, build on Move, and C, they can choose where they're building. A little bit about why we started off with Avalanche. The concept of liquidity is something that we're all struggling with in Cosmos, and even just if you're launching a new layer 1, is how do you attract liquidity? And I think the best way to attract liquidity is native bridging. IBC does a great job with this, but there's no guarantee of liquidity. You can launch your own zone. It can be IBC enabled, but the question is, how are you going to track liquidity? With M1, which is our first flagship chain, Avalanche has this concept of warm messaging. It's essentially their version of IBC. But the benefit is it shares the same validator set. So for example, if you're a yield aggregator that builds on top of Aptos and Sui, currently you have no yield to aggregate. Aptos TVL is what, 30 million? Sui is like 20 million. I think Aptos is like 40 million now with their stablecoin. That same yield aggregator can launch an M1 and tap into native liquidity, a Benchy, Trezor, GMX. These big liquidity giants, for example, an Orbook that launches on top of M1 can create native strategy with GMX. And GMX is probably one of the biggest protocols in the space, period. And the ability to have those options in time for any non-EVM chain to tap into EVM liquidity and user base is very powerful. And then that's what some kind of tech we want to bring to Cosmos. So once we establish this liquidity base on M1, once we can obviously enable that chain, now you have the entire Avalanche liquidity that's at disposal at the access of these DeFi protocols. It's also IBC enabled. So now you have all these Move Orbooks, all these Move aggregators that are launching on top of M1. A, they can use Avalanche liquidity and tap into the community and user base there. And then B, they can create strategies, Osmosis, some of the Vault strategies working on Familiar, and a few other players that are really building great technology in the Cosmos ecosystem. So you can be the epicenter of Move development and cross-VM integrations. A little bit about dApp implementation with us. So for example, this is kind of like how we're routing transactions. So A, we're going to have SDK, kind of like how we have the Cosmos SDK, but it's going to be a Move-style SDK on top of that, essentially a framework that wraps around it. And you're also going to have Move modules that launch in partner zones. Then there's all the transactions initiated by dApps. It can be DEXs, Orbooks, et cetera. You have IBC relayers that connect it to our in-house chain. Then your memory pool then goes to current round validator, then blocks proposed and works like any other chain in that the block is settled in instant finality throughout the Avalanche consensus. Here's a little bit of case study. So that's a team compiles Move bytecode. So a huge struggle that we actually talk about this later in infrastructure panel is how do we build infrastructure that supports builders and other ecosystems, right? Obviously, it's EVM, you have consensus, you have these nice tunes like Hardhat, you have Truffle, Ganache. So when you're going to Solana, when you're going to Move, there's not much tune right now. I learned Move through a Telegram group chat and a YouTube video from like this 4-year-old dude. How can we create the consensus of Move and that we're able to get directly plugged into Capital Wallet, get directly plugged in Core Wallet, which is Avalanche side, get directly plugged into APIs that developers already use. So that's something we're trying to pride ourselves on, and we actually developed this Hardhat Move ecosystem where it's similar tooling to Solidity, but the environment works for Move. So the APIs that you use for Solidity also can translate over to Move, and really helping developers kind of get through this process. Once the transaction is sent, it works through the same address procedure Solidity and Rust 0x0, and then you get compiled into the Move state. And then our Move virtual machine compiles these transactions and takes the execution deployment, does block formation on the end, just like any other chain. And then the smart contract interactions working with different protocols. The one benefit here is that obviously in Solidity you have re-entry. So if you're calling different smart contracts, it can be a lot of bugs that come up through there, hence the re-entry attack. Move has native communication between modules. It's kind of like a hack in that, where you're able to call another module from within your own Move smart contract, so you don't even have to worry about the re-entry vulnerabilities you see in the status quo. 3 main use cases for Move. On the DeFi side, it's increased consumer confidence. So if you're building a DeFi app, you're probably not going to get your app hacked for millions of dollars, which is great consumer confidence. On the gaming NFT side, it's particularly attractive, and why we've onboarded many game partners. The ability for parallel processing, so in theory, having 160,000 plus DPS, executing transactions parallelly, as well as dynamic NFTs is very, very attractive. So all these first-person shooters that are coming out, if you're going to be minting new NFTs each time you're upgrading a gun or upgrading a skin, it creates a bottleneck within the chain itself. Instead, what if we can swap out trades? What if you kill 1,000 zombies and you can swap out the mag, swap out the attachments at will? That addresses a lot of problems we saw with DeFi Kingdoms and a few other big games back in the day, where dynamic NFTs could actually save them A, a lot of gas fees, and B, enhance the user experience. And that's what SweetMove particularly brings to the table. Yeah, I think that's overall from my slides. If anyone in the crowd has questions, happy to open up for discussion. I know a lot of developers here. But I think from our side, what we're really trying to proliferate here is we believe in a cross-VM ecosystem, whether it's Solidity, Rust, Cosmosm, and we want to make it as accessible to developers as possible. So we're starting off with Move, but we're potentially working on some Solana VM stuff as well, and bringing it to ecosystems like Cosmos, Avalanche, Polkadot, et cetera. Really want to make sure developer experience is as seamless as possible, no matter what ecosystem you're on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have one question for you. Can a Move contract interact with a Rust contract on, for example, Juno in the future?
Yes, so the benefit of IBCs, for example, if you have a Move contract that launches on our chain, you can invoke bytecodes and invoke functions from other Rust contracts. So it's actually creates this interoperable ecosystem where any Move module can interact with Solidity, Rust, Cosmosm modules, and ensure interoperability. That's why we love IBC.
All right. Cool. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again, Roshi. All right, so next up, we are going to have a panel. So we will have that little intermezzo, and I'm going to remind you what are the all amazing things that you can do here. You can check out our developers area. There are workshops that started at 10:30, but there will be another ones, so you can check them out. There's also Hackers Lounge, sponsored by Neutron in the developers area. And speaking of lounges, don't forget we have that media lounge that you can take a nice photo, with that nice photo wall. Also, Rockaway is giving gin and tonic at their staking bar. And speaking of staking and liquids, next up, we are going to have a panel about the latest in liquid staking. So please give a warm welcome to co-founder of Angel 42, Saul Hudson.
Thank you. Hi there. It's wonderful to see so many of you here. This event has obviously highlighted all the passion that there is for the Cosmos community, and I really like that as we get into details here, we're going to be talking about DeFi, liquid staking. There's real curiosity about what the future of this will be in this particular ecosystem. So I'm Saul Hudson, and I'm the co-founder of Angle 42. We're a Web3 PR agency, but this allows me to go back to my former life when I was a journalist. I get to ask the questions today as the moderator, and it's a real privilege to be able to pose the questions to our panel, because we have quite a mix. We're going to have different perspectives on the DeFi space, and particularly on liquid staking. So help me please welcome onto the stage our panelists. We have from Rockaway, from the investment side of things, we have Tomás Fanta, providing a staking solution with the liquid staking hub. From Persistence, we have Jerome de Velta. And then another perspective, from the use case side of things, we have from Nolus, we have Kamen Trendafilov.
Hey, guys.
So I think it is important, because we're going into this narrow focus, to make sure that we set the tables here and just understand the context of basically what liquid staking is, and particularly what liquid staking is in Cosmos. So I wonder, Tomás, if I can ask you first just to lay out that context so that then we can get further into it.
Absolutely. No, thank you. And great to be here. Hi, everyone. So, when we talk about liquid staking, the way I think about it is it's really a way to unlock an inefficient capital. In proof-of-stake blockchains, you ensure security by having people lock up their capital with validators, either single one or a set of validators, and you really want that. It's like a key essential aspect of proof-of-stake blockchains. You want to have as much capital locked up so that you can kind of avoid the economic attack on the network, which would obviously bring the network down. But that obviously poses a threat to, or not a threat, but more of an inconvenience to users, because they cannot really go ahead and use their capital somewhere else. And so what liquid staking providers do, they just come into the space and offer the users like a separate way of locking up their capital. They say, instead of locking up the capital directly on a validator, just go ahead and lock it up with me, and I'm going to give you a derivative back that you can use. I think liquid staking providers are really using or offering three key features. One of them is issuing this new derivative token that is backed by the original token that is locked up and securing the networks. And you can go ahead and kind of just use it across DeFi ecosystems or anywhere else you want. And you're really unlocking this huge amount of liquidity that otherwise would be just sitting idly on the system. But I think the second two features that are really common in liquid staking protocols, there's one that's the convenience for users, and a diversification aspect, where if you look up through a liquid staking provider, they usually just spread out the stake across a number of validators rather than the user having to go and pick every single validator themselves where they want to look up the capital, which obviously they can. It's just inconvenient. And then they have to do their own research on who to trust, who not to trust. While here, you kind of just have to trust that one liquid staking provider, that they're doing the best job of spreading out the stake. And then the second, and that's I think a direct benefit to the user. And then a third aspect or feature that I think liquid staking providers are offering is oftentimes what they're trying to do is overweight the stake that gets placed on large validators in the system, and underweight the stake that's placed on the large validators in the system, and overweight the smaller ones, so that you can really decentralize the network a little bit more, and help kind of maximize the number of entities you would need colluding to take down or take over the network. And I think that is not a direct benefit for the user, but kind of like an indirect one where if there is a collusion, obviously at some point the network's going to go down. You cannot grow a beautiful ecosystem on top of it. So I really think that's a key feature that the liquid staking providers are doing.
Great, thanks, Tomás. As I said, we have the different perspectives up here on liquid staking. So I think it's actually important to just understand what your roles are in this area, what it is that you specifically do, so that we have the context for where your perspective is coming from. So, Jerome, Persistence, explain to us what Persistence is up to.
Yeah, sure. So with Persistence, we're actually an app chain focused on liquid staking DeFi, and it's a lot of hype words in one sentence. But basically, what we try to do is to not only do the issuance of the liquid staked assets, such as most regular liquid staking providers, we try to really have that ecosystem on the chain, which is focused around DeFi use cases. And enabling DeFi basically with the liquidity that is unlocked by actually having liquid stake tokens, because you can do the issuance of the tokens. But then again, like if you're not doing anything with those liquid stake tokens, then you're as far off as you were before. And that's where use cases make like the next step in this story. And for us, what we try to do is like we provide on the chain the building blocks of that, like really the big DeFi primitives. So with on persistence, which is the chain, we have one protocol called pStake. pStake does the issuance of the liquid staked assets, not only within Cosmos, but also outside of that. There is a DEX, it's called Dexter. They focus on like trading of liquid staked assets. So it's a DEX, but like with a specific focus on trading those assets and any like yield generating assets. And then still in the works is a money market, like a borrowing lending protocol in which liquid staked assets can be collateralized to then borrow against and kind of leverage up. And then that opens up a whole lot of like interesting use cases, which don't necessarily need to be built on top of persistence, but we do have Cosmosm enabled, so people can actually come in and build those things. But through IBC and ICA and things like that, also have a lot of opportunities to integrate with various protocols to make sure that the liquidity that is unlocked is like put to good use across DeFi. And I truly think, like, I mean, a lot of the things that you said are true. Like, those are like really good advantages of liquid staking. One thing that I really like to think of is, for me, liquid staking is just an enabler. Actually, it's the biggest enabler that we'll see in DeFi. On the Cosmos side, still has been relatively low. So I think for Cosmos, liquid staking is actually huge, because so many people have always like staked. I think Cosmos in general is like proof of stake, and a lot of people have always done staking. But it has hurt the DeFi side of things a little bit, because there was not a lot of liquidity, I think, on the DeFi side. So yeah, that's what we're trying to solve with persistence, and yeah, going great so far.
Great, thank you, Jeroen, and we'll get more into the specifics around Cosmos. But as you say, the next part of the story is the use case, and you yourselves, you're looking forward at money markets. That's where you come in. And can you tell us, Carmen, a little bit about Nolus?
Sure. So Nolus is a money market app chain that is built exactly for connecting different participants. So lenders are able to provide stable coins. Borrowers are taking a product that's called a DeFi lease. This DeFi lease actually is a better lending product that tries to solve different inefficiencies. Those inefficiencies are over-collateralized lending, risk of liquidations, lack of actual ownership of the asset. So basically, a borrower provides a down payment, gets 150% more exposure. Once it does that, he purchases the asset he wants to purchase, fix the price. All the appreciation is up to him. So as a borrower, he gets more exposure at lower liquidation risk, and then he owns the asset. So he can do with it different yield optimization strategies. And this is where liquid staking derivatives actually come to play, because this is the moment that you can use that liquid stake derivative that's already earning you rewards in order to amplify it through the app chain, our money market. And you get more exposure. You're still not exposed to large over-collateralization. You're actually decreasing it. And you get lower risk. So liquid staking derivatives we're more like the first cornerstone case of using such LCDs in the money markets.
Terrific. Okay, and from the investment perspective, what is it that Rockaway is interested in? Why are you, sorry to put you on the spot, but why are you on this panel then?
It's a fair question. No. I think how you put it, like it's an enabler, right? And I absolutely agree with it. Like DeFi has been struggling here and there with liquidity, and obviously our DeFi protocols need that liquidity to kind of flourish. And just having so much capital locked up on site and not being able to utilize it, that's a big issue. And especially in Cosmos, right? Like there is the amount of capital that's just locked up in like in the hub, like Cosmos Hub, it's incredible. And I get why people like it, because generally the staking rewards within Cosmos are a little bit higher than you can get in other ecosystems. But having that enabler that is gonna still let you keep that juicy yield and secure the networks, while also going outside and utilizing it everywhere else within DeFi. I think that's what's exciting about liquid staking. That's why we are looking into the space.
Okay, so that's why Rockaway is having a look. But let's talk more about the specifics around Cosmos, and what are looking at the positives, what are the benefits that you get with Cosmos and liquid staking that maybe you don't get elsewhere? I mean, Jerome, you've chosen the liquid staking hub here, so why is the focus on Cosmos?
I mean, our focus on Cosmos is mostly, I think, for the tech itself. Like what the tech stack enables is amazing, and just IBC itself is super powerful. I mean, I think liquid staking in Cosmos is a little bit specific. It's slightly different from what you see on other chains. I think on the Ethereum side, like liquid staking came for a reason, because once you stake, at some point you couldn't withdraw. There were no withdrawals, so kind of liquid staking grew quite quickly there. Because of that, on the Cosmos side, as you mentioned, like staking rewards are quite high. So a lot of people are actually, just staking, and they don't really want to use their tokens anywhere else. But yeah, I think on the Cosmos side, like the reason we like to work within Cosmos is for, like, I think the builder's mentality that's there is, of course, one. But also, like, the potential that liquid staking has in Cosmos, as I mentioned, like, it's a huge enabler. And I think for us, that is one of the interesting parts. Maybe in other ecosystems, I mean, I don't really look at them in that close detail, but I do think the opportunity, relatively speaking, in the Cosmos might be bigger just because of the history with staking and like higher staking rewards and things like that. So that's why, like, we're in Cosmos. I mean, we're actually cross-chain with one of the protocols is actually cross-chain doing liquid staking for ETH and BNB as well. But yeah, our main focus is Cosmos.
And Tomas, then you do look across at the different ecosystems, but obviously Rockaway has a real interest in Cosmos. Hence, you're the great organizers of this event. So what's the perspective you give when you're comparing? How does Cosmos stand out to you?
No, I think Cosmos has like a perfect use case for liquid staking. It just because it's a number of sovereign chains, each having that native token, like, unless you're, go for like shared security and stuff like that, each kind of needing that stake to secure themselves. You don't have that in like other ecosystems that much. So here you really have the use case for like a huge number of different parties requiring or needing that liquid stake derivative, and I think that's exciting. And as you mentioned, like IBC, I think that's a big enabler as well for developers. Using interchain accounts, I think that is a huge thing. And I just like the mentality of how Cosmos, developers are thinking about this. Now the Cosmos Hub proposal, where they're kind of skipping the unbonding period when you want to go from staking to liquid staking, and you don't have to wait 21 days to just unlock so that you can do the same thing and just get the liquid staking derivative out of it. I think that's, you don't, I feel like you don't see that much in other chains there. It's just kind of like a new use case, but not as needed as it is in Cosmos. So I think like that's why Cosmos is like a perfect thing for this.
Great. And Carmen, so why the focus for Nolus on Cosmos?
We actually chose Cosmos not because it's Cosmos, but because of the technology. The technology, and we heard a couple of keywords here from Jerome and Thomas: cross-chain, IBC, interchain accounts. We are utilizing those for day one. So basically, you're using that technology not only to be on Cosmos, but actually become cross-chain easily. So this is the future where we see Nolus being able to interact with any blockchain without the end user understanding that he's doing that. And from the outside, liquid stake derivatives outside of Cosmos, usually they're seen as the high yields. Yeah, those assets that have high yields. But once you have apps that actually use those derivatives and allows you to do transaction cross-chain, this is actually where adoption would also come from.
Right. And so looking out, where is Cosmos headed in terms of liquid staking? What have been the most notable developments? You were talking about the Cosmos Hub proposal. I mean, from your perspective, what is it that you've seen in the evolution of liquid staking in Cosmos that stood out?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still so early. Like when it comes to liquid staking in Cosmos, I mean, there's not a lot of liquid staked at the moment. Like if you look at the Cosmos Hub, even though there are, I think at least three players in the market that already have very nice products and decent traction and attention, there's only 1% of all Atom is liquid staked at this point, which is not a whole lot, right? And I think the developments that are being worked on will hopefully change that, because one of the thing you mentioned, I think the proposal you're referring to is the one around the liquid staking module, the LSM, which I think is, I mean, it's amazing. We actually did a workshop on it yesterday or 2 days ago, but it's basically, as you say, it's allowing people to go from a staked position to a liquid staked position without having to unbond and miss out on staking rewards for 21 days. So I do think, like liquid staking as an enabler, I do think the liquid staking module is like a very big enabler to kind of transition towards the adoption of liquid staking within the Cosmos ecosystem. And the goal of the liquid staking module, like developed by Occlusion, is to first of all bring that to the Cosmos Hub, but also to kind of bring that technology into the Cosmos SDK, which then can further be adopted by other chains to help that enable. Like we'll give an example for persistence, for example, right? Because we are actually already adopting it, like it's already on our testnet, and we're going to bring it to the mainnet soon. 80% of the token of persistence, XPRT, is actually staked. So that is actually a huge barrier to adoption for liquid staking of the liquid stake token, right? So it's one of these enablers, and all chains will have the same type of problem. So this LSM thing is a huge enabler for that, and we're really excited for it. Of course, it comes with a lot of things that need to be tested when it comes to security. There's a lot of risks that come with it. But I do think it's a way to kind of safely adopt more and more users into liquid staking, because it also has a few of these safety features. But that might take us too far, I guess, to kind of talk about these as well.
So adoption is important, and you can see ways that is getting easier, but it's always a challenge. I mean, from a use case perspective, you're aiming for adoption, you're facilitating adoption. What do you think the challenges are for us to get greater adoption in liquid staking in Cosmos?
Well, the first challenge was the technology that really needed to develop, and this is what I think in the past years Cosmos, the technology developed in a way that now it's sufficient to build on top of it and build app-specific chains that are really important to the adoption. UI is essential. People that are actually outside of Cosmos or even outside of crypto, if you want to attract them, you need to be really cross-chain. You really need to have a very simple product that's useful to them in every aspect. And actually they understand it. It might be, for example, our product is taken from the real world. A lease. If you take a DeFi lease, it's like taking a lease of a car. Everyone knows how to do that, right? So once you translate that into the real world, you have, into the blockchain from the real world, you have more options and availability to attract new users. And because the technology is there, you just build on top of it. And you build it to be consumer-centric.
Do you see any other challenges here for Tomas for adoption?
No, I think one thing is, and I guess it's also because it's just Cosmos is still early, kind of the development phase, and especially on the DeFi side. But I think when you kind of decide to liquid stake, you take on, to a degree, an additional risk, right? Like yes, you diversify maybe across validators, but then you're taking on the risk of the protocol itself kind of going down, the smart contract risk. And so you need to somehow compensate for it. You also need to compensate for the fees that are taken off of, by the provider, off of like liquid or staking for you. So you need to generate this like additional yield to compensate you for that risk. And now and it's not just like Cosmos's issue, I think it's kind of overall issue across the DeFi space. But right now it's very difficult to find sufficient yield that would actually compensate for the additional risk you're taking. And the use cases where you can actually go and use your liquid staking token, it's limited. So I think another unblocker, I guess, is going to be just really integrating the liquid staking tokens as much as possible, being able to offer it across different app chains, different apps, whether from lending to DEXs or whatnot. But it's still early and it's not there. So in my view, to really kind of increase the adoption, you need to show the users that they can actually generate that additional yield, and they do want to hold that token, that derivative. Without it, it's not going to work.
So there's some bearish sentiment there, right? Which your own. This is where you play. You're one of the few players here. I imagine that you have a little bit more optimism about how people can be attracted to the liquid stake.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of course super optimistic about the future, and I do think the technology is actually mostly there, I believe, and a lot of the things are actually in place. I think for adoption. I think especially on money markets or borrowing lending, and to kind of enable leverage liquid staking and other use cases like this, maybe some of the details still need to be figured out around price feeds of these liquid staked assets or oracles, things like that. It's not that simple. Those are quite complex problems to solve. Because also most of these liquid staked assets are not listed on any exchange, for example, or at least not on a centralized exchange. So it's hard to get those price feeds. And then if you don't get the right price feeds, how do you do liquidations if it's used as collateral? So all these things are hard problems to solve, but it is solvable. And we've seen protocols have been able to solve some of these things, right? So I'm actually quite optimistic. I think the infrastructure layer of liquid staking is there. And you've seen that with the various protocols that are actually doing the issuance of the assets. And now I think it's time to really up the game and kind of go to the next step, which is going all in on the integrations, the use cases. Because so far, I think most of the use cases for liquid stake tokens have been to kind of provide liquidity in a pool, which are most of the time incentivized. So it's not real yield. So I think most of the networks are the bigger tokens, at least kind of reviewing tokenomics, kind of bringing down inflation, but trying to bring in real yield rather than inflationary yield is, I think, a step in the right direction. And then trying to kind of bring in more of these use cases going forward. Yeah, I mean, I'm super optimistic actually. Yeah, I think all the building blocks are there, or at least very close to kind of being completed. Yeah.
And Tomas, give us that perspective from the investor when you're looking at liquid staking. What is it that you look for? Is this, when you assess the opportunity, what makes you decide that, okay, this is worth the investment, or actually this isn't?
So as when we're investing as in any kind of investment opportunity, when you're looking at it, it's we always look for the return potential. And I love liquid staking in the sense that I do think it's an enabler, and you will need it, and it's it's unlocking it's a problem that needs solving, and it is the solution to a problem. But what we've come across is it's really difficult to figure out an investment case for it. Or at least VC kind of investment case for it, because when you look at the largest liquid staking providers out there, like Lido. They have 7 billion assets under management, and they're generating on it, I think, 70 million or so, which is just the comparison. There's a huge, the margin is super low. And so, how big can you actually grow? And it kind of goes back into, do we want that provider to go that big? Because then you're just centralizing power with one player. And in my view, as more providers are going to come out, you're going to see some depression in the fees. So maybe that 70 million is just going to dip to 35 million. It's still a nice business, but it's very difficult unless you're entering at a very attractive valuation to make a VC return case for it.
So from a VC perspective, it's limited in terms of the opportunity. That doesn't mean it is limited in terms of the use case and the way other people can benefit from being in DeFi. So I wonder, Carmen, if you can explain, if you look out over the next 6 months about Nolus, what is it that you're excited about, knowing that you're providing a use case?
Well, first of all, I pretty much like the comment about centralization. This is something that we really need to go around it. Because at least now for Cosmos, it has a couple of providers. Hopefully the others would join. This would provide a decentralization that is essential, because this is what total value locked in those derivatives would come from different providers that provide a service that's really tested, bulletproof tested. And then for the use cases, it's essential that those providers are stable in terms of security. So we are using a derivative which always adds a layer of risk, if you either than using the actual asset. So this layer of risk actually needs to be covered by the providers, meaning providers need to be certain of their derivative, the liquidity is there, that the availability is there for us, for example, as a money market to really do liquidations, do transactions, swap assets, whatever that is.
That's interesting, and I think it would be very nice to hear what you at Nolus are going to be seeing over the next few months that fit with that narrative, right? Fit with the decentralization.
Well, first of all, we would try to add as many assets as possible, including co-liquid stake derivatives. In that way, people that are interacting with our protocol, that are using the money market, are able to really take what they desire in terms of asset, multiply it as terms of equity, but still have lower risk. So risk is essential. We're trying to lower the risk, although we give more as exposure. And this is true not only for liquid stake assets, but for all assets. And the availability to really go from asset to asset in a matter of 2 clicks, this is essential for the user experience. So the next 6 months is really building liquidity in terms of liquidity on our protocol, but also liquidity with different assets.
Right. And persistence, looking out at the rest of the year, you touched on some of the things that you're doing, some of the things you're looking at. So how does the rest of the year pan out for persistence?
Yeah, so in the last couple of months, we've really focused on delivering those like building blocks that are the enablers for liquid staking DeFi. And as we kind of tend to have the V1s, the first versions out there, of course, kind of going to keep on working on those to improve those. But for us, the next 2 quarters, I would say, so the next rest of the year is really going to be a focus on bringing in more developers to focus on building the use cases around like the primitives that we've built. Like we have a lot of interesting ideas, like leverage liquid staking is one, for example, certain yield strategies that you can run, vault products that can be built now. So for us, it's going to be a little bit more about the developer experience in the next 6 months. Yeah, then really trying to bring live into like the ecosystem with the building blocks that are already there. So yeah, really focusing on bringing more developers and use cases, whether that's like on the chain itself through like smart contracts, or whether that's even through integrations with other protocols. So that's going to be the focus for the next 6 months.
Sounds exciting, yeah. So we've got more time for one question. Let's make it a quick one. Bringing it back about Cosmos. And you know, if we're to leave today with the one message about why Cosmos and liquid staking, you know, when you're thinking that, what is it common that comes into your mind? Why liquid staking in Cosmos?
The technology is #1 word in my mind, and liquid staked asset, because this is the future where liquidity would eventually lie within Cosmos.
Jerome?
Tough question. Like, no, I think why Cosmos? I think why not? Like, let's reverse the question. No, I think technology, of course, and yeah, it's still so early, and I think there's a lot of things to be done and to be unlocked, which to me brings opportunity. So I do think like there's a huge opportunity in the Cosmos around liquid staking, and that's what I love about it.
And a final thought from you, Tomas?
For me, it's just like the number of chains that, like, you know, proof of stake chains that you can then build like really cool new products from, because, you know, I'm still envisioning that you're gonna have like liquid staking derivatives that are effectively indices for like different segments, you know, with different like risk return trade-offs and like payoffs. And I think, you know, that you cannot really get outside of Cosmos. So I think that's what's exciting.
Great, thank you, and thanks very much to the panel. It's been wonderful to have these different perspectives, so that we could learn and notice the trends. So a round of applause, please, for our panelists.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, thank you so.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. All right, so as I said, there is not going to be any coffee break. We have too much to share with you. There are going to be 2 more speeches and then 1 panel. Soon we will hear news from Neutron, then the role of Cosmos in multi-chain world, and the panel will discuss AppChain. After that, we will have a lunch break. It will be only 45 minutes, and then again, we're going to have more speeches and panels. It's really packed. So, I mean, there's not much time left from me. Just a reminder, you can have questions asking at Slido. There's that little QR code, or you can go to the microphone and ask the question directly. So right now, let's talk about Neutron. Please welcome General Manager at Neutron, Avril Dutey.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Avril. I'm the general manager at Neutron. If you've been around crypto Twitter for like the last year, you've probably heard about it because Neutron is the first replicated security chain. It launched on the Cosmos Hub a few weeks ago now, and so we're going to start with a quick debrief of the progress so far and sort of like the next steps for Neutron. So, as I mentioned, Neutron started with a proposal on the Cosmos Hub, Prop 72, which proposed to help replicated security go to market by building, interesting projects to it and helping them launch, basically. That's when we proposed launching a DeFi hub, which since then has evolved a lot. We've, conducted multiple audits. We've released about half a dozen of testnets since then. And then in May this year, we actually made the final proposal, launched mainnet, and now the launch event is, I think minutes away from ending. And so let's, take a second to talk about that. Neutron's ecosystem hasn't really launched yet, and yet we've been able to bootstrap about $15 million of liquidity, which essentially will make Astroport on Neutron as big as all of the other deployments of Astroport in Cosmos today, before it even launched. Some of that liquidity is also locked, about 40% of the Atom liquidity and 20% of the USDC liquidity, although this number might have changed a little bit since they constantly evolve until the end of the event very soon. And so, the point was to try and bootstrap from the get-go a functional ecosystem. Our take on this, right, as a smart contract platform, a very important aspect and something that's a little bit different from AppChain is that we have the product, like the platform itself, but we also need the ecosystem as a whole to actually, be functional and interesting to participate in. And so our approach has been to say there's a few numbers of like strategic Lego pieces that you need to have in order to have the ability to build all of these use cases that people are excited about, and for the ecosystem to be functional. That includes DEXs, the ability to trade, the ability to take on leverage, to have sort of like stable assets. And we've paid a lot of attention to try and make sure that all of these primitives were available on Neutron sort of like as soon as possible. And so as you can see, we have pretty bold and interesting protocols in sort of like all of these verticals that are in the process right now of launching or are already live. For example, if we want to take like trading, you'll be able to trade on Neutron in the next few hours. Astroport is launching. Cosmos Swap is another version of it where it's going to be an outpost from an existing app chain. Stargaze will do the same. And so over the next few months, we expect to see a pretty interesting ecosystem starting to appear on Neutron. The point here being that once you have these sort of like pieces, you can start building additional use cases and composing these, right? That's the beauty of DeFi in our ecosystem, in our industry, right? And so we've got a collection here of, I think, about 38 of the protocols that have already committed to supporting Neutron. And now that begs the question, okay, we have this initial ecosystem coming together over the next few months. We have a little bit of liquidity. Now, what's next from the perspective of like ecosystem development? Well, first we need to grow that liquidity to ensure that all of these primitives can be functional and store people that get in and out of them as they please. We need to structure funding mechanisms and streams in order to ensure that new participants that join the ecosystem are able to sort of get rewarded and supported for their contributions. And we need to work on onboarding new teams and diversifying the set of participants. Let's start with growing liquidity. Currently in Cosmos, one of the main ways that this is handled is let's think about something, put a proposal on the forum, discuss it a little bit, then put it on chain, vote for about 2 weeks on it, and once that vote passes, it transfers tokens to a system or a multi-sig that will actually disburse it. The process is a bit slow. It can lead to voter fatigue, and it doesn't really adjust well with sort of like the market, the circumstances around. It doesn't necessarily take into account other programs that were decided before. And so how about we try and automate some of that? When we designed Neutron, we actually built a system that's a bit more modular, thanks in part to DAO's great work on, on governance systems, I would say. And so you have sort of like the traditional architecture of having a DAO composed of a lot of voters that are able to obtain voting power by bonding tokens. Here we're not talking about staking because Neutron as a consumer chain doesn't have a staking module, but bonding, there's no lockup because it's not required in this case. And in exchange, you get voting power, and that voting power allows you to control the blockchain and to control the treasury, which is the Neutron equivalent of the community pool. Now, we also built another system, which instead of having all of the tokens sort of liquid and waiting to be spent somewhere, these tokens are actually locked up, and they're released gradually over time based on on-chain activity. So the more activity there is on Neutron, the more transaction fees, and the more Neutron tokens are burnt as part of these transaction fees. Now, based on how much NTRN is burnt, more or less NTRN is released by the reserve. Before it ends in the treasury, where it's just gonna wait around to be spent, it goes through the distribution module. And what that module does is, you can think about it as a switch, right? Where do we want the tokens to go over time as they're released? The base option, which is currently the configuration, is we just send them to the treasury and we'll find a use case for them later. But we can also decide, hey, let's send them to a specific address or a specific module. In this case, we could make a liquidity module. You probably will recognize some already established liquidity management model, but basically, we can have a module here that contains gauges that correspond to various pools that are on Neutron, and people can vote into these gauges to sort of like guide the allocation of the tokens that are received over time from the reserve to these various pools. And now we can also lock the, we can opt into locking the voting vaults that give you the voting power in order to modulate sort of like the influence that you have on these gauges. This is very similar to the VE tokenomics with a few differences, including the fact, for example, that in Curve, you can only lock like CRV, whereas in Neutron, because voting vaults allow you to actually represent grant voting power to a wide variety of tokens and derivatives, you can actually get that voting power by providing liquidity, right? And so you start getting that sort of feedback cycle of I provide some, lock some liquidity into the system, thereby strengthening the economy of the platform, and I get more voting power for it, which allows me to participate in allocating the incentives across all of the pools, including the one that I'm using to get voting power for. And so I'm getting, governance rewards, as well as incentives, trading fees, voting power, all in the same package, right? Now, the beauty of the system is that because of the reserve system, it adjusts with the market conditions over time, right? So the more activity there is on Neutron, the more incentives we can afford, the stronger the economy is going to be, and the more it can absorb. Whereas when we go into more bear market sort of conditions, the program will naturally sort of like ramp down to avoid sort of diluting the economy and having exhausting demand basically and leading to these sort of like crashes. Now the second sort of vertical that we needed to care about in developing this ecosystem is sort of making sure that the right mechanisms are in place for contributors to access funding. Traditionally in Cosmos today, the way it's done is can be broken down into two categories. The first one is via governance proposals. Doing so is very transparent. Everybody contributes to the decision, so it's very democratic as well. But the problem is that it's pretty slow. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be consistent, because from one proposal to the other, the way that people evaluate projects and how much money they should get can evolve. Or we often structure it through multisig, right? So as an intermediary, we give a lot of money to a committee that's mostly off-chain that will make these decisions on behalf of the DAO, right? Now, what if, like, this system is pretty good because it can be more consistent, it can be more efficient, more like faster, and therefore provide a better experience to the applicants, the grantees. But the problem is that it's less transparent, right? You only see the final transaction. You don't know what people actually did as due diligence before they actually allocated that money. So now, how about we combine these two mechanisms into one, e.g. getting the efficiency and accountability of these two systems into one primitive, and can we find other mechanisms to provide funding in an efficient way? Our approach was to essentially try and match the needs with the solutions, right? So for what we usually call grants, we created what we call the grant sub-DAO, which is essentially a set of smart contracts that allow you to have a fully on-chain committee that is fully transparent, but still has this sort of like flexibility that committees have. For other needs, like for example, tooling and public funding, which often doesn't get as much hype as other sort of like application type of projects, we have other mechanisms that can help support them. And then finally, it's not just about money. Sometimes your team needs different types of support, and so we can have other initiatives as well gravitating around the ecosystem to help you sort of like get where you need to be. Now, let's take 5 minutes to talk about the grants DAO. So we've described this system just before, right, where we have users who can get voting power by bonding NTRN tokens, and through this, they are able to vote in the main DAO. Now, we can make a proposal to the main DAO to create a, an entity that it will control, but that will have autonomy. So, for example, we make a proposal to create a sub-DAO that will perform grants. We send some funds to it in the same transaction, and we get this sort of like independent entity. Now, the one thing, like one of the things that we've put in place in order to make sure that these would remain aligned with the main governance is we implemented a time lock mechanism. So how does it work? You have a good team coming in and making an application. Hey, we're building X, and we would like to get some funding to help us get there, right? The sub-DAO sort of like does their due diligence, they review it, they produce sort of like a memo, they submit it to the vote, and they are the one voting on it, right? Just like in a multisig, not every token holder has to vote, right? So we're not yet bothering the entire DAO for this decision. Now, the grant proposal is approved by the sub-DAO, right? But before it actually gets executed and funds are sent, it's first time locked for 3 days. And during that period, anyone in the main DAO can review that proposal and the result that it got, and if they don't agree with it, they can contribute their voting power to censor, to overrule the decision of the sub-DAO. So here we have a good team applying for a good grant, everything's fine, the main DAO looks at it, okay, it looks good, we're not doing anything, it just gets executed after 3 days, right? Which is much faster than the traditional sort of like 2 weeks governance process. Now, what happens if there's a bad team coming in and sort of self-dealing or stealing funds or being a scam project? Well, basically the same, right? Imagine the sub-DAO doesn't catch the fact that the team is actually not that solid, shouldn't get a grant, or whatever the situation may be, right? They still vote for that proposal to pass. Now, the main DAO looks at it, does their own due diligence, and says like, no, we don't want to fund this, actually. So during the time lock period, the main DAO can come in and with just a small portion of the voting power, force that proposal to be cancelled, essentially. Now, if in that case, if you still wanted the grant to happen, you could submit it to the main DAO to be reviewed by absolutely everyone as a fallback, or it just doesn't happen. And in that case, you've prevented the sub-DAO from acting wrongly or maliciously. In the worst case scenario, where the sub-DAO itself is not mistaken, but actually malicious, let's say they make a proposal to steal all of the money, the main DAO remains the admin. And so what the main DAO can do is simply to dissolve the sub-DAO and reclaim all of the funds, right? So if you try to secede from the governing body of the network can react and sort of like evacuate you just like an immune system would. Now, this system can actually be adapted to a whole lot of use cases, right? You can have sub-DAOs that are dedicated to, furthering best security practices, sponsoring audits to sort of like make the entire ecosystem more resilient. You can have sub-DAOs that are, focused on providing and processing information on behalf of the community, sponsoring sort of like content creation. We can have grants DAO, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this is still very much led by people, and still a lot of it is off-chain. How about if we made fully on-chain mechanisms that use the market to sort of guide funding to the best projects, right? Well, you probably are familiar with Gitcoin, who pioneered quadratic funding. Well, we can bring this to Neutron and Cosmos, right? Now, combining this with the reserve and distribution module primitives, we can essentially have a matching pool that fills up over time and that uses quadratic funding to essentially match these funds with donations from the community that are used to essentially identify the most interesting projects. The way quadratic funding works is that it makes a balance between efficiency and decentralization. E.g., here in this example, you can see that 4 people are contributing $1 to project A, and 1 person is contributing $4 to project B. Yet project A is getting a lot more matching funds than project B is. And the reason for that is the quadratic function sort of like values the number of contributions and contributors also over sort of like the scope of the individual contributions. In general, this is something that has been tremendously useful, for example, in the Ethereum ecosystem to fund public good, infrastructure, tooling projects, all of the things that are absolutely crucial for a lively ecosystem, but don't always get sort of like the hype that would generate the ability to get large grants from governance or funding entities. Now, I realized that I've actually rushed through this talk. Initially I had 42 slides, so I trimmed it down a bit because I was concerned of wasting your time. I hope I haven't. But just before I leave this stage, I'll just touch on one last thing that we're currently working on, which is we're proposing to put together this accelerator program for the Atom Economic Zone. So you may have heard about the concept of the Atom Economic Zone, which is essentially the idea that the Cosmos Hub plus the collection of consumer chains that share the same validator set and security can deeply integrate economically and politically. And furthering that idea, making it real, is something that we're actively working on to generate collaborations between existing and future consumer chains and the Cosmos Hub. So we propose to have a 6-month accelerator program and builder fellowship for 25 to 30 startups, which would therefore receive support for building on Neutron or their own consumer chains from the Atom Accelerator DAO, from Neutron, as well as from Longhash, which has been running accelerator programs for various networks, including Axelar and Polkadot. And the 5 highest potential startup will get funding from either Neutron or the Atom Accelerator DAO, depending on where they're building, as well as sort of like a fully structured curriculum to sort of like help them get their project to the next step, essentially. So if that's something that's interesting to you, look out for the proposal, which should be on the Neutron governance today, probably. And once that's, if that's something that's you think is likely to bring value to the Neutron ecosystem and you have some voting power in there, go on and vote. Thanks for listening to me. I hope that was interesting to you, and have a good day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So next up, as promised, we will have a talk about Cosmos in the multi-chain world. Once again, don't forget that we have Slido, and also you can ask questions over there. We have a microphone, so if you want to ask the question personally, there is definitely option for that. Okay, so without further ado, please give a warm and big applause to Rockaway X researcher Philip Shiroki. Thank you.
Thank you. So, hello everyone, my name is Philip and I'm a researcher at Rockaway X. And today I'm going to talk primarily about some of the latest designs or how to build blockchains and hopefully explain their main benefits for developers and users. A little bit about myself. My background is in theoretical computer science, and before working in crypto, I spent 4 years working as AI researcher at CERN, where my role was coming up with novel deep learning architectures to solve some of the biggest problems in particle physics. And what brought me from being an AI researcher to a crypto researcher is the impact I think these credibly neutral systems are going to have on everybody, primarily in redefining money, finance, and identity. But I also think that it's only going to have such an impact, like only if we can make these systems super scalable to really accommodate everybody and like put these network effects to use. And they also have to be super secure and seamlessly interoperable. So naturally, with these conditions in mind, I've always been interested in how to build such systems and if it's even possible. So first of all, I'd like to start with what I perceive are the principles of Cosmos. And throughout my talk, I'm going to be giving the arguments for how I think we can preserve these principles, but also improve in some of the metrics such as performance, shared security, and interoperability, 10x or 100x going forward. So just very briefly, what are the principles? Like you all know them. It's sovereignty, basically the fact that up stakeholders have full control over the chain. It's interoperability. You have many chains. Every application is its own chain, and they communicate through IBC. It's flexibility, the fact that each application is also its own chain, gives developers a larger design to explore the trade-off space. And next one is upchain. Every application is on upchain. This has a big impact on performance because on smart contract platforms like Ethereum or even rollups like Arbitrum, when there is some booming application or some big NFT mint, it affects the user experience for all other applications because essentially all the applications on this platform are competing for the same resources, so the gas limit in the blocks. So with Cosmos, since every upchain lives in its own chain, every application lives on its own chain, you don't have to fight for these resources, and it gives you a better user experience. And the last one is shared security. It's great that every application is its own chain, but there's a problem of fragmented security, meaning that each application has their own validator set, and the economic security of the chain is tied to the token value, and in theory, it's like easier to take it down compared to Ethereum or other large smart contract platforms. And like since day one, there have been some notions of how to bring shared security, be it from ICS, replicated security, or mesh security. So before going into the different designs, I'd like to show 2 slides to look at some metrics, or where does Cosmos stand in the multi-chain world. The first one we can look at is the total value locked in Cosmos. And there are multiple ways how to look at TVL, but it's as a matter of fact, it's undeniable that it has been much larger before the Terra collapse. It has grown to 17% of the market share of TVL in the whole blockchain world. And after Terra collapse, it's now at around 1%. Then we can look at the daily active users and where are users today. And we can see that the most popular Cosmos chains like Osmosis still have only around 10,000 daily active users today, whereas, for example, Uniswap has around 80,000. And if you look at the daily active users for Ethereum or Solana, it's over 300,000. And also, last we can look at rollups, which have never been more popular and are booming. So as an investor, you might look at these metrics and say like, okay, so the TVL is decreasing, the daily active users are elsewhere, and rollups have never been more popular. So is there a space for Cosmos? And like my argument here would be that we're still so early, and these numbers, like all of them, are so small that it doesn't really matter compared to what we all hope will be to come. Like there are 8 billion people in the world. The biggest Web2 platforms have billions of users. So even like Ethereum with 300,000 daily active users is not much, right? And so why do we not have daily active users? I think it's primarily because the tech is not ready yet. If we look at, for example, the performance of Web 2, and like at truly global applications like Twitter, WhatsApp, or Google search, we are still many orders of magnitude away in order to achieve the same scale, even with the fastest smart contract platforms today. So what has been the way how Cosmos has been solving its approach to scalability and shared security and just making the user experience better for users and developers? So of course, it's been the upchain thesis, and there have been several advantages over Ethereum or Solana or the smart contract layer platforms. And it's the fact that, as I said previously, you don't have to compete for the same block space with the other applications. You have more flexibility and customizability of the execution environment. Like when you build an application, you are not tied to the EVM or Solana VM, but you have much more flexibility there, and you have sovereignty over your own chain. But there are several cons that you bring with this approach, which are validator orchestration is difficult and expensive, and this is something that you don't have to do on smart contract platforms. And second is the security is fragmented. So as I said previously, it's like theoretically much easier to take down a Cosmos upchain than Ethereum. And third is, yes, you have improved performance because you have your own validator set for your own upchain, but you still haven't solved the infamous blockchain scalability trilemma. So you still are making trade-offs between decentralization and performance, and you cannot, like with Cosmos SDK and Tendermint, currently scale to the desired millions of transactions per second, right? So for the rest of my talk, I'd like to talk about some of the new architectures that me as a researcher, I'm interested in, and where I think we can solve, like escape the blockchain trilemma, right? And solve the pain points we have with Web3 platforms today. So how does Cosmos look like today? You as a developer, you have several things you can use. You have the Cosmos SDK. You can use the IBC or some level of shared security. But you as a user, so there are upchains, but there are still monolithic chains in the sense that all the Cosmos upchains are still bundled together: execution, data availability, settlement, and consensus. And you have all the problems that I just mentioned. So in the future, I think there's a better way how to build blockchains essentially, and this is some way how it could look, how I envision it. So you as a user, you don't interact with the upchain mempool, but rather a rollup mempool. Then there'll be some decentralized shared sequencer network that will be responsible for ordering transactions of these rollups. Then the data are going to be submitted to a scalable data availability layer, and you will gain the flexibility of rollups using some rollup SDK, and improve the interoperability of these rollups through essentially ZKPs, proof aggregators, and light clients. So these are a lot of words. So now I'd like to further explain three of the main concepts here that I think we're going to see and talk about more and more in the next year or two. So first, I'd like to talk about the scalable data availability layer and why does it work, and why does it, in a way, break the blockchain trilemma. So the classical problem in blockchains has always been that when there's a full node that knows about the full block, and that block may contain thousands or millions of transactions, and if you want to convince other full nodes that you haven't inserted any malicious transaction in the block, the only way how to do that currently is force them to download the full block, re-execute it as well, and check if the state roots are same, and check for other conditions. And the reason why this is not scalable is you are doing trade-off between decentralization and performance, because the more nodes, the more full nodes you have, the more like communication and computational overhead there is in the system. And essentially, if you want to scale the throughput of your blockchain, you have to increase the hardware requirements of your validators. So, for example, Solana is faster than Ethereum, but it's mostly because you can run Ethereum full node on a MacBook, but you have to run Solana full node on a big server somewhere. So how does this work, and why we can scale the throughput to potentially millions of TPS? And you can solve this with cryptography and maths, which is there will still be some full nodes, but what they will do is make the blocks even bigger. You make the blocks even bigger by using some Reed-Solomon encoding or in general erasure coding, which makes it bigger, but it gives it such properties that when light nodes, which can be even your phone or like some very light hardware, Raspberry Pi, when they data availability sample these erasure-coded blocks, you have a really good certainty about, let's say, the correctness and data availability of the full blocks. And essentially, the more light clients you have data availability sampling the erasure-coded blocks, the more certainty you have that the full blocks are indeed correct, and therefore the higher the throughput, the bigger the blocks these full nodes can have, right? And so this sort of completely flips the let's say mechanism, where suddenly not the more validators you have, the worse performance there is, but the more light nodes you have, the better the overall throughput can be. And also the decentralization is better in a sense that now it can be the light nodes can verify the full nodes on a very on a very light hardware. Second principle is rollup SDKs. So we've all heard about rollups, but majority of the rollups like Optimism and Arbitrum still have like a lot of problems. For example, it's true that they scale Ethereum in a sense that you offload the computation of chain, you execute off chain, and you only submit data to Ethereum today to call data, later to blob space, and verify it there either by verifying zero-knowledge proofs or submitting fraud proofs. But there are still like these silos that are not composable within each other. Like it's hard to communicate between Arbitrum and Optimism natively. So people have been using state proofs or storage proofs, but it's definitely not composable. So what you can do is come up with a rollup SDK, which is sort of like Cosmos SDK, but instead of app chains, you have application-specific rollups that can leverage the amazing throughput the scalable data availability layers can have, and you still preserve the flexibility, meaning you can choose whatever virtual machine you want, EVM, Solana VM, MoveVM, and also do like many modifications that you cannot do with let's say Cosmos SDK today. And last but not least, there's usually some way of achieving interoperability, be it from like some proof aggregator, where all the application-specific rollups are also producing proofs for to convince everyone about the correct state transitions of their state, and then other rollups can essentially run light clients of the rollups they want to bridge with, and like this, you can bridge very, very securely. It's like the most secure way of bridging things, because you actually do not add any honest majority assumption. Like the only honest majority assumption, and where the token actually has to have some value for economic security, is the underlying L1, be it like Ethereum or Celestia, or other data availability layers that are emerging right now. And like the third principle, I think we're going to be seeing more often, are decentralized shared sequencers. Okay, so we have scalable data stability layer that can maybe support millions of transactions per second in total. We have rollup SDKs that actually build the rollups on top of it, the execution layers. You have some level of interoperability between them. And why do you need shared sequencers? Well, you would need shared sequencers if you also, okay, so there are several problems with rollups that have centralized or single sequencer. One is like the regulatory question, because whenever something is centralized, it's easy to target it. Then there is like the liveness and censorship resistance issue, where if a single machine is down, it obviously stops working, and it could be censoring you. And like the last one is, if you want your composability back, like to be more specific, atomic synchronous composability, you can't have that with just rollup SDK and like separated sequencers, but you can have that with decentralized shared sequencers. And maybe like my first question when I heard about this was, well, but if we now have decentralized shared sequencers as a single network that maybe orders transactions for thousands of rollups, haven't we got back to the same old issue that now the bottleneck will be here somewhere on a layer 3 in the shared sequencers? And like what convinced me that this should still work is the fact that these shared sequencers don't do execution. They only do ordering, which is like very computationally efficient and fast, and you leave the execution for someone else later. So, and by the way, I think I find it interesting because I come primarily from the Ethereum ecosystem, that I see these roadmaps pretty much converging to a very similar architecture, where instead of Celestia, you have danksharding, which is pretty much the same design, but you use 2D KZG commitments rather than like fraud proofs on Celestia, but that essentially serves the same thing. And then you also have shared decentralized sequencers and rollup SDKs built on top of that. So to sum up the different approaches and like why I think this way, like by building this way, we can solve many of the Web3 problems and actually build scalable infra, is that with sovereign rollups, we still have the app specificity. We have the flexibility that we started with, right? And we have even better security because we now have to rely on just like one honest majority assumption. And like the only cons I can come up with is that it's more complex. You have maybe less sovereignty in a sense, depending on your definition, but you can still hard fork. So this level of sovereignty you still have, and but it's complex and still unproven. But I think that in the next year or two, this is going to be the standard of how to build blockchains in Cosmos and outside of Cosmos. And it's the same story with the Ethereum ecosystem. Is there some advantage that the Cosmos ecosystem has over the Ethereum ecosystem, or as an investor you just don't know because we're all building the same thing, and maybe Ethereum has more network effects, so it's just going to capture most of the users and value. And I think like there's like at least one sort of thing that you can look at, and that is Cosmos has always been on the forefront of innovation. Like you've seen it with Anoma and their intent-centric sort of way of doing things, or with Celestia in 2018 publishing the lazy ledger paper, and it's essentially going to be roughly 2 years before Ethereum plans to implement danksharding. So I think the Cosmos ecosystem will have roughly 2 years of window where we can build scalable and secure applications before Ethereum also implements danksharding. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the next few years. And to finish off my talk, hopefully I convinced at least some of you that there is a way how to preserve the principles of Cosmos, but also improve on some of the metrics. Right? So sovereignty, applications can still hard fork. Interoperability, yes, and it's even better because now you don't need like IBC anymore, and you can use like actually trust minimized way of bridging, because everything is built, everything stays within like one data availability layer where you can bridge much more securely. Third is flexibility. Rollup SDKs can still give you that. Upchains, you still have that, but it's not applications upchains, but application-specific rollups. Performance, we went from thousands of TPS to like millions of TPS. And third is share security. I think ISC, replicated security, has many issues, but with this design, that involves scalable DA, ZKPs, and light clients, you can essentially design super secure systems that I wouldn't be afraid to use. So that's it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to talk to you. Thank you for it. Yeah.
So we have a question for you, actually, and it says, data availability layer is the layer that ultimately owns the blockchain state and controls blockchain. Isn't shared data availability layer a Cosmos antithesis?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I think this question targets, so what is your definition of sovereignty? It reduces the sovereignty in a sense that you don't own your validators, but it keeps your sovereignty in a sense that Celestia doesn't interpret your state, essentially. Like, the difference between sovereign rollups and Ethereum rollups is that Ethereum rollups are defined by the smart contract bridge, whereas Celestia rollups use Celestia only as, let's say, like scalable spreadsheet, right? And it's the rollup's choice to interpret what is being submitted there. So, and like why I don't think it's such an issue is if you're not satisfied with Celestia, you can just use like a different DA layer potentially, just switch it. But it's ultimately the rollup's choice of how to interpret the data that it submits somewhere. Yeah.
All right. So thank you very much. Thank you again for a great speech. Thanks. And we will continue. Oh, yeah, thanks. And we will continue. But by the way, while I was waiting in backstage, I got an important info about gin and tonic, because I was telling you that you can go to the steak bar and get it. But obviously, because it was way too early, they didn't have it yet. But from now on, it's 12, so if you want gin and tonic, it's there. The only thing that you have to do is to follow Steak Bar account. But obviously, maybe do it after the panel, because after the panel, we will have a lunch break. So, it's a nice combination. Anyway, the gin and tonic is sponsored by Rockaway, as the amazing organizers of this whole event. And we're all ready, so I think I'm not going to be prolong this anymore. Please give a big welcome to Rockaway ex-principal David Rilski.
Hi everyone, good to see you again. So I'm David, for those that haven't been here yesterday, part of the Rockaway X investment team, and I'm super excited to be joined by great panelists, Lauren from Informal Systems, Pierre from ZK Validator, Matthijs from Maven 11, and Sam from Analog. So we have a great mix of builders and investors today, and we're going to talk about the upchain thesis. But before we start, can you guys please introduce yourselves and share a few sentences about the firms and the projects that you're involved in?
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to take it first. Hi everyone, I'm Matthijs, one of the partners at Maven 11. We're a crypto-only venture fund operating out of Amsterdam. We mainly focus on infrastructure investments and DeFi. Which I think we'll also touch on in this panel.
Hi, Sam Cassett. I've been in the ecosystem a long time. probably first within Consensus. I was chief strategy officer there, and I helped get that off the ground. I ran a team where we ran a venture studio, and we funded basically all of Ethereum for the first few years, including MetaMask and Fura, some of the stuff that everyone here has probably used. Went on, founded another ZK hardware company, and then I got really excited about the interchain thesis. And so right now I'm working with Jake from Juno and another partner, and we are building a company, a fund called Analog Interchain that invests in this new thesis that is very exciting here.
Hi, I'm Pierre from ZKV. We are a validator that is running on around 20 chains. Roughly half of this is Cosmos chains. We are really focusing on privacy and zero-knowledge proofs. So we organize events and educational contents about these thematics, and also have 2 researchers researching on zero-knowledge. I'm also the founder of FabChain, which is a rollup deployed on Celestia for distributed hardware manufacturing, and the creator of a 3D printer brand, which is actually connected to the FabChain rollup.
My name is Lauren Gallinaro. I work for Informal Systems, specifically on the Hub team. So we are a cooperatively owned software development company. We do most of our work in the Cosmos ecosystem. We're stewards of the Cosmos Hub, Comet BFT, and we also we have an audit business, so auditing across the interchain stack. We run relays. We have a validator as well, and yeah.
Thank you. So I'd like to start with the original AppChain thesis. So in the original AppChain thesis, we were supposed to have thousands of different app chains, all with their own sets of validators and all talking together through IBC. Do you think this still holds true, and how has this thesis been evolving over time, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think the thesis sort of at large still holds true. At the same time, I think it hasn't moved as fast as we maybe predicted or hoped. In a large part, that's because I think we underestimated how hard it is to bootstrap your own app chain from like a security budget point of view. So I think if you have like data availability layers who you can outsource that to, that will make it way easier to spin up app chains. And then also indeed IBC or interoperability between these app chains has been quite a challenge. I think we've seen all the bridge exploits, etc. So I think we maybe have underestimated how hard it is to build safe and secure interoperability protocols.
Yeah, so I think it's important to remember sort of the original thesis of this whole thing was, there was Bitcoin, and then if you looked at like CoinMarketCap, there were a bunch of other app chains, but we weren't talking about Cosmos yet. So I think the original idea was, let's make all these chains that might have different properties. Maybe in the future they'll connect together. And I think Cosmos, in some sense, is a very advanced version of that vision. Vitalik came along and said, okay, I think it's way easier if we just make one monolithic stack, and that did, took care of the bottom layers for people. But that also has its drawbacks because you can't get into the stack. So for instance, if I have MEV on an application that I write, I have no way of controlling the settlement and clearing logic of that. I can't get that far into the stack. Or if I wanted to connect directly into the liquidity of another chain, I can't get that far down. Even though I think Evmos yesterday mentioned maybe at the smart contract layer being able to connect to IBC. But that affordability of flexibility is really what's interesting about it, and I think it is starting to come to fruition, and it is starting to decompose the stack, and I'm excited about it.
Sure. I think we're at like an inflection point. We see that with interchain security specifically, right? So I think we need to give it a little bit more time, right? Let it develop. I think I'm looking forward to the next year, I think, where we'll see people test the thesis, not necessarily needing their own validator set, but still being able to enjoy like the flexibility of being able to design their entire protocol, entire chain from the ground up.
So I think most of us agree that things have been developing rather slowly. So what do you think needs to happen to make the original thesis a reality? And
I can go. I would push back on the fact that it's like developing pretty slowly. I think there's two things, right? First, like the blockchain space exists in kind of like this like weird panopticon of speculative software development. So like most other domains like don't really have this level of scrutiny with respect to like roadmaps and like product development in general. But I would also say like, and I guess anyone who was at Gateway last year understands that we were kind of scaling this like wave of excitement for Cosmos, and then we hit this bear market. So I wouldn't underestimate the fact that that's like part of it, right? I think it's also a blessing though, because it is nice to be able to build without like the kind of frenetic fanfare of like capital pouring in. So.
Yeah, I think another perspective too is that it depends on what kind of app chain, right? Like there are some kinds of app chains that sort of, they make sense as a standalone thing that is just decentralized. Like if you look at like NIM, right? Like NIM has to have a bunch of different computers connected together that cause this anonymity set to happen. And that can sort of exist on its own, right? But if you have, say, a DeFi application, and a DeFi application needs liquidity in order for it to be useful, then you need things like IBC to be more like proliferated throughout the market. You need different kinds of infrastructure that connect those chains. You need to allow users to easily flow between those things. If you take a random degen trader person, they want a couple buttons to click to move between these chains, and to the extent that they can do that is going to, that's going to lead to the success of a proliferation of DeFi applications that can be their own app chain. But without that, they're going to get stuck, and they're going to need to write like command line interface things. So I think it depends on what the application is, but I think a lot of them are already starting to look like real reasonable applications that you couldn't do on something like Ethereum.
So coming back to what you said, Sam, like when someone's actually building on, when the developers are building on Cosmos, like how should they choose whether to build on existing layer ones, like I don't know, Agoric or Osmosis, or if they should build spin out their own chain?
Well, I'd like to hear from the builders too, but I can give you a, maybe an investor perspective. I think one is if you need to get into the stack, right? If you have things like MEV that you want to control, if you have things like nodes that need to do something other than just send messages, right? So for instance, in like Somalia, right? Like they need to not only, the validators need to not only be able to execute these strategies, they also need to be able to like connect into other chains potentially and execute those strategies. And there's a three-sided marketplace where other people need to be able to connect and like provide those strategies. So if you need to do something more complex than just only control the application layer within an Ethereum application, I think that's a really obvious marker. I think also if you want to do something that provides an architecturally novel function like Celestia, for instance, right? Like you can't build Celestia on top of Ethereum. It doesn't make sense. It's like, Ouroboros eating its own tail. So so it's something where you want more control, more leeway, and you want to design a decentralized application with a bunch of existing tools that doesn't make sense at a thin app layer.
I think in part it also is a question of who's building it, right? If you have like the experience or the know-how of getting deeper into that stack, it makes sense to maybe start your own app chain. If you're more perhaps focused on front-end, user experience, consumer-facing, which I think we could maybe use as an ecosystem, then it makes sense to just have like a plug-and-play and don't try to bother too much with stuff like MEV, etc.
Yeah, I do agree with all these answers, and I would add to that the reason why we went to a rollup on Celestia, so basically layer 2, was something which I think is quite interesting and should be explored also, is that we are creating an ecosystem which doesn't need necessarily a native token. So of course, if you don't have a native token, you don't really have a way to incentivize validator sets. But I really would like to see what people would come up with in terms of ecosystem that don't necessarily need a native token.
Yeah, to your point, like that's exactly why Noble is kind of like a perfect like product market fit for a consumer chain, right? You can also have your own token as a consumer chain. You have that flexibility, grow your community, see how that goes, right? So yeah, I would say ultimately it's like the flexibility, and it's kind of like being in the candy shop. You really have every option available to you, depending on your needs, right? And I think we'll see a proliferation also of like, tools that we have at our disposal in the next year. I think with like Agoric, Penumbra launching, those will also be like super interesting to be able to leverage.
Thank you. I just want to add one more thing. Like fundamentally, and this is from an investing perspective, I think, fundamentally, like a layer one somehow just has a different mental model that people apply to it, like regardless of what kind of market participant you are. And if you have a permission layer one, you can build a community around it. You can control token emissions, et cetera. You can grant tokens. Some of that you can do within a normal, application layer thing. But there's something about the ethos of that, and there's something about the level of control that you have over that I think it's more prone to momentum, at least in what I've seen.
Lauren, coming back to your previous point, I mean, I fully agree that there's a lot of existing projects being built on Cosmos. We're getting a lot of these incremental tech improvements, but there's still very little traction, very little liquidity. So my question is, like, are we building the tech for the sake of building the tech, or like, what else should we do in order to bring more people into Cosmos?
Well, I don't think this is a Cosmos-specific thing, right? That's, I think, maybe the first fair point to make here. I do agree with your sort of thesis, right? It is a lot of infrastructure, building more infrastructure, which is also why I think tooling around making it as easy as possible for developers who just want to build a consumer-facing application to just deploy that thing without having to worry about token emissions and schedules and building a community around the layer one and whatnot. I don't think somebody building something for an end client cares about that too much or should care about that. So we should abstract that away even more. And I think that's what we're currently building in terms of infrastructure. But yeah, I do agree with your view that it is a lot of infrastructure so far. But maybe that just needs to be built before you can get to the application layer more.
Sorry, go ahead.
I also I want to just like reframe that a little bit and say like, what is Cosmos, right? Because when you say, and obviously I'm coming from Ethereum world, and for a long time that was the only paradigm that I thought in. But when you say like Ethereum, and when you say like versus Cosmos, those are totally two different classes of things. Like Cosmos is more like a way of thinking about and a way of implementing and a tool set. And so like, should we keep building tool sets that are useful and that advance the computer science and the algorithmic and architectural thinking of like how you can build applications in a decentralized way? Like, yeah, I think so. Even if it doesn't directly translate into something like right now.
To me, I see a parallel between because I of course I have a 3D printer background, and so in the 3D printer industry, we really had the same kind of questions, which was, are we developing 3D printers just to make more 3D printers, or are we actually going to use the 3D printers to make actual product at some point? And to me, there are two axes really that, and I agree, it's not specific to Cosmos, it's really specific to all of crypto. Two axes, the first one would be that, of course, we need to increase the UX, the user experience of people interacting with the blockchain. Currently, I think we are still stuck in a state where it's really, really hard to interact with the blockchain if you don't have any technical knowledge about it. It's still way easier to use Google or Facebook as a user. And the second aspect is, how do we allow developers to make great products based on cryptocurrency or blockchains? And in my opinion, like for instance, Ignite and the Cosmos SDK are really, really good tools in this direction, but I think they still lack some usability for the developers, namely, for instance, when you need to upgrade the underlying frameworks and all the maintenance and upgrades that you need to make to your node. It's still really, really hard, actually, and we see it as a validator. Chains and Cosmos ecosystem often break for a tremendous amount of various reasons. So yeah, I think this is still something that needs to be increased.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you brought up the 3D printing aspects. I also started my career in that space, and it's like, yeah, if you look at the tooling even 10 years ago and then now, it's so much easier for consumers to get in and interact with not just the software, but then also like the hardware as well, right? Like it's like leaps and bounds better than where it was. So I think it's still early. I think the way to get there obviously is like improved UX, DevX as well. Part of the way that we also get there is like funding public goods more. I think that's part of the challenge. So.
Sam, you just brought up Ethereum, and I'm actually quite curious. So if we look at Ethereum's roadmap right now, it looks relatively similar to what Cosmos wants to be and the original thesis of Cosmos also. So do you see this as a big risk to the ecosystem?
I actually see it as something that is starting to come into the minds of people within Ethereum world and within the investing world. I actually see it as a strength. So I think one of the things that's converging is Eigenlayer, which is one of the two, I think, hottest projects in terms of valuation in venture investing during the whole bear market era, is actually the same thing as mesh security, but less good. I think you also have things like, I mentioned before, like Celestia, but I think there's also this idea of decomposing the stack that I mentioned before, but I think that's starting to ramify for people in the Ethereum world. A lot of people in Ethereum don't even know that Celestia has anything to do with the Cosmos SDK. All they know is that it's really interesting that you could decompose data availability from the rest of the stack. And I think people sort of had this light bulb moment where they said, okay, well, the second hottest thing going on in all of Ethereum world is L2s. Those are the biggest market cap things and the best investor returns. So if you have all these L2s and you realize L2s don't actually need necessarily to connect to the same stack anymore, and also the liquidity might, in the next cycle, et cetera, is going to be in these L2s, and it's much cheaper to transact there. There's probably higher transaction volume. And they say, okay, well, why do the L2s actually then need to settle back down to Ethereum anymore? Maybe they don't. Maybe it actually looks like this interconnected mesh of stuff connected with IBC, connected with various other technologies that is actually going to become the fabric of information like message passing and value passing throughout these interconnected chains. Hence, like the thesis of this fund that I'm working on is the interchain, right? Like the idea that this is going to get decomposed, moved around, liquidity will move around more easily in different ways. So I think it's actually inspiring that like Cosmos as an ecosystem has been this like experimentation place, and a lot of the new ideas actually are coming out of here, and then that world is slowly starting to realize it, and you have crossover now.
Yeah, absolutely agree that this is way more than a strength than an issue. Just because like you don't need to have like a single brand of coffee, for instance. If you have many providers for the same thing, it's just going to increase the resilience and different flavors of the same thing that you can have. And this is just increasing the quality of the community, of the crypto community as a whole.
Yeah, it's not zero sum. I think that's like the problem with that thinking, one versus the other. I mean, even from like a product perspective, right? Like you swipe your card at a terminal, you're interacting with like 5 to 7 different providers at that point before you even get to like the database level. So I think that's like what we should be striving for ultimately. And conceivably, yeah, we could be leveraging ideas, technology in both.
Yeah, I would just add that I think what we really need to root for is intercompatibility between things. So maybe it's a little controversial to say this, but I'm still going to say it. I would tend to think that, for instance, if Ethereum was really IBC compatible and stuff like this, it would be part of the ecosystem, of the Cosmos ecosystem.
I was going to say something similar. When I want to like be controversial to my Ethereum friends, I say like, actually Ethereum is like a side chain, like, right? Because once you have IBC all connected into it and everything that it touches and all of its liquidity, then it's this big mesh and it's just one thing. So, I agree.
So let's talk a bit more about the future. Matthijs, what is it that excites you the most as an investor in the ecosystem now? What are the things that you think will be the hotspots in the near future?
Yeah, I think just making it as easy to deploy a app-specific rollup, I would argue, not necessarily a chain, as possible. Because then we will have way more experimentation, and just seeing all these ideas being tested out and tried out, I think that's one exciting thing. Another is perhaps a little bit more boring, but the USDC coming into Cosmos ecosystem, so stablecoin, I think that's so much needed. So the work Noble is doing on that end is indeed very exciting. And then together with DYDX, obviously, they don't want to call themselves a Cosmos project, but they are, I think, one of the larger and most used projects out there. So these three sort of narratives are definitely interesting for me.
And the MetaMask stamp that they mentioned yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. That's also a very good one. And that's also maybe to your previous question, right? Maybe the sort of assets are more zero-sum, but the ecosystem can definitely leverage each other. And I think the MetaMask example is a good one out of that.
Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think I think a lot about what the narratives will be in the next crypto cycle. I think real yield is one of them within DeFi, right? Like people have played the game, and they'll continue to play the game. I think of high token emissions and farming and stuff like this. But we saw if you shoot out all your tokens and people love it, and they only love it for like 3 weeks until that stops, right? And so I think having tokenomics models that are actually based on something that people are really paying for, right? There's actual yield in the normal finance definition of the word yield coming out of applications that people are using. I think that applications that successfully do that will be real. I think you could argue, GMX, for instance, is an example of that, where you're actually getting trading fees, or you're getting the users are paying the stakers to use it. And so I think products like that will be pretty dominant. I think that things that introduce liquidity and allow liquidity to flow more easily. So things like Polymer, things like just IBC getting more out there, things like buttons inside of MetaMask that allow like degens to move easily between chains, and they don't even realize what they're doing. They'll go to great lengths to move from Ethereum to Optimism, but they just don't have a button to move over here yet, but they will. And I think I'm bullish on anything that enables that piping and infrastructure, and anything that enables it from a UX perspective in DeFi as well.
I'm really excited about Celestia, for instance, because it brings like a new way to think and architecture software in the blockchain. I'm also really excited about Penumbra. Of course, maybe I have a bias because we are zero knowledge validator, so anything zero knowledge in the space is really interesting for us, and the technology is amazing. I'm also very interested in this whole stablecoin trend which is going on, because it's going to increase, in my opinion, the user experience. And I'm really excited to see all of this coming together in an integrated, modular, as much as possible, really connected ecosystem that can be used transparently, like for the user, in one click, as you said, using many bricks of many technologies.
Yeah, I mean, from maybe like a higher level perspective, I think I'm looking forward to like seeing kind of this proliferation of like products, chains, et cetera, and then kind of this consolidation and like careful thought about like quality over quantity. I think we'll see that play out probably, or for certain, in the Atom Economic Zone. That'll be setting a precedent. And then I'm excited for like privacy as like a first-class citizen. So. Excited for what comes next this year, what's going to be launching this year.
I really want to echo that, and just from a philosophical point of view, like I didn't get into this whole thing just because it was making money. In 2014, when we were first working on the ideas of consensus, like we didn't know if that would work or not, so I wasn't sure we would make a lot of money. But the difference between this being like a dystopian tool for control and for it being an amazing new financial system is whether we have privacy or not. So bullish on that philosophically.
So nobody has said intense yet. That's also nice, right?
So Sam, a follow-up question specifically to you. As you were a very early supporter of Ethereum, the chief strategy officer at Consensus, and now you're raising a fund that is solely focused on Cosmos. I think everyone is asking the same question. Why?
Yeah, well, to be clear, I would say the interchain is the thesis, right? So things that connect to Cosmos, things that are inspired by sort of what I was just describing, that the stack is being decomposed and that liquidity can move more easily. I see, a personal story. I I saw that a lot of my smartest friends in Ethereum world were starting to build things with the Cosmos SDK. And I sort of said, well, that's interesting. Maybe they're just playing around. And then, I went to Cosmoverse, Medellin, and I would say, standing in the room, it felt like Ethereum in 2016. All the builders are in the room, and you can talk to the founders, and everyone's excited about building things, even though there's a little bit of drama I hear. But people are very open, and they want to build things, right? And you don't yet have all the noise, and therefore things can actually move pretty quickly, even though sometimes people lament the speed. It's really fast how quickly developers can move together in an environment like this. And so when I sort of realized, another light bulb moment I mentioned is, when I noticed Celestia, nobody in Ethereum world knows that Celestia has anything to do with this. And what I realized was all these smart people are building here. And the reason they're building here is because of the flexibility and control, and because you can start to build new architectures that are just impossible within the very narrow layer of the stack that you have in Ethereum world, and that whole paradigm is starting to get moved around. When you have more chains, more ideas, maybe like private blockchains, purpose-specific blockchains, and you have the ability to easily, from a UX perspective and from a technical perspective, move liquidity and do secure message passing between them and move state between those applications, you suddenly have this new thing that looks like a mesh instead of a thing that looks like a monolith, and it's just obvious to me. And I want to invest in that transformation that I see happening.
Then this really looks like an internet of blockchains.
Indeed.
So what is your big thesis for the next cycle? Like, which app chains will succeed and why?
Oh, that's a good one. I have to take it. I think you sort of alluded to this earlier as well, some real-world assets. So I still remain that finance is the killer use case for blockchains, in my opinion. So DeFi stuff, again, I mentioned DYDX, but someone also said GMX. These type of products, financialization of NFTs is also something I believe quite heavily in. So perpetuals on NFTs. These, sort of two things.
Yeah, I would echo again, things that are real application, things that produce DeFi yields that are real, things that echo and either take external real-world financial assets and allow us to tokenize and use them more fluidly and actually build this parallel financial system we've been talking about for years, or things that look like real financial products that are just crypto native. Also think NFTs are going to be huge as well. I know that's a maybe slightly contrarian thing, but I don't think it looks like PFPs. I think some of those will retain value, but I think it also looks like talk to a 13-year-old or talk to a 16-year-old about whether they want to buy digital goods. Like, they definitely do, and we haven't even seen that start yet.
Yeah, fair enough. I would say anything that's facilitating liquidity getting into the system, right? So certainly native USDC, IST also is interesting, and I think facilitating better experience for traders, right? So Penumbra, I think, and other similar solutions are definitely going to be something to watch.
Okay, so last question to all of you. What's your wildest prediction for Cosmos in the next 12 months?
I think there will be more roll-ups, so application-specific roll-ups than application-specific chains.
Controversial? Or wildest, maybe. Bitcoin at 100K, right? Could be a game changer for everyone. No, I think, I don't know what this year is going to hold, right? But I think, I think maybe not wildest, but certainly my greatest hopes are, more attention, more eyeballs. Also, better UX, better DevX. Those would be on my wish list for things that people are building out.
I think you will see every major investor in the space scramble to say that they have a thesis about this.
Pierre, do you have anything to add?
I don't know. I would like to see maybe more regulation to have a better framework to understand how we can use all these tools in the kind of business that we had before all the chains. So I think this is something we would really need. I hope to see it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure hosting.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great. So right now we will have that 45-minute long lunch break, and we will meet here at 1:25. A little bit awkward number, but remember it, 1:25. We continue with the program. So, dobrou chuť. Hello, cosmonauts. The program on the main stage starts in 5 minutes. Finish your lunch and drinks and don't miss out the great talks we are having for you. Only 2 minutes till the panel that starts at 1:30. So guys, get ready, grab your seats, ideally in front, and see you soon. One minute and we will start. So this is your final warning. Just come to the main stage. We are starting with the panel. 1 minute. Hello, everyone. So welcome you. I hope you had a lovely lunch. I don't know if you tried svíčková, but it was delicious. If didn't, you missed out. Anyway, we are here. We continue again. It's going to be packed. We are not having any coffee breaks because there's going to be a lot of things. First up, we start with panel. There's going to be actually 2 panels, and we are having 4 talks. Last time, when I was here, we finished with AppChain, and we will continue with AppChain. The panel's name is Shaping Tomorrow's AppChain. So please give a warm welcome to panel's moderator, CTO of Rockaway X Labs, Martin Weimelka.
Hello, good afternoon again. So welcome to the panel on Shaping Tomorrow's App Chains. I've got with me Barry, or as he's more well-known, Shaolin Flo from Dimension. Then there's Callum Waters from Celestia. And then there's Avril Dutail from Neutron. Welcome, guys. Excited to have you here. The choices for security models of app chains, all manner, blockchain constructions are exploding through the roof. So I think it's a good time to have a panel and discuss sort of these options. And I've got with me here either users and also builders of various of these propositions. So since the space is pretty complex, why don't we start with you guys sort of explaining what are you building on, what is your business in this sphere? Love to start with Avril.
Yeah, for sure. So we built a blockchain called Neutron, which is a cross-chain. It's a very secure cross-chain smart contracting platform, and the first consumer chain, e.g., instead of having its own sort of like fully in-house proof-of-stake mechanism, it essentially leverages the validator set and the stake of the Cosmos hub and gets its security from there over IBC. Yeah, I guess in just a few words, that's Neutron.
Thank you. Callum?
Celestia is focusing solely on the sort of data availability problem, so it just focuses on that, and that's where the sort of modularity comes in. We can talk more about that data availability problem later, but I guess that's the sort of the quick point.
Barry?
And Dimension focuses on the settlement aspect for modular blockchains. So these modular blockchains are SDK rollups, and they bridge through the Dimension hub, and they post data to a data availability layer like Celestia.
Perfect. So we've got different plays here. So I'd like to start with a question for Avril. You guys are the first ICS chain that came online. Congrats, by the way, producing blocks, validating, perfect. And what made you guys go for this choice, right? I mean, starting out, you had the choice just like everybody else. You could build your own app chain with this, with a validator set, but you went for this, which requires prep governance process, right? It has to be approved by the hub. And there are some trade-offs for this process. So can you take us through your thinking in this and what you're expecting from being a consumer chain?
Yeah, for sure. I think what's useful in this regard is to start, go back in time a little bit and sort of talk about what brought us to building Neutron in the first place, which is that we had built, our team had contributed to a pretty successful protocol, Lido on Terra, back in the days when Terra was still a thing. And that protocol was very successful locally, but while Terra was a Cosmos chain, actually, doing things with the rest of Cosmos from Terra was really difficult. And so, we had this research question of how do you actually scale a DeFi protocol across Cosmos and make it available across chains, right? And what we realized is that there were 3 sort of major pain points: the lack of security of a lot of platforms, the lack of cross-chain infrastructure to scale your protocol, and the sort of poor alignment. For example, Terra was pretty tribal, I guess you could say, and so it seemed like not the best place to sort of make that sort of cross-chain application. And so we wanted to solve these 3 problems, and replicated security essentially allowed us to eliminate 2 of them in one go, and to focus on to eliminate security and lack of alignment with this one technology, and then to basically have the rest of our time and bandwidth to focus on building the cross-chain infrastructure that we needed to scale this protocol, right? And so the way it does this is that, one, you get very high economic security out of the box. Neutron on block 1 was one of the top 10 most secure blockchains by economic security, thanks to the hub, which has like $2.5 billion of stake or something. And it also gets, close ecosystem alignment through the Cosmos Hub, which is sort of like the central blockchain in the ecosystem that a lot of people are involved into. And so sort of like, becoming part of that ecosystem essentially was a good way to sort of like create that broader alignment that would allow people to comfortably interact with cross-chain protocols deployed on Neutron.
Was it difficult to get into there as the first consumer chain? Like, what would you advise, other builders who are considering this move? What are the things they need to take into account?
Yeah, I mean, it's a new technology, right? So every time you're launching a new system, obviously there's going to be like optimizations to do, right? So launching the first one is obviously probably the most difficult. There's a lot of processes that were sort of like created and then tested for the purpose of launching Neutron, but basically, that allowed us to participate in creating all of the templates, the processes that basically will help other consumer chains in the future launch. We removed a bunch of issues and bugs that were found in the system over time. So, launching the first one is definitely not easy, but I think, as the technology matures, it's going to get more and more automated and more straightforward as more actors also know how to sort of like contribute, right? But in terms of Neutron, it's not really like our team launched it, right? It's a collaboration of like almost 200 teams, right? All of the validators on the Cosmos Hub, the core teams that built replicated security, IFA, our team, and others, right?
Right, yeah. Sounds like quite a process. So I want to talk with Barry a little bit about Dimension here. So can you, like you already said, you're focusing on settlement, but there is a bunch of services that you're sort of offering. And when I look at the tech that you guys are building, it feels to me a lot like a sort of like a batteries included approach. Like bring your roll up and we'll give you all these things that go with it. Can you describe like what are these value propositions that you guys are providing?
Yeah, so you have a roll up, and that is an SDK application. And it's connected immediately with IBC through a Dimension chain, which acts like a bridging hub to the IBC ecosystem. Then we are also eventually building an AMM, so you have liquidity and bridging. And this blockchain is more of like a validating blockchain, so it's like a validating bridge to these modular blockchains that kind of delegate consensus to the Dimension chain. And then you can bridge out to the whole ecosystem. So this kind of battery-packed approach is meaning that you have a rollup, you have like a single node or a few nodes, and you're automatically connected to the whole IBC ecosystem, no matter the security assumptions, because it's really the Dimension chain that's validating this bridge.
Right. That's pretty interesting. So I've looked over also the sort of development kit for the rollups. It seems really close to Cosmos SDK. Are you guys trying to sort of like be similar so it's easy to pick up for Cosmos engineers?
Yeah, so it's exactly like the Cosmos SDK. Cosmos SDK for rollups. It uses the ABCI interface, and we replaced Tendermint for Diamond. Diamond is a networking engine that publishes data in batches to a DA layer, and then the states and the state root to the settlement layer, which is the Dimension chain. By having the state, you can validate or invalidate the state header, and then the IBC bridge can actually function.
Right.
Can I ask a question on this as well? Yeah. Does Dimension also validate then the state of those rollups?
Or how do the it invalidates them. So like if they're optimistic rollups that have a dispute period, and if there's no dispute, then the bridge can go through.
Okay. And if there is a dispute, then the validators on the Dimension hub then have to walk through that like fraud proof, right? Okay.
Yeah. Which is an interesting question. Of course, leads us to Celestia. So, how are you guys thinking about your value proposition in the world, and what would you expect engineers? Why would you expect engineers to pick your particular solution?
So Celestia basically introduces a new set of like security models that you can add and allows you to build that. And that's essentially, I guess, the crux of solving the data availability problem. So beforehand, basically all sort of L1s use consensus. They require on everyone sort of executing the same thing. And I think when you sort of look at literature, what is the biggest bottleneck? It comes to execution. Like consensus is actually relatively fast and networking everything else. And so if we can actually like scale by having multiple different execution environments, but it's all using the same sort of consensus, then we can get better throughput. And so that was the crux of this. The data availability, we're looking at making sure that these individual roll-ups, the problem is that the block producers, they could kind of equivocate with what they produce. They could tell one group of people that this is the block and another group another. And so we're going to make sure that they commit to a single group, which then helps with sort of fraud proofs, with ZK proofs and so forth.
In the spirit of looking at Dimension and thinking about, are there any benefits for rollups sort of building on top of Dimension and becoming becoming their own ecosystem? Are there any benefits to rollups that build on Celestia because they're using the same DA engine? Does that give them some additional properties or advantage?
It depends on what sort of properties you want. Like if you want more customization, you can build directly on top of Celestia. What I expect to see is sort of in line with this modularity thesis is a whole bunch of people, different people doing different components. So you'll have people providing sort of the out-of-the-box kit like Dimension. You'll have people focusing on certain components like sequences, shared sequences like Astria are doing. And so I think we'll have actually a sort of, the ecosystem will be full of these different options that you can sort of choose on. And it can be Celestia as the DA. There are other DAs out there as well. So there's definitely a lot of different choices, and they all come with different trade-offs. So we're going to see a very vibrant sort of ecosystem, I think, of solutions.
And there's also kind of a partnership in a sense that each rollup on Dimension runs a light client of Celestia, which increases the block size eventually for the Celestia chain. So it kind of is a dynamic, more rollups, a bigger block size.
Bigger throughput, in some sense, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a good segue to another sort of set of ideas I want to talk about, which are trade-offs. Like you already said the word trade-offs. So originally, the gold standard and the idea for making more Cosmos blockchains was everybody's going to have their own app chain. They'll have their own validator set. Now, as we know now, this is turning out to be A, expensive, and B, hard to manage. Everybody has to talk to their own validators, set things up, right? Validators are also overloaded. They are managing 20 networks. So there seem to be problems with scaling this out, right? So, but on the other hand, you have absolutely full control. You and your community have absolute control over the chain. Now, what I want to address here is what are the trade-offs I'm making? What I'm hearing from you guys is I'm getting extra services, I'm getting some scalability, guarantees or properties, and I'm getting some advantages. Now, my question would be, if I go and build like you did or on top of your platforms, is there something I'm giving up, right? So first, I'd like to ask Neutron, what do you see as the trade-offs? Like you guys are now sort of dependent on an external validator set, and you also talked about incentive alignment. Are you guys at all thinking about maybe the alignment sort of disappearing or somehow being compromised and that impacting your chain? Is that do you have a plan for that, or is that possible?
There's really three questions here, but I'll start with the first one. Like you mentioned, sort of like the app chain thesis, perhaps not being very, very correct. I think it's not the app chain thesis that's the problem. I think it's the understanding that app chain here means a Cosmos SDK monolithic blockchain, right? Like technically, rollups can be seen as app chains, basically, if they're dedicated to one purpose. So really what we're sort of like realizing now is that there's a whole spectrum of solutions from the most monolithic to the most modular, and depending on which pieces you slot in which parts, you'll get different results, basically. Now, in terms of the trade-offs of replicated security, I guess on the one hand, you get very high security and sort of like you get to become sort of an integral part of the Cosmos Hub's narrative, essentially, and community, and that's something that can be tremendously powerful. On the other side, though, you essentially put yourself in a situation where your project has to always compromise with the Cosmos Hub, because now the fates are sort of like tied. That potentially reduces sort of like the ability to make arbitrary decisions for the project. But I guess in an industry that focuses on decentralization, that's kind of a given anyway. So I don't see that as a major problem. It does have some sort of kind of like very scary scenarios where technically, just like any Cosmos SDK app chain, if 34% of the validators of the voting power decide to basically stop running your chain for some reason, they can, and your chain will halt. That's the case, except rather than these validators being sort of like very directly incentivized to run your chain because they got a lot of stake and everything here, that incentives alignment of the validators is less direct because they're really Cosmos Hub validators that are also running your chain at the same time, right? So that scenario sort of like becomes more possible, but at the same time, even from the Hub's perspective, it's actually sort of like a very bad scenario because it would break the credibility of the Hub as a provider of security. So essentially what like the trade-off here that I'm trying to point towards is that it moves a lot of these things towards sort of like the political realm, right? And I think that's something that's very sort of like Cosmos specific, right? Where like Cosmos has been building a lot of like political blockchain technologies essentially, and I think replicated security is sort of like part of that trend.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I like the point where, you know, if somehow replicated security in some sense failed Neutron, it would lose sort of its credibility for other blockchains. That's a very interesting point. Let's move to Dimension, Barry. So if I go and build on top of Dimension as opposed to, you know, having my chain with my own validator set, what are the trade-offs that I'm making here? We already talked about what I'm getting, you know, in terms of a package. So what do I have to give up?
So in essence, your community is saying, hey, like this chain, this other chain is going to be our validator. But that community is pretty much sovereign in the sense that that community could also fork into its own app chain. What is Neutron? Neutron is a consumer chain, but Neutron is also could be like its own chain. So for any rollup can become its own sovereign chain if it decides to. It's kind of like the social distinction that blockchains are really automating social consensus. So if the community decides that the rollup wants to be its own chain, and it's pretty easy to implement because it's already ABCI on the like technical implementation side, but socially a rollup can become its own chain, but it's delegating its own consensus from the get-go and saying, hey, we're trusting this other chain's validators, we're trusting like this one-event assumption that someone can submit a fraud proof. And so there's this trade-off saying like, hey, right now we're delegating our consensus, our trust to the Dimension chain, but we can also choose to become our own community. So this like optimism.
So there's an exit path in some sense. If there was a dispute or something, you're saying there's a way for the community that's using Dimension to then like move out or, you know, change their.
It would be more socially,
right?
That we become our own chain. So like this kind of social value moves from this liquidity pool and to another liquidity pool. Like you're reconstructing of like what this sovereign community is.
Mm-hmm.
So it becomes from a delegate consensus to its own consensus, and that's quite possible.
Do you see the exit path for rollups on Dimension as being sort of like more achievable than for rollups on the Ethereum ecosystem today, or less so? And do you see this as a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's the same pretty much. The bridging protocols kind of ossify. Yeah, it's the same. Like Optimism can become its own L1 tomorrow, which is the same thing for a rollup on Dimension to become its own L1. At the end of the day, if Optimism chose to become its own L1, this is like a social consensus. The Optimism now is not dependent on the like state transition function on the L1.
But with like IBC, all the existing value that had then spread around would be lost, right? You'd be essentially starting a new chain.
Exactly. So now you're depending on like social value changing, like social people saying, okay, now this is the actual chain. So moving that or like substituting like a like client or something.
Yeah. Do you see there being a difference between like sort of like Cosmos rollups, like what you guys are building, and Ethereum in that like currently in Ethereum we see like a lot of sort of like mono rollups, right? Like ecosystems of their own. And so as an application developer, you go in and you deploy as part of there, but you're not building a rollup that has its own social consensus. It's part of this bigger ecosystem, right? So if you chose the wrong rollup and the rollup you got doesn't get adoption at the end of the day, or if you want to migrate, you don't actually have sort of like those equivalents that allow you to actually move easily. Whereas, let's say I launch my application as a rollup on Dimension, I can become a Cosmos SDK chain, or I can become a rollup on Celestia, or even one on Ethereum fairly easily, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's blockchains automate social consensus. So like if we get to like this part of the talk, really it's like every blockchain, every modular blockchain does have its own sovereignty if it decides to have so. But there are external dependencies like IBC channels, IBC connections, liquidity pools that are established, but that's the same thing for our Optimism as well.
Yeah, I think the main point is like, what is the cost? Like everything can be sovereign.
Yeah.
But what is is the cost high or is it low?
Yeah, so social consensus comes at a great cost in terms of the coordination. But this is more so like a coordination cost rather than the economic cost.
So I think this is great. I don't have to do anything here. That's pretty awesome. I don't know if you guys noticed, I haven't said anything for a while. It's like, guys, doing my job. I was going to ask about lock-in. I think you guys, covered that pretty well. But let's sort of move to Celestia and center the discussion on you guys now, Callum. What assumptions am I making, or what sort of dependencies am I introducing when I'm using, just the bottom of the stack. I guess you guys are, in some sense, the most open or the most modular of these options. I don't know if you guys agree.
Yeah.
But then, of course, the developer has to do a lot more to create a functioning chain. But by launching on your DA stack, what are the assumptions? What are the security assumptions I'm making? What am I giving up in terms of my ability to?
Yeah, I guess we wouldn't say like a DA stack. We're not implying that you use. In fact, there could be different stacks, and Dimension is a stack on top of Celestia. The same way that you might want to use Sovereign Labs if you want more ZK relevant things, or Rollkit, of course, is the sort of in-house thing. So yeah, we're just focusing on that in terms of like what is your dependency. Of course, there is a security dependency on the Celestia network.
For a rollup.
For a rollup, yes.
Not for Dimension. Dimension is like a 10-dimension chain. So
yeah, but
the
if you're
rollup is dependent on like the security.
But if you're posting, if the rollup is posting its data to Celestia as part of its data availability thing, then it is also reliant on
the rollup.
Yeah, the rollup.
The rollup.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking about the security, John in his like complete guide to rollup, right? Sort of like took the thesis that DA is one of the resources that we actually know how to scale very, very well. And since that's kind of like the core product of Celestia, do you think, like how do you see this sort of like working with the valuation of the chain, which still is sort of like where it gets its economic security as Celestia itself being a proof of stake chain? Do you see this as potentially being a problem in the distant future, or
like you're talking about its ability to scale? As being like
the ability to remain like economically secure at scale, given the fact that DA is not the resource that's like the most highly priced.
Yeah. So the pricing of the security of that. Yes. Like, and this is the thing as well. So now we're in this space with multiple security models. You can kind of hybrid combine this, and this is something that like Celestia is looking into as well. We don't just require consensus. We can also like use a fraud-proof model. So every single transition in Celestia itself can have fraud proofs, and so that everyone can sort of detect when there actually has been security about this. So about the issue about the sort of stake not being large enough, you've also got that. I do think because of the sort of use of tier as the denomination that you pay for the bytes that there will be sort of value with that, and people will sort of like want to use tier for other things as well. Like I think there is this sort of topic around token issuance as a rollup, which is something for another day. But I think there could be some interesting situations where a lot of rollups rely on tier in a heavy way.
I definitely agree. I think this is like one of the main value props for rollups, especially just deploying on Celestia, is that you have this one token model that you could just cut off from the top like Arbitrum and Optimism.
Yeah.
So that, I guess, makes it easier for builders. They don't have to worry about issuing their own token and paying for their security. They can just use a token that's already available on the platform and just focus on the business, make sure their app works, it's actually useful, instead of worrying about all this issuance and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I think we talk about like the interchange security with the sort of the dependencies you have, and what about the alignment? What happens if your community becomes misaligned with that of the? But I think there is also another issue about like what is the cost of security? You talked about how many billions that is there. So there's 175. I think it was 175 now?
175 validators, yeah.
Yeah, 175 validators who are all running their machines. That's really costly just to study a community. And I don't know, maybe you've got an existing community, so it's already quite large, but say you're just starting with one, because every single idea actually starts out centralized. It comes from like one, and then they share with another, and they get more sort of validity, and then it becomes decentralized. So I think it's actually very natural in the way that these like ideas grow, that it starts quite centralized, and then if it has any validity to it, then it starts to take off. And that kind of reflects the like structure of a roll-up. You can start off very centralized. It's just you. You're trusting yourself. And then as other people start to like trust you, you could then start to make the community more decentralized. You can move into like fraud proofs, ZK proofs. If it gets bigger, you can start using consensus engines. You can start using mesh security, all that sort of stuff. So like security you start sort of paying for, the more buy-in you get from people. You don't start paying millions of dollars in security when you've got like one user.
Isn't though one of the major like selling points of like decentralized sequencers the fact that you can start with a very decentralized sort of like sequencers like from the get-go and like use that to actually launch your rollup like way faster than you would if you had to rebuild the entire thing?
Yes, like you just, and then there's going to be like a lot of these development kits, these SDKs being built out. So I think it's going to be very quick. I think the idea is to be as quick as like deploying a smart contract, right? That's where we're kind of competing with. And the previous competition of having a Tendermint Cosmos SDK IBC thing all the way up and trying to find your validators, it's maybe not just getting the developers that we sort of hoped for. So can we somehow fix that? Let's look at like roll-ups as an alternative.
Right. We already touched on this idea, I know, several times, but I still want to like give it a topic of its own, which is sort of exit paths and transit paths, right? So, for example, you know, under what conditions and in how would you guys go about, for example, moving from ICS to like building your own sovereign chain if that time came around? You know, like, you know, are there some conditions? Are you
as Barry said, it's all social consensus at this point, right? So it's like, why would the like community of people who control the chain at that point want to do that? Like, there would need to be a good reason why making that change, despite the coordination cost, the technical, like the risk that sort of like migration would take, right? So like, I think it's very unlikely unless there is some like adversarial relationship between like the provider of security and then the consumer chain within replicated security, right? Or if the provider like dies, for example, which could happen, right? But like, so in that sort of like critical scenario where there's a reason that's strong enough to justify that thing, basically what you would do is just fork the chain. You would try and keep all of the existing state, and you would just change the part of it that are specific to replicated security, and you'd relaunch that basically. But the problem becomes sort of like all of the elements around the chain that sort of like have a view on what that chain is. So like all of the IBC paths, like potential like centralized issuers that, you know, you need to build consensus within these entities as well, that the new chain is sort of like the canonical version of the chain, right?
Yeah. So. Right. So what I'm trying to get at is that's not on your radar. Like you're sort of 99.9% assuming this is all going to work out, and like you're going to remain a consumer chain, and it's going to scale with you as far as it goes.
That's the current plan, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that, and that's a great point, because like sovereignty in a multi-chain world is very interdependent. I don't know what sovereignty really is, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. If you get those tighter links, you know, more interchain communication. Like, yeah, that's I would agree with that view. So. We already discussed with you, I guess, you know, it would be possible for Rollup to move out as long as they remained, you know, on Celestia D on the bottom DA layer, like they could move out and sort of like build their Rollup, change the stack of their Rollup to directly talk to Celestia. But what if I wanted to get, you know, like stop using the Celestia DA layer? Is something like that even possible? I don't know. Like, I'm just asking.
If you've got enough development, then you can go back to just being a normal Cosmos chain, right? You build out, it becomes from like a centralized sequencer, a decentralized sequencer, more people are being involved. All right, let's make it a proof of stake system. I don't know, like I guess you can go that path if you want to, because remember, like consensus in the Cosmos environment is consensus both on block production and like state transitions. So at the moment, you're responsible for the security of state transitions, and Celestia is responsible for the security of block production, but you can take over that if you want to, if it gets big enough.
So would that be like a fork? It's hard for me to imagine that in my mind, how that would work.
No, because you're in control of your state. You're like, actually, the redundancy around DA is like super simple. Like if for example, like the main threat with Celestia is that we censor your transactions. We don't allow you to publish things, right? And in that can, or the like worst is that we equivocate and we publish two different blocks, and then people sort of fall in that. But I won't get into that. The worst is we sort of censor you, in which case you can recognize that and then move to another DA layer. And I'm pretty sure the like API layers between each of these DAs are going to be very similar. It's just posting random bytes. So that's the fact that it's so easy to switch means even that the sort of like the validators on Celestia are going to want to be honest. They know that if they're not giving a good service because they're an infrastructure chain, that people aren't going to like come to them, right. And you know the price.
So it's the same problem with loss of credibility, just in case.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing with modularism. Basically, as soon as you're expecting a project to basically rely on you for a critical part of their protocol, like you need to build that sort of like service level agreement essentially. Otherwise, like there will be competition and they will overtake you because they will be seen as more reliable. I realize I should kind of mention one thing about like the migration out of ICS. Like we haven't seen this happen ever, and it probably will be a while before that actually happens in the wild, if it ever does. But we're seeing sort of like the reverse being at least worked on currently with Stride, which is a liquid staking Cosmos SDK app chain. You know, having passed a signaling proposal to join replicated security. And so that chain already has IBC connections. It has assets in liquidity pool on other chains.
That's right.
And it is in the process of sort of like moving to replicated security. And so migrating this whole thing and, you know, building consensus around that thing is, you know, it's difficult, but they're in the process of doing it. And so I think like that's going to be a really interesting like sort of like moment to watch essentially in that regard.
I think ICS, one of the main selling points is that you can transition out, like, and become your own sovereign chain. And I think that's why even Dimension considered it.
But I think after you all do all this work and get in, you won't want to do the work of getting back out there. If
Well,
you're
it really depends.
I'm just
actually.
I was being more, you know, more of a joke. But so it'll be absolutely interesting to watch how they manage all of this. That's absolutely right. So they already have, in some sense, lock-in this sovereign chain type of situation, and now they're going to move to replicate security, and they have to go, you know, take all that stuff with them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, other security products as well. Like if you have like the mesh security stuff as well, and I think actually like interchain security is, you know, it's just that V1 and it's a little bit like rigid, and I think you're gonna see it getting a lot more like dynamic, and it's gonna be like, hey, I am a community member of X, but I also associate Y with Y and Z, and I'm gonna have security from all of these
More
things.
choice, right.
And yeah.
In the spirit of this sort of, you know, redundancy thesis, Barry, are you guys thinking of providing alternatives to the Celestia DA layer? Is that in your roadmap? Like you'd have like to have more choices for your rollups?
Like different DAs?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could use, eventually we want to use other Cosmos L1s as DAs, but they won't be as efficient as Celestia because of DA sampling. So it really becomes like a cost competition between the DAs,
right?
Or the L1s, and then like eventually in an open fee market, Celestia should win with the.
Yeah, I think you did put out a tweet about like people being able to use the Cosmos Hub as DA, right?
If
like
they have a data module, if they have like.
Okay, they would need to have a
yeah.
dedicated solution. Yeah,
You can use Bitcoin if you want.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, right.
So there's efficiency and not efficiency, and these costs go up to the rollup and the rollup users.
Right.
So it's really up to the rollup community, and you would assume that they're using the most efficient DA.
Right. But in case of, you know, ever censorship transaction or something, transaction censorship happening, they could switch over and you know, move around. So that'd still be this choice. So I think that's good news for the future of the Cosmos ecosystem. I think there's, it's going to be bewildering for a while. All these choices, all these options, all these ideas until things settle down. But right now, I think we're in a technically good place. There's a lot of exploration going on. So I think we're really good to close the panel. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
It was great talking to you. And
likewise. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. So before we move on, just a quick reminder, at 2:30 starts a workshop. It's called Archway, the Value Capture Chain. Also, I wanted to give you a little heads up. Our diamond partner, Celestia, is organizing a party today. There will be drinks, food, also tournament in Smash Bros. And hopefully a lot of good vibes. So don't forget to register. And that's it for me. So next up, we will hear about Quint language. We have Slido that you can see here on the screen. Also, we have a microphone if someone is brave enough to ask a question. It's over there. Just you can walk up there and ask question directly. All right, so please give a warm welcome to Principal Scientist from Informal System, Igor Konov.
Hello. Hello, Gateway. It's nice to be here. Here's a timer, that's good. So let's talk about executable protocols. Let's talk about the future. I hope you will use what we are doing. I'm going to introduce you Quint. It's a new specification language that we have been developing at Informal Systems. So when I joined Interchain Foundation some time ago, the research group at Interchain Foundation, which later became Informal Systems, I was onboarding myself to blockchains. And I was very excited to read all this news about a company X announcing a distributed protocol Y. Nice, I want to see protocols. But then I would usually see this picture. You cannot see much, right? But anyhow, so there would be an awesome white paper that would describe ideas and maybe some economic incentives of this protocol. And there will be code, thousands lines of codes, 10,000 lines of code. And I would ask myself a question, where are the protocols, right? So why do I want to see a protocol? Well, because in many cases, you actually don't need the source code to understand that your protocol is doing something wrong. For instance, here, if you see that Alice deposits 100 tokens and then she immediately gets 150 tokens back, you probably believe that it's not the right protocol, it's not the right thing you want to do. So in many cases, you actually don't need to look at the source code to understand that something fishy is going on. That's why we want to see protocols, not just the source code. But we are better than that in Cosmos, right? We have protocols. Can somebody tell me, do we have protocols in Cosmos? Yes? No? Which ones? Okay, I'll give you an answer. Interchain standards, IBC, they're protocols, right? You have a description. It's not just the source code. There is some English description and some pseudocode. So let's have a look at one of them. Let's have a look at ICS-20, the token transfer. That's probably what you have seen before. You have some text in English. You have some pseudocode in TypeScript, Golang, or whatever, what have you. There is only one small problem. These protocols are actually not executable. They're not the source code. That's why you guys are looking at the source code, right? Because you cannot execute this stuff, right? So why do we want this stuff to be compilable, executable, like a programming language? Because you can do small, strange things with English specifications. Like here, there is a typo, right? We have been using Aron identifier instead of acknowledgement, we're using ACK. And that's not a big deal, right? But if you, for instance, replace and with or negation, you wouldn't be able to see it in an English written text. Maybe ChatGPT can help you in the future, but now it cannot, right? So that's why you want to have some kind of executable protocols. So speaking of ICS-20, how do we understand it? I don't know how you understand it, but I would write some kind of scenarios on the whiteboard or a blackboard. For instance, here is one of the scenarios when Alice transfers 100 atoms or tokens. No, sorry, she has 100 tokens. She transfers 20 atoms to Bob, which go to the escrow account. There is a packet timeout. And then she gets these 20 tokens back. And that's only one of the scenarios. There are plenty of them. There are unhappy executions, happy executions, and you can just draw the whole day, right? How do you understand this protocol? Wouldn't it be much better if you could execute this protocol like this? If you could just go to an interactive environment like REPL, execute transactions as you see them kind of on the blackboard, and inspect the state without having thousands of lines of code. That's what Quint is about, right? Quint allows you to do exactly this. It allows you to have small specifications of your protocols, make them interactive, and do other things. So that's basically the motivation. That was a long introduction why we want to have Quint. And these are the main points why we have been designing this language. We want to enable you to have fast experimentation with your protocols even before you implement them. We want to help you to have better onboarding experience without looking at thousands of lines of code. You can simulate your protocols, and all you need for that is just NPM, the NPM package manager, which will download a lot of stuff, of course, but it's just NPM. Then we want these protocols to be executable, not just English text that you have to interpret in your brain, which is hard for me, for instance, right? We want computers to do this job, right? And we want these protocols to be testable, right? We want to run tests. For instance, the scenario that you have seen, you can put it as a test. Importantly, we want you to write some assumptions about the timeouts, the network, the faults, and all stuff that you have in your system, which you do not see in the code, because these are the assumptions about your protocol that you cannot put right down in the code. They're like external assumptions about the execution environment. And the last important point here is that we have formal semantics in this language. It's actually backed by the TLA Plus language, the logic of TLA Plus invented by Les Lampert, which opens a portal to all kinds of static analysis tools and provers and all other things. So not only you can execute things, you can also reason about them, right? So let's have a look at some features that Quint offers you as an engineer or a protocol designer. They're kind of open-ended. We didn't have a testing framework for an implementation. What Quint allows you to do when you run some of these scenarios that you have seen on the whiteboard or blackboard, you can produce a very simple trace in JSON in what we call informal trace format. And this trace you can replay against your implementation. So it's up to you which testing framework you're using, how you do it. We can emit your trace, you figure out how to use it as an acceptance test. So there is a connection between protocols and the implementations. Right? Then another important feature is that, as I told you, the English specifications, they're not testable. And our specifications in Quint, our protocol specifications, they're actually testable. You can write tests, and you can replay them, for instance, in continuous integration. You can do something similar to property-based testing that you know from programming languages. The same thing applies here. We have a testing framework. There is randomization. You can do some form of property-based testing, execute many runs, and so on and so forth. So speaking of how you would write the specifications, you write them exactly as you write your code, because Quint is kind of a programming language, although it allows you to write protocol specifications. You write Quint specifications in VS Code or in any other editor if you like. We have a good support in the VS Code plugin. And you can debug them at the same time, not just you write the whole thing, you know, at once and then debug it. You can write it and debug at the same time. So you have this interactive experience with Quint. What's important for us is that your design documents become code, which means you have all the goodies of programming languages. You have syntax errors, type checking errors, you have code completion, reference documentation, and all the things you expect to see in programming languages. But your specs are much smaller. They're not 10,000 lines of code. They're just maybe 1,000 lines of code, you know? So, and that's a question I'm asking you, like, why are you still using Markdown? Go and use Quint. It's much better. I hope I have convinced you. So just to give you like a small overview of how the tools around Quint look like, we have basically this programming language that allows you to specify states and transitions. On the left side, you have the tooling for engineers. There is an execution environment in TypeScript. There is a testing and fuzzing framework. There is a random simulation framework and some features for interactive debugging, as you have seen, REPL, for instance. So when you write down your specification, you can just play with it, you can test it, and that's it. You can put it on GitHub if you like. But if you want to get better correctness guarantees, you can give it to auditors or protocol designers, and they will use other features of Quint that allow you to describe the environment and other things. And these people would probably use more advanced tools like symbolic simulation or model checking that we're also developing at Informal Systems. So you can go from just protocols, good enough protocols, to more correct protocols. And that's what Quint enables. I will not talk about all the tools. I will just quickly talk about the Quint simulator. We have found this tool super useful. We have controlled random simulation, similar to property-based testing, if you know what it is. It's trying multiple runs. It can try thousands, 10,000 of runs, and more. Basically, it picks some data at random from selected sets. It picks some actions or transactions at random, and so on and so forth. The good thing is that it's platform independent. It doesn't require Docker, whatever libraries, just NPM again, right? And it's a single process. And we even know how to run it in parallel. So instead of running your simulator for a day, for instance, you can run it in 5 minutes. Who would like to do that? Who would like to run the simulator in 5 minutes instead of 1 day? I would like it, yeah? Who would pay for that? Huh? Good. There are some people here, that's good. Then let's talk later. So yeah, if you have any questions about what I'm talking about, actually, let's talk later. So Quint is a relatively new language. Actually, the logic behind Quint is again, as I told you, based on CLA+. It's a very established a good mathematical framework, all well thought out by Les Lampert and other people, but the syntax is super new. We have released the syntax in the beginning of this year, and we started to use it at Informal Systems. So protocol designers at Informal Systems are using it. They're happy. They say, Very clear, concise, and what we have seen, it's comparable in size to the Markdown text in English. And I also find bugs. So security auditors also started to use Quint, and they have found some bugs already just by playing interactively with the specifications of the protocols they're auditing. And we have some brave souls like Ekes trying the tool without even knowing that it works or not. So we need more people like you who would try the tool and tell us whether you like it, how you like it, what you want to change. So please try it. We will be happy to hear from you. So if you want to try it, we have the VS Code plugin, we have the GitHub repository, it's informal system/Quint. Just go there, we have interactive tutorials in VS Code, in CodeTour, and we have non-interactive tutorials if you just like to read Markdown. Yep. Try it, tell us what you think. So here's the team behind Quint, it's actually 5 people. It includes Jure Kukovec, Sean Federer, Gabriela Moreira, Thomas Pani, and myself. You can see the tweet handles here if you want to contact us. So that finishes my talk. If you want to follow us, go on Informal Systems Twitter. There will be some announcements about Quint from every now and then. You probably know our website, informal.systems. Let's keep in touch. If you have questions, if you want to use it, just come to us, come to me, and we'll show you how it works. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we have a bunch of questions here on Slido. One says, great talk. Could you explain how this is better than sketching the protocol in something like Python?
That's a great question. So you can absolutely write things in Python or TypeScript or Rust. The only thing that first of all, it's hard to define formal semantics for these languages because they're so general. It's hard to write a general reasoning tool. For Quint, it's much easier, right? So you can simulate things in Python, but it's very hard to prove things about the Python simulators. And in Quint, it's much easier.
All right. Another one is, can the code have bugs which the protocol does not surface? How to catch those bugs? Does Quint help?
Yeah, so that's absolutely true. So even if your protocol is 100% correct, if you have checked all invariants, temporal properties, and so on and so forth, you can have bugs like buffer overflows. You can have some security problems, crypto problems. That's what we don't focus on. So if you want to check whether Quint specifications somehow reflect the reality, and that's your code, as I told you, you can generate these tests in JSON and replay them against your implementation. But of course, the code to the code, it has much more behavior, and you need other tools and other people to look at it if you want to be 100% sure. Yeah.
So there is more questions. Maybe if you're going to be brief, we can squeeze like a little bit more. But can you turn Quint code to Markdown so non-programmers can actually read it and understand?
So we haven't tried it, but we were looking at the literate programming style where you can write basically text and Quint code. And in the end, you will get the Quint specification on the site, which you can test and use, but basically you'll have some kind of English text interspersed with Quint code. This you can do in the literate programming style. Yeah.
All right. Have you tried to write IBC in Quint?
Yes, we have a specification for ICS-20 if you want to see it. First of all, it's publicly available. You can just find it on the Quint repository. But if you want to see it, come to me. I will show you this specification. We haven't specified the whole thing yet.
All right, and last one. Do you provide bare bones LSP as well as the VS Code plugin?
So we have a language server protocol implementation. We have not tried to attach other editors to it, but it should be possible because we are just writing things in VS Code. So you can try it. We have not.
All right. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks. All right. Next up, we have a talk about shared sequencing. Again, for the questions, you can use Slido or you can use the microphone. And please give a round of applause to CEO of Astria, Josh Bowen. Thank you.
Are we good? Okay. Hi, everyone. So I'm Josh. I'm the CEO of Astria. We're building the shared sequencing network. So my talk is on shared sequencing, speed running the end game, and we're going to have to go pretty quick through the talk since I've got 45 slides, so that fits. So first to start, like, what's a sequencer? When we say what is, a sequencer, I think there's a lot of different definitions you could possibly use. That's open to debate, but for this talk, as we talk about it, we're going to assume there's 3 components in the stack of like a roll-up and really like a blockchain in general. We're going to have a mempool, and I'm going to say that is an unordered bag of transactions. We're not getting into what the peer-to-peer interfaces are and whatnot. It's just a bag of transactions. You order those transactions, that is a block, and then you execute those transactions. That results in a new state DB with a resultant state root. So when we say we have these 3 components, the sequencer is dealing with the second step, and we would say an executor, or whatever term you want to use, for the third step. And we are really just focusing on the second one here. So why would we have a sequencer? Specifically, why would you have a sequencer in a roll-up system, right? We're aware of, based roll-up designs and how you could do that. But our argument is you just have a sequencer because you want speed, or really end users want speed. And there is this inherent state where, like, once a UX has been offered to an end user, they're not going to want to use something that is slower than what can be offered by a competitor. So this is my argument for what is like a minimum viable roll-up architecture at like a very, very broad abstraction. You have a user, they submit transactions to a sequencer for the roll-up. That roll-up is responsible for batching and then submitting those batches to a data availability layer. The user will get a soft commitment from the roll-up sequencer, and then when the transactions or the batch of transactions is included on the data availability layer, they're going to get a firm commitment. And this is really the state of, I know this is a Cosmos conference, but this is very Ethereum focused, right? This is the state of the existing rollups on mainnet Ethereum, right? Users do, in fact, get fast confirmations from these sequencers, but this comes at the cost of decentralization, because right now we have sequencing nodes run by a single party, generally the development entity that is building the given rollup. So what's a shared sequencer? What do I mean by about the kind of idea of being shared? Kind of expanding the previous diagram we had, we propose that you have a single shared sequencer, or more accurately, like a shared sequencer network. That's what we're representing by having multiple boxes here, right? This shared sequencer network has a leader rotation, but multiple rollups can utilize a single shared sequencer. And so a user would submit transactions to a roll-up RPC. This is standard flow as like Optimism, Arbitrum, whatever. But the roll-up nodes would then be responsible for submitting these transactions into the shared sequencer, which would produce an ordering. And that is where a soft commitment would be given back to a user. And then a batch would still be submitted to a data availability layer. And then users would once again get a firm commitment from that data availability layer. So what do we kind of argue about like a shared sequencer? Why does this thing exist? It's because we want to be decentralized by default. I think someone else in an earlier talk, maybe Caleb, was talking about this progressive decentralization aspect. This has kind of been the sales pitch of rollups to date. But the reality is we haven't gotten to the decentralized part of it, right? We're going on 18 to 24 months of mainnet for rollups, and they're still run by a single centralized node run by the team. Our argument is that if we see many, many rollups, whether it's hundreds, whether it's thousands, whether it's tens of thousands, each of them can't afford to go through this process of launching in a centralized manner, then becoming decentralized over some kind of hand-wavy timeline. So these things need to launch and be decentralized by default. At Astria, we kind of think about MEV as like a first principles approach to building these systems. So we consider ourselves using MEV-driven design, and that'll be expanded on in this talk. And this really becomes, paraphrasing Hasu from Flashbots, is like really it's all PBS. Like all of these architectures of rollups in general trend towards PBS-style designs. Okay, so this is what I'm already, this is an MEV supply chain for a rollup using like a centralized sequencer right now, right? You have a user, they send a transaction to an RPC, that goes into the rollup's mempool, that is going to go to a searcher, and that searcher is going to create a bundle, bundle goes to a builder, builder generates blocks, that goes to the rollup proposer, in this case there is one proposer, this is when a soft commitment happens, batches go to data availability layer. So I'm going to have to go pretty quick here. I got 9.5 minutes, and we got 30 slides to go through. So if we want to do a shared sequencer, how we're going to abstract this, we're going to replace the rollup RPC stays there. The rollup mempool is going to be replaced with a shared sequencer mempool. The rollup proposer is going to be replaced with a shared sequencer proposer. Otherwise, this supply chain looks pretty similar for one rollup, right? We can compare these really quickly here. Really, we just replaced 2 of the red boxes with the blue boxes, right? Moving on from this, okay, come on. Right, if we want to compare this, so let's say we have a red sequence or a red roll-up and a green roll-up, right? If we want to have 2 of these, we need to have this MEV supply chain exist twice, and all of the components in it are duplicated, right? This is kind of undesirable for various reasons. We don't want people standing up this infrastructure multiple times for multiple roll-ups. Maybe this works when we have 5 roll-ups, probably doesn't work when we have 100 roll-ups, right? You use a shared sequencer for this, and this is kind of expanding, right? We have multiple roll-up RPCs submitting in the shared sequencer mempool. That mempool is being looked at by searchers across multiple roll-ups, right? So the searchers look at one mempool interface, and they can see transactions proposed for multiple roll-ups. Then those, again, have bundles. Those go to builders, blocks, shared sequencer proposer, batches, data availability layer, right? So what is a shared sequencer? When we look at it in this kind of MEV-driven design space, right? Really, it's a single place where these block builders within this PBS MEV stack can settle multiple roll-ups within a single kind of synchronous time window, right? And I know, like, settlement layer, right? This is a term. What we mean when we say settlement in crypto means many, many things. Stop saying settlement layer, but fundamentally, this is what we're doing here, right? What's kind of a trade-off here, or something we want to think about in this design, is that shared sequencers potentially lead to super builders. And what do we mean by super builders? If we go again into the same flow, MEV supply chain, multiple roll-ups, one mempool, searchers, builders looking in the same mempool, feeding into the one shared sequencer proposer. Really quickly summarizing PBS, the key thing here is that the proposer is the one that has a monopoly on the ordering rights of the next block, right? They get to make the decision. They're kind of the monopoly actor in this economic system. So if we expand this into what we might see an actual larger MEV picture look like, roll-up RPCs, maybe they feed into their own roll-up mempool, as opposed to having a shared sequencer mempool, and maybe we have some searchers that are interacting with one specific roll-ups mempool, because fundamentally searching is like an arbitrage game, and it's very specialized, right? That's why we have PBS in the first place, because validators are not wanting to be specialized actors searching for arbitrage opportunities. But these people may specialize to only look at one roll-up. They may also look at some multiple roll-ups, and we would consider that a cross-chain searcher. But then we look at this builder thing. Fundamentally, a shared sequencer only has one block for multiple roll-ups, and that means you have one builder that's constructed an economically optimal block for bundles coming from multiple roll-ups. Some of these bundles might be for a single roll-up, some of them might be for multiple roll-ups, right? And what this results in is we end up with Ken Griffiths building all the blocks for all of the roll-ups using a shared sequencer. For those that don't know, if there's not MEV talk, Ken Griffiths is the CEO of like Citadel, right? TradFi, like quant trading stuff. What about composability? What do we get from that when we do this, right? Is the composability atomic? That's an argument we make. There is inclusion that is atomic because you have one node that is choosing the order of blocks for multiple rollups, right? Again, going back to this diagram, what is happening here in the flow between a mempool and a block being actually proposed, right? The really key component here is the bundles, right? What is actually existing in a bundle that a searcher looking at a mempool, again, from one rollup or many rollups, and generating a bundle that goes to a builder to result the block, right? We argue a bundle is equivalent to a native shared sequencer transaction, right? So if we look at this flow, right, we have a bundle, and we're gonna argue that a blue block is from, or a blue transaction from one rollup, a red transaction from a different rollup. When these go into a shared sequencer transaction, fundamentally it's one transaction that is signed and thus is only valid within the rules of the shared sequencer if it includes the bytes of both rollup transactions, right? This is where you get your atomic composability. It is an if and only if both transactions have been included. It is not within the purview of the shared sequencer proposer to separate out one transaction from the other. This shared sequencer block would then consist of a chain, or rather a series of these shared sequencer transactions. And then when the rollup wants to actually execute this, right, that last step from the earlier diagram, they will pull out the relevant transactions from the transaction within the shared sequencer, right? So who creates bundles, right? Again, go back to this large expanded diagram here. We're looking at these searchers, right? They're the party responsible for creating bundles. And really, we're going to simplify to looking at cross-chain searchers because that's the more kind of interesting component, right? A searcher looking at one rollup is kind of bog standard. That's what's happening right now on Ethereum. So then we can expand this to look at what is the fundamental order flow that is going to a searcher. There's been an argument made that like really what defines a searcher versus like a builder is a searcher is someone who has better order flow than someone else, and therefore allows them to find more opportunities for arbitrage. We can see this kind of being expanded beyond the scope of this talk, but we see order flow auctions and stuff like this. But I'm just going to make the argument that there might be some component, Suave, or something else like Suave, where users submit their transactions to, and this may be doing an order flow auction, but somehow these cross-chain searchers are retrieving order flow, these raw signed transactions by a user. And so then they're actually responsible for creating it. And so this goes into what I'm going to argue is like the end game. And this is going to be hotels, trains, and intents. And so this is a reference to the hotel and train problem. And what the hotel and train problem is, the idea of you want to go to a city, you need to book a hotel in that city, and you also need to book a train ticket to that city. How do you ensure that you only get a hotel if you've also booked a train ticket, or a train ticket if you've also booked a hotel? Because different people are selling you the hotel and the train ticket. And if one of those transactions fails, then you might have already kind of committed yourself to one of these without having the other go through. This is where the atomic inclusion is really, really valuable, right? You purchase the hotel only if you have also purchased the train ticket and vice versa, right? If we expand this, again, we're simplifying this kind of MEV supply chain. We'll say the user is always submitting all their transactions to Suave or something. This is some kind of meta mempool. Maybe it is optimized for various flows for searchers. But what we've kind of done here, right, is we've called the searchers solvers now. And this is because this is in the design space of intents, wherein a user may not be submitting a transaction, where in a transaction we're actually going to call that an execution trace, which means a specific set of state transitions that must occur on a state machine, and they sign over that execution trace. Really what a user wants to say is, I want to buy a hotel, and I want to buy a train ticket. And I don't really care how on the back end that got executed. This is what I want to do, and I want a solver to determine what is the best execution trace for me to accomplish that intent, right? And that bundle, right, of this hotel and train ticket still going to go to this builder, potentially a super builder here, but we still have a simpler flow. And then that goes, again, shared sequencer proposer, and then that gets batched, right? Come on. But really the key thing here, right, is how are users figuring out intents? There's been a lot of proposals for intents. Some of them, proposed by Suave is the idea that an intent, or really in their terms a preference expression, right, would be a smart contract on Ethereum. We don't believe that users are going to assemble a specific smart contract to specify their intent at the time they want to make this purchase. Someone is going to have to abstract this away for them. So the really missing piece here in this overall flow is some user interface with which a user interacts that is then generating an intent that goes into this Suave or something box, right? The order flow goes to a solver. They generate an execution trace. Execution trace is a bundle that goes to a super builder. That super builder with a block, shared sequence proposer, data availability layer. So we've gotten a pretty wide range, but this is actually what I believe is kind of the necessary set of components in a system to provide an end user a good user experience while having a highly scalable stack of components. What does this all relate to at this kind of UI level? What are the important things to keep in mind here? Fundamentally, we're going to say aggregation theory. This is an idea generally promoted by Ben Thompson from Stratechery. It's the idea that whoever controls the flow, right, the input area where a user is interacting, that's going to be the sticky component, and that's going to drive a lot of the system. So really the thing we want to think about and what we want to see is potentially, well, do we want to see, or what we should be mindful of kind of when we look at these designs is the idea that there might be a single UI that interacts with multiple chains, but overall produces one block, and all of this kind of relates to that architecture we had. So I know this is very quick, but we got 45 seconds left, and that was my last slide. Again, I'm Josh. I'm the CEO at Astria.org. We are building a shared sequencer network. We are doing this in a MEV-driven way, and so we're thinking about a lot of these things from first principles. If you want to get in touch, our Twitter is Astria.org. My Twitter is JSkyBowen, or you can find me here for the next few hours.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Thank you.
Are we good?
We're good.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, so next up, you will hear about the cosmic spirits and the world beyond. As always, we have Slido. You can scan the QR code or go directly on the website and type the code, or we can have a microphone for questions over there. All right, so please give a round of applause to managing partner at Rockaway X, Victor Fischer.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So, third day, huh? First of all, I'd like to thank basically all of you coming to Prague, and also the whole Rockaway X team of 37 people for pulling this together. I know it was Samantha and Tomasz and Dagmar and everyone. It was not easy, in bear market to pull together 535 people and discuss Cosmos ecosystem. So I decided to start my talk on a lighter note. Yeah. So let me give you a small personal story. So when I was finishing university, always wanted to be an entrepreneur. So I said to a friend of mine, "Hey, let's do a company together." And he was like a rock star programmer. I also studied programming, but was very bad. So he was actually doing the stuff, and I tried to sell it. And he programmed like a very precise fingerprint recognition algorithm. We actually won a couple of competitions globally. And then I said, okay, let's create an SDK out of it. So we created an SDK. I put up a website, and then 1 week later, nobody bought it. 2 weeks later, nobody bought it. 2 months later, still nobody bought it. And actually, it was amazing technology, but we realized that our revenues were dependent on the third parties, the other developers, and their ability to program their application, but also their ability to sell. So that's where we realized how difficult it is to sell an SDK. 2 years later, we actually realized that there was a problem in Africa. So in Africa, people don't have identity. They are born and they don't have an ID card, but still, you want to have democracy, you want to have elections. And so what they typically did in Africa is that they went to vote, and once they voted, they made them put their fingers in ink. And that showed that they had already voted. But the ink was actually, you could erase it with sand. And so we realized there was an opportunity to create fingerprint recognition systems which would identify the people automatically on the fly and eliminate duplicates at the same time as they were voting. These systems actually existed. Those were called AFIS, Automated Fingerprint Identification Systems. And Sagem was the market leader. They were selling one system like this for $1 per person in a database. And so we created actually the fastest fingerprint recognition algorithm. It was running on a notebook. We did like 100,000 transactions per second. And this was then implemented to Mozambique, Lesotho, and other countries in Africa. And we actually did the full product. We didn't do just the SDK. And that's when I realized that actually, when you go the full product, you get much faster the consumer traction. The green button, yeah? Green button. Okay. And so then what inspired me for this talk is this Zaki's quote. Yeah? The hour is late, we have to do something because like everybody's catching us on the Cosmos technology. And actually Cosmos is an amazing technology. I was just impressed what Josh presented on shared sequencers, Agoric, what they are doing with hardened JavaScript, and also the modularity and the sovereignty, ability to have your own app chain, privacy, so much stuff going on in Cosmos. It's just amazing technology. That's why 74 chains are actually built today, maybe even more, using like Cosmos SDK or on Cosmos, covering all different kinds of use cases. But let's take a look at traction. So this is just a screenshot from CoinMarketCap. All the Cosmos chains total approximately $10 billion of market cap, which is less than 1% of the overall crypto market cap of 1.1 trillion currently. But that's just the price. Like, we don't care about price. So let's talk about traction. Daily active addresses. I just took the top chains here on Cosmos, and it's around 40,000 per day. Overall, all blockchains, including Tron and Binance Smart Chain, is 4 million. So again, we are approximately at 1% of the overall daily active users. How about transactions? Transactions on chain, Cosmos, approximately 1 million out of a total of 40 million, actually driven by Axelar. Axelar 1 month ago was around 100K daily transactions. Right now is around 500. So this actually helped all the Cosmos ecosystem to achieve on this metric 2.5%. Yeah, Dean, you agree? And let's take a look at TVL. Like everybody knows, like TVL, 47 billion, but mainly driven by Ethereum ecosystem. We look at all the L2s, it's actually like 90% Ethereum. In Cosmos, we have roughly 1 billion, so it's 2%. Again, we are around 1%, 2% of the overall crypto. Yeah? So when we say there is no traction in crypto, I disagree. There is some. There is no traction in Cosmos. I agree with that, because it's 1% of actually already the small crypto market. Same on DEX volumes. So overall, 1.8 billion DEX volumes over, this is daily, yeah? And Osmosis 7.7 million, so 0.5%. Again, like, you know, between 0.5, 1 to 2%. Stables, we don't have stables. But, you know, we talked about it over the 3 days a lot. So USDC, IST, of course, are coming. So hopefully this will go back up. And then I listen to some of the panels, and I hear, like, different kind of, like, hypotheses for, like, what's actually going on? Why we don't get so much traction, Cosmos as an ecosystem, you know? Is it the tech? You know, like Zaki is saying, like, do we need to invent something more? Is it like the lack of liquidity because, you know, we don't have TVL? Is it the lack of institutional support because we don't have MetaMask, we don't have custody? Is it the fact that we are lacking stablecoin, or is it the distribution? And so I decided to ask an expert. Can you please play the video?
$10 billion of product a year. And one of the things I've always found is that you've got to start with the customer experience and work backwards to the technology. You can't start with the technology and try to figure out where you're going to try to sell it. And I've made this mistake probably more than anybody else in this room. And I've got the scar tissue to prove it. And I know that it's the case. And as we have tried to come up with a strategy and a vision for Apple, it started with what incredible benefits can we give to the customer? Where can we take the customer? Not starting with, let's sit down with the engineers and figure out what awesome technology we have, and then how are we going to market that.
All right, thank you. And so, thanks, Anar, for agreeing with the expert, yeah. So, this was, actually, I don't know, 92? 1998, yeah. So, it's actually a good segue to this slide, because I'm thinking like, okay, so where are the users that we can actually onboard into crypto, and where do you start? I think you have to start with the internet, because like you cannot use crypto without the internet. And so, internet was invented into 1983 with like the TCP/IP. That's kind of like everybody agrees on, and then like I started to use it in 1993 maybe, you know, with Gopher and IRC. Like Mosaic was still not around. And I just loved it, yeah, but it was read-only. You could actually, then once Netscape was invented, like we could do forms, so I could like input some data and that's it, but it was not a read-write web. And actually very interestingly, I think like this, like the adoption of internet, for me, indicates how I think crypto has been growing and will grow. Bitcoin is read-only, yeah? And then with the invention of JavaScript in the 1990s, we started to have this like read and write internet, and I think that's the Ethereum, yeah. But like even in the internet, like every cycle is 10 years, yeah. 10 years read only. I still remember I was studying my high school in the US. We actually got the CDs from America Online to be put online, yeah. So like, and it was just a hassle. You had to have a modem, and you know you went like maybe 256 kilos. So it's like it was such a hassle to get online back then, like it is to get into crypto today with fiat on-ramps. And so with the read-write web, what it actually allowed is, you know, you could now write blogs, and you could now like tag your friends, and you could now start a discussion online. And that's what kicked in the new wave of social web. I think this is still to come in crypto. I think it will be the new wave of creator economy. I think it's once everyone is a creator, that's what's going to drive the next growth. And then the fourth one in the internet was mobile, and I think we are still to see this one. So I think in 20 years from now, once we have, you know, Cosmos Gateway 2053, then you know we'll know what would happen. But the internet actually, as it grew, it still has two problems even today. Number one, it's missing a financial layer. So to make a transaction on the internet, you have to put your credit card, you know, with the CCV number. It's not secure. It goes through 4 banks. Like every bank takes a fee. why we just don't have the native financial layer on the internet, number one. And number two, how do you show that you actually, so a fundamental human need is to belong to a society and then have a status within that society. In the real world, you do it with Ferraris and Louis Vuitton bags. But on the internet, you don't have means to do this because, the picture of your Ferrari could be a picture of that you just downloaded on the internet from someone else. The only way how to show this is basically blockchain, crypto, or NFTs. And so let's focus on those one by one, and let's, talk about some examples where I think Cosmos should focus more. So number one is the financial layer and the potential. Even the overall crypto is super small, 1.1 trillion market cap, still super small compared to all the other financial services and products which are out there, which are in terms of derivatives, it's $600 trillion. In terms of debt, it's $300 trillion. So the market that we could attack is really, really big, number one. But we can see that already crypto, the apps have been addressing this market and these financial needs. So for example, payments, we have some payments in Cosmos ecosystem, also e-money. I don't think it has much traction. I looked yesterday. NGM token is about, I think, 1 or 5 million market cap. So I think we could still improve there. Swaps, lending, yield. I think what Terra really brought into the Cosmos ecosystem, as Sunny said, was traction, was yield. We were able to get 20% yield through Anchor, but you could use it only if you used UST as a stablecoin. And that's what actually drove a lot of users and a lot of liquidity into the ecosystem. So I think we need another yield-generating protocols, and I'm excited about what 42 are doing, for example. Adam from Rockaway X also has some ideas. I don't know where he is. Yeah, but he's hiding back there. So you could also talk to him. And then I agree with Sam from the panel we had earlier today. Real-world assets and bringing them on-chain is what I think will bring additional traction. So let's talk about some examples. So disclaimer, we invested into Helio at the beginning of the year. It's just a payment platform, super simple to use. You are doing like a private sale of NFTs. You will use them to actually get payments from all the different pre-minters, number one. Number two, on Helio, you can create an invoice with one click, send to someone, and then just accept crypto very easily. Stripe is processing $300 billion in yearly payments. Cross-border remittances is around $600 billion yearly. So this is a massive market, which I think Web3 solutions could attack. Second is reinsurance. So the entire insurance market is around $900 billion, but half of that is reinsurance. So the insurance companies will actually insure something, but then would sell it to reinsurance companies. It's half, yeah? Like the leaders are Swiss Re, Munich Re, but there are also others. Ensuro, I don't know if you know it, Ensuro.co is a platform which is actually reinsuring Koala Insurance. Koala Insurance, Koala is a fintech company. They're doing parametric insurance on travel. So it's basically, yes, there was an insurance event, you want to be reimbursed or no. So parametric means yes or no answer. They're able to reinsure that. Swiss and Munich Re are generating around 12 to 14% yearly return. On Koala, you can have 12 to 25% yearly. On Ensuro, you can have 12 to 25% yearly return, depending on which tranche you want to be positioned when you are providing liquidity. Another example is Ondo Finance. You probably all know of this. So when the current bear market happened, we actually lost yield in crypto. Now, what is Aave or Compound? What's the yield on Aave Compound? 1 or 2% maybe, on USDC maybe 3, but it's still far below what US treasuries are providing. Ondo is allowing us to invest on-chain to US treasuries or on-chain to high-yield fixed income, generating between 5 to 8%. So that's another example. And another example is real estate on-chain. How many of you know Realty? It's been around for a while. Yeah, so it's a cool platform. I think just since the beginning of this year, they tokenized 30 million worth of houses. Those houses are mainly in Detroit because the founders of Realty, they know the local market. and you are able to generate roughly 20% when you invest into such a tokenized house. The minimum investment is around $50. It runs on Ethereum or Gnosis chain, XDAI, but Gnosis chain is actually much better than Ethereum because then your interest accrues to your wallet automatically. They could not implement this on Ethereum. But product-wise, they have for sure improvements to do. So this is another idea which I think would be easily implementable on Cosmos. So that's financial layer, number one. Number two, how about asset ownership? So all of these internet companies, and this is like not my idea, I took this slide from A16Z. All of these internet companies are actually extracting fees. So Roblox is charging around 30% when you as a creator create something within the game, but Web3, because it's direct, charges much less. Now, NFTs already are a huge market. Currently, in the month of May, the trading volume was $700 million. 1 year ago was $3 billion, went down a bit, but still $700 million, it's not a small market. Compared to trading volume of tokens per month is around 1 trillion. Derivatives, crypto derivatives is 2 trillion. So crypto derivatives 2 trillion, spot 1 trillion, NFTs 1 billion. That's how I think about it, yeah? And NFTs, I think, are an opportunity for Cosmos to also have one of their chains to grow quickly. See here, I don't know if you can read it, but the market collection, which is basically skins on chain, like for video games, has allowed the Mythos chain to be within top 5 just over the past 30 days. This is how we split different asset ownership use cases. This is just one segmentation when we use. We split them into physical world and virtual world. So in the physical world, you can actually engage directly with your fans. If you are, for example, Formula 1 team like Alpine, Alpine is using NFTs. If you go on CryptoSlam, Alpine fan tokens, I think it's top 3 currently, trading around $5 million per month. Number 2, brands are using NFTs to engage directly with their communities, like, for example, Nike and their new Swoosh project. You maybe heard about DePIN or Decentralized Physical Infrastructure projects like HiveMapper. HiveMapper is actually cool because even if you don't have a car, the algorithm gives you a picture of, for example, a stop sign, which the machine learning algorithm of HiveMapper could not read. But then you say, oh, it's a stop sign, and as a result, you help HiveMapper to improve their machine learning model, and as a result of that, you earn honey tokens. So I like that use case. Activity gamification with, I don't know, I'm using Genopets right now, or Steppen. Loyalty programs, we'll talk about this later, and also identity linked to events like the POW token. That's the physical world. Number 2 is virtual world. Gaming already today represents 48% of transactions on chain. So we think that might be another vertical which will drive adoption. I'm looking forward to seeing Cosmos chains also focusing on gaming. Comics, we'll talk about it later. Social networks / identity on chain. Another interesting vertical, and maybe AI. But let's talk about concrete use cases. How many of you know SoRare? Okay, so SoRare is a fantasy football game, but now they're also in ABA and in the football league. You actually collect the cards, and then you actually play the fantasy, and you earn yield in Ethereum. You actually earn like 0.164 ETH when you kind of like win, depending on your team, versus what were their real results in the real world. SoRare raised $680 million. I'm hearing their annualized revenue is still around $100 million. Second is a loyalty program. How many of you heard about Travala? Yeah, so quite many. So Anara found this use case, and I think, Anara, maybe you travel not through bookings.com anymore, you only travel through Travala, no? Because when you book on Travala, so the token has 4 use cases. Number 1, you get a cashback. When you book something through Travala, Travala uses booking.com, so you have the same prices, but when you book through Travala, you actually get a cashback between $3 to $10 per booking. You probably don't see it here, but feel free to go on travala.com, you'll see it there. Then another one is NFT loyalties. They have NFT-based loyalty program. The more you use it, the more discounts you get, and also the community voting on the next features. Playmakers. How many of you heard about Playmakers? Okay, just a couple. So Playmakers, we invested just recently in the seed round, and actually many games currently were initially created like mods. So Counter-Strike is a mod on Half-Life, and people just when they love a game, they love to create something in that game, and we would like a world where they actually get paid for it as well. So this is an example of a game where one of the players created this character, but that character he was unable to monetize that character. But through Playmakers, Playmakers is a publishing platform which connects artists or users with the games. And when someone creates something like a skin or a new weapon in the game and it's being used, then that platform actually monetizes and gives the artist also part of the revenue. So it has two parts of it. Number one is the publishing platform and content monetization platform, and the second part is rewarding the contributions with the reward token. Another example in the gaming vertical is Playmint. Playmint is a fully on-chain game. You probably heard about it already. It's developed using ZK, and the skins market is around $60 billion worth annually. And people just, since Ultima Online, people love, trading in-game items. But currently, if you want to trade an in-game item on Steam, you basically don't really see who has used it before and who won, for example, a game with it in an esports tournament. But through an on-chain game, you would actually have on-chain everything, and then you can, buy that item, show that item in-game, or monetize that item because everything will be on-chain. Third example I want to discuss is a comics book online, 3 World 3 Moons. Anybody knows about 3 World 3 Moons? Yeah, so it's a team basically who was creating comic books like Superman, Thor, Star Wars, and they said distribution of comics books is broken. Comics book is still a $16 billion market annually. They say distribution of comics book is broken because it's a central entity, one intermediary, which decides on the story, number one, but number two also distributes and holds the consumer relationship. With the crypto and with NFTs, they are able to allow readers to change the story. So here you can see a screenshot how you as a reader online can actually choose how will you adopt the storyline, and also you can participate into the experience through NFTs, and then through also your character, because also your avatar changes, ultimately being able to also earn once you create, participate, and then sell your in-game items. So these are just a couple of examples within the financial and the Web3 worlds which we are excited about. I'm sure there is much more, so let's have a discussion after. Ultimately, I would say the following. Yeah, so we are born in a communist country, and you are now sitting on the soil of an ex-communist country. And I was 12 when communism fell, and we were unable to travel. We were unable to send money on board. So for us, why we are excited about crypto is because ultimately it helps you to have freedom, because you can have a smartphone and a connection to internet, and you can basically do financial services. You can invest in Apple stock, you can lend, you can borrow, you can send payments. So this is what ultimately really excites us. And this is also what excites us about Cosmos, because Cosmos equals freedom. You have really good privacy, you have the sovereignty, you have the optionality, you have the modularity. So for us, Cosmos also equals freedom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And we are out of time.
Well, we do, but we don't have any questions, so I think...
no questions?
No questions,
okay, perfect.
no.
So either nobody understood or everybody understood.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe if you can go to the microphone so, people in the stream can also hear you. It's over there. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, you should see it. Perfect. Thank you.
Hey, Victor. Nice one. Loved it. Two things. Can we get a copy of this presentation? Second one is you spoke extensively about real-world assets specifically real estate. And one of the other examples, which is common, is trade finance, invoice discounting, bill discounting. So those kind of dApps getting built. But that kind of relies heavily on Web 2 adoption. So for example, merchants will need to be familiar with crypto wallets, etc. And there are protocols like Polytrade or Credify who are already building on RWA protocols, but struggling to find kind of traction. So again, real estate, you pointed out, it's a highly localized game. Unless you have contacts with authorities, local authorities, it is pretty much impossible to, do these kind of tokenization example, the one that you showed. So from your experience, how do you think these hurdles can be bridged?
Yeah, I think so. Of course, you can have a presentation. We'll probably just send it around. And actually, I think it can be also like downloaded on YouTube. This video will be able to be seen.
Yes.
Second, look, we invested into like real-world assets since like many years ago, like Centrifuge, and we've been using Maple and Credix through our credit fund. And this just takes time. It really takes time to onboard real-world assets because, for every house you have to create an SPV because you have to be linked to the real world. But I think, we just have to work through this, and the real world, I don't think it will accelerate. I think we just, like Realty guys, for example, they are really, it's two brothers. One of them is really there in the US, in Detroit, kind of like sourcing these houses. Yeah. How it can scale? It can scale through leveraging other platforms who have already onboarded these real-world assets. So that's what I think. I think in the future we'll have the combination of those kind of like older platforms onboarding the traditional, and then us bring it on chain, monetize it, in a composable way, being able to borrow and lend against it, for example. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. I'll take this. Thanks. So next talk is not going to be about star signs, but about Comet, even though the name is When Comets Align. As always, you can use Slido for your questions, or as you saw, you can also ask questions directly to the microphone. That works too. All right, so please give a round of applause to Informal Systems product lead Adi Seredinci. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, how is everyone's energy? We only have a precious few hours left from the conference, so I will talk to you in this presentation about Comet BFT. This is the team that I am part of since a few months ago. And for those of you who do not know, Comet BFT is a fork and a successor to Tendermint Core. This is the base layer, or the foundation for all applications built on Cosmos SDK. So the way they're structured is you have Comet, then you have SDK, and then you have the application code, roughly speaking. We're going to go into those kind of details further. And what my purpose would be is I would like to share with you the optimism from the Comet team, so how we're thinking about things, and offer an early vision from the point of view of this rather low-level or infrastructural part of Cosmos networks. Before we go into all of those good parts about optimism and thinking about vision, not optimism stack, just optimism as a spirit, I want to start in a slightly different place, which would be with frogs. So some of you might be aware of this analogy or a metaphor of boiling frogs. So the story is that if you simply take a frog who is like alive and well, and you put it in a pot of water, and then you slowly warm up the water, the frog will not even know what is happening. It's simply going to boil alive, actually. I haven't tested this. I think it's actually a myth, so I haven't heard the frog trying to experiment with this and trying to validate whether it's true or not. I think it is a myth, but it serves as an interesting metaphor for humans and how sometimes we may find it difficult to notice the environment around us changing for the worse. And we're kind of incapable maybe to react to environmental changes, and then just kind of getting worse and worse. I'm actually using it not for the purpose of saying that things are getting worse, but I want to pitch to you the idea that we might sometimes experience what is the reverse of a boiling frog, syndrome. So this is a frog that is kind of happy, go around. Nothing is happening to it, but sometimes the ecosystem around it or the context around it, actually it's improving slowly by slowly, and the frog is not actually really understanding that. It's finding it difficult to appreciate the value that is being created, the growth around it, and so on. And I think sometimes this can happen also to part of our community. So it's not always easy to appreciate when things are improving, unless those things are improving in like amazing ways. And I think things are improving, but they're improving in a very slow manner, and they're growing. And I have a very optimistic view about the ecosystem. I will not share that with like pure facts or evidence of data. I will try to provide to you a couple of stories or anecdotes from my personal experience in the ecosystem, in particular in the context of the Comet BFT project. And this brings me to the roadmap for the rest of the talk. So I will share with you two stories. One is about the origins of the Comet BFT project, and the second story is about forks of Tendermint Core or forks of Comet BFT. So these are two personal stories, and then we will have one last part, which is kind of like an early vision. It's very early for Comet, actually, because the software is it's quite new. And let's start then with the origins of Comet BFT. Like I said in the first slide, in order to talk about Comet, we need to first understand Tendermint Core, because Comet is a fork of that. And the thing about Tendermint Core is that it exists for quite a long time. It's a foundational piece of Cosmos ecosystem. And many things have been happening with it, and then at some point, Comet BFT appeared. So in the interest of transparency, since some of us have gaps in the understanding of where does Comet come from, where the Tendermint Core went, I will try to share what is my understanding of the origins of Comet BFT and try to fill a bit the gaps in our collective understanding. In my view, to understand the origins of Comet BFT, we need to go back to 2020. So I have here just a snapshot from a YouTube video, and in the video there is, so the video is from December 2020, and around that time there was this big event in the interchain or in Cosmos, and it was called Interchain Conversations. And there were many of the people that are here today as well. Among them there was Dave. He was an engineer, co-founder of Sika Validators. They were doing other stuff. They were not doing osmosis back then. But the point is that Dave and Sunny, these brilliant engineers who were working on various pieces of the public goods in Cosmos back then, they came up with the idea of ABCI++. So this was throughout 2020, roughly speaking. And at the end of 2020, they opened an RFC in the Tendermint repo. And I'm telling you all of this because I think the seed or the moment when Comet BFT was planted was back then. Again, this is just my personal opinion, and it's how I think about the origins of Comet. The purpose of Dave and Sunny with proposing ABCI++ in RFC 13 was they wanted to innovate. Just like today, in 2020, they were thinking about what are the limitations of the current stack and how are they going to provide more power to applications. And one of the limitations was in Tendermint Core, and that limitation was called ABCI, and they wanted to extend it and provide kind of innovative a building block or innovative power to applications. And that was ABCI++, and that was in 2020. Like I said, I consider that the moment of planting the seed of Comet BFT. What happened with ABCI++ throughout the years was, after the planting time, there was 2 years of research and development, 2021 and 2022. And here we are today in 2023, and maybe it's not really clear where we are, and that's what I'm trying to answer. To expand a bit on that timeline, I'm providing here kind of the years, how they passed, and what I said was RFC 13, the seed, when Comet BFT was planted. And then we don't exactly have research and development, we have something more like a roller coaster. And this is from the perspective of the team that were developing Tendermint Core, because a long list of complicated situations led the team to change organizations several times, led to several software versions to be retracted, and it was very difficult to evolve this building block. This was, you could argue, part of it because the king or the queen of the prom at that point was IBC, actually. So tendering was kind of considered, okay, it's a solved problem, let's look at other things. Let's look at IBC, let's ship IBC. And that actually happened. And it was quite successful, in my opinion. But Tendermint, I think, was one of the things that suffered a bit as a consequence. So this roller coaster led to what I call the low point as part of the lifetime of Tendermint Core. That was at the end of 2022, just 6 months ago, roughly speaking, when the repository ended up in something like the opposite state to where Dave and Sunny wanted to bring it. So Dave and Sunny, recall, they wanted innovations, they wanted applications to have more power and to control a bit more from the point of view of Comet. But the repository was actually frozen. So we go from a point where, hey, let's give more power to application developers to a point where it's frozen. You cannot even develop it anymore. And that was at the end of 2022. That was also when I was preparing to join the team. And yeah, roughly speaking, my experience was pretty intense because it was a bit compounded by a couple of other things. The team was also very new. So as many of you probably know who are software engineers, when you add engineers to a software project, you're actually slowing it down. You're not actually accelerating. So the team found it very difficult to restart development after the Tendermint repository became frozen. The repository, we were also trying to figure out how is it going to be funded throughout 2023. Some of you might also know that funding public goods it's not just an easy peasy. It takes some effort of involving multiple parties. So those were part of the difficulties. And yet, from that low point, I'm kind of joyfully here telling you that we announced, after the repo was frozen, then we decided, okay, let's fork, let's introduce a new name. And that's what we did. And then we introduced Comet BFT in roughly 1 month later, at the beginning of February. Yeah, Comet BFT was the name we landed on. A mere month later, we released ABCI V1, which is a first part of ABCI++ that was proposed in 2020. And just a month ago, we released the alpha version of ABCI V2, which is the second part of ABCI++. So 2 years and a bit later, here we are with these milestone moments. And in my opinion, this is one of the most impressive turnovers in the ecosystem, where we went from, okay, let's innovate, completely frozen, and now actually restart development. Let me think if I'm missing anything. Yeah, the one most important thing that I'm missing, I'm not saying all of this just to kind of give myself a pat on the back and to solely to celebrate, but I'm saying it also because there has been many things that have happened behind the scenes with the software, and there were many people who actually helped make Comet a reality. Like I said, the engineering team, we were just engineering. And there were several people in the ecosystem, most of them like senior leadership, who have helped transition away the SDK from Tendermint to Comet. There were teams who figured out what should we do, what is the legal thing that is necessary to do, and so on, and trademarking. So if you see any of these people today, the conference plus many others, it's impossible to cover everyone, but they are all the usual suspects that you might imagine. And they're all very wonderful personalities. And if you see them, give them a thank you, because otherwise we would not have the foundational element of Cosmos networks today. And on that positive note, this is the end of the first part of the presentation. Now let's talk a bit about forks. And with respect to forks of Comet BFT, you could also consider them forks of Tendermint Core, because throughout 2021 and 2022, some of them have emerged already since then. So some of them are actually forks from way back. You can think of them in one out of two ways, or kind of two ways. A, forks are bad. Forks are getting in the way of developers who want to do their job, so they need to fork your software, and they need to kind of go out of the way, invest additional effort so that they can do their job. That's accurate, but it's only part of the story. I think the fact that forks of an open source project exist indicates also something else. It indicates that the software is needed And I think at the ecosystem level, I see it as a great signal that teams are actually experiencing, there is a lot of thriving and innovation and creativity happening actually, that they are so excited that they just need to fork stuff to innovate and to bring new ideas to the market. And yeah, just like Dave and Sunny, we have many teams that actually have forked this software throughout time. What are they doing with that? Well, briefly, they're innovating. I'm only aware of a few of them. I'm mentioning here some of the ones, but it's impossible to cover all. We know, for instance, that the YDX are having this dual mempool design in which they have rather high throughput in the vanilla mempool that only holds unmatched orders. And then as soon as you match two orders with one another, they push them into a second layer mempool. And this is the mempool that feeds into consensus, which is much lower throughput. So it's a pretty interesting design. They call it kind of like hybrid decentralized design. Celestia have been using a fork for quite some time. Then we have, we are aware of some of their changes, and then Say Network are quite at the bleeding edge of pushing the performance of Comet-based networks and SDK-based networks. And then there's the pioneers with MEV, and you by this point you know more about MEV than I do. When I was creating these slides, there was a lot of discussions about MEV in Cosmos today. And actually, this is just the tip of the iceberg, in fact. As part of my role in the team, I'm looking at the different users of Comet, and I'm compiling this table. This is very, very rough, and it's incomplete, rough, and in some ways also inaccurate. But we're trying our best to talk to users and to understand their needs and to document why do they need a fork, when would they come back to mainline, and so on, so that we understand how are we going to evolve Comet BFT in the next period. And I'm going to only offer one more idea on this subject of forks. Actually, two ideas that are on this slide. That is that going back to this analogy of reverse boiling frog, let's not be that. There's one way in which I consider forks that, like I said in the beginning, they are an indicator of growth and success. So instead of teams not using the software and kind of having abandoned open source software, we actually see the opposite. And I think that's wonderful, and it's something to appreciate. It is opposed to a lagging indicator of success, which could be token prices. This is one way in which I think about it. And then the second point is about if you have tuning instruments and if you have musical instruments and you ever use the tuning fork, even though it's kind of like old technology, a fork is just like that, a fork of a software. It points to how you should manipulate the mainline, the core version of Comet BFT, so that you're going into the direction in which is going to be tuned to user needs. So forks are like a tuning tool, actually, and it points where us, as the maintainers, as the stewards of Comet BFT, should be evolving this building block. And yeah, the last part of the talk, in the same spirit of evolving Comet BFT and where are we going, this is a very early kind of idea, and I would welcome feedback here. The introductory part to this vision idea is that my mental model of Cosmos evolution, of the ecosystem evolution, is that it has underwent roughly 2 cycles of innovation or 2 cycles of growth. One was around when IBC was enabled, and that was quite visible in how many networks started to be interoperable with one another. And then now we are, I think, seeing a second wave, which has not much to do necessarily with interoperability, but it has to do with something a bit more subtle, that maybe it's even difficult to put your finger on it. But the way I call it, it's applications that are quite a bit more ambitious than just interoperability. These are applications that are seeking to compete ambitiously with actual institutions in our society. So these are institutional grade applications, some of them that I have mentioned earlier in my talk. And from the perspective of the Comet team as stewards of the software, We have two tasks, basically. Broadly speaking, we need to make sure that we're going to enable and not get in the way of these institutional-grade applications or this new wave of applications. And this can be decomposed into ideas. It's, if you're familiar with distributed systems, there's safety and liveness, so to speak, and this is similar to that. We want to make sure that these new applications can have a safe foundation. So we want to ensure security and stability, even when people need to have forks. And that's a pretty difficult battle, because you cannot consult with 60 networks and look at their diffs and make sure that they're correct. And then the second point being that you want to enable the innovations that they're doing. And this is, again, very difficult because it's very, very wildly different use cases. There's actually very different ways in which you can enable innovations, not strictly through the software. For instance, teams that are joining the community calls, we see them quite often that synergies are starting to form and collaborations are emerging. And please join our community calls, because that's what we want it to be. It's not a place where developers solely communicate with you, but also where users communicate with one another. Then the second idea of enabling innovations is that, like I said, there's already people who have forked teams, and they went ahead and they did pretty amazing things. And now what we want is to bring those innovations into mainline and act as a router of those innovations so that other users can also adopt them later. And then the third and last idea is more strictly about the software. That, again, if there's many users and they all want to use Comet, then it would be necessary that the software goes into a direction of higher and higher modularity. And the message that I'm trying to convey is, come talk to us, because we want to have your back. We want to be there and help you. And the final image that I want to leave you with is that Comet is actually not really anything unless users have their own saying in how it is used. So the way I imagine in 1 or 2 years from now is that teams have their own idea about what Comet should be, and they have a small delta on that, but they still live on mainline development, on the mainline version of Comet. So we would have maybe sometimes even closed source versions of it, because if you want to actually innovate and secure adoption and enable these institutional grade applications, we cannot just use cookie cutter techniques where everyone is using the same vanilla building block. I don't think it's realistic. So I think teams will need actually to have forks. It just takes quite a lot of collaboration and a lot of thinking on how that can be done in a safe way. And we want teams to feel encouraged and to feel like they own Comet. They own the software, and they own the version that they're building or the version that they're using in practice. So I can imagine Mechatech and Skip and all of these other teams that they would have their own version of what they think Comet is, and that is what it serves their needs. And at the same time, they shouldn't feel burdened by maintaining that. It should be a small delta that is strictly only for their use case. And yeah, that's it. Please, don't hesitate to follow us on Twitter. We're pretty active, actually, with the Comet BFT handle. Give it a start to our GitHub repo, where, like I said, the repo is like 6 months old, maybe 5 months old, so it's pretty new. And you probably saw Ali's workshop. Talk to him. He's our DevRel, doing great stuff if you want to learn more about ABCI++ or you have other needs. And I would be glad to take any questions. I think there's 4 minutes, if there are any questions.
Yes, we have questions.
Awesome.
So there is a question from Mr. Pickles, and they're asking, what's your view on everyone building their own app chain when it may not be needed, as these products could be built on the same chain, such as DeFi products?
For DeFi products, okay, fine. They maybe should just use rollups or replicated security or some other models. I touched a bit on during my talk that I think now we're not seeing, at least from the perspective of the Comet, which is rather low level, we're not seeing merely DeFi use cases, but we're also seeing slightly more advanced use cases that really want to push the limit of the whole stack. And I gave a few examples, and those applications cannot just use a cookie cutter technique where they just take a vanilla, like a validator set, and then they just use replicated security or a rollup. They want pretty advanced They have pretty advanced needs from the stack in which they build. They want to be decentralized, they want to own their governance, and they want to own the whole development lifecycle. So I think for some use cases that can work, but not all of them.
Another one, I'm not fully sure if it's for you, so bear with me.
I'll try to answer you.
How does one join the community calls?
Great question.
Okay.
I should have posted the link here. It's Linktree/Comet BFT. Otherwise, if you go to Twitter @Comet BFT, you will also see the same Linktree. But there's a Google, the short version of it, there will be a link to a community group. And once you join that Google group, which is the community group, you actually get automatically subscribed to calendar invites. And you also get access to a Google Doc where we keep notes, and you will see the YouTube recordings of previous community calls. And you'll see the emails of the other community members, and you can interact with them in general.
All right. So if not anyone here in the room have a question, so thank you very much, Adi. Thank
Pleasure.
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Oh, thanks. All right, so we are about to hear the last panel, and it's going to be about building communities. But before the stage is going to get set, I want to use this time to thank our diamond partners. First up is Rockaway. This company, without it, we wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be any Gateway to Cosmos conference, so big thanks to them. Another company is Agoric. Also, big thank to Celestia. I mentioned there's going to be a party that they are hosting, so double thanks. Neutron, they sponsored our Hackers Lounge, and also I need to mention security partner Halborn. And also big thanks to our gold and silver partners. So maybe if you can give them like a little applause. Thank you guys. Yes. All right. So I think we're all set. So please welcome Chief Growth Officer from Rockaway X, Samantha Bobot, and the rest of the panelists.
All right, we've got a packed house.
Wow, this is really exciting, guys. Here's conferenced out.
I feel like we saved the best for last, which is after 3 days of community vibes talking about the community.
Yay.
Yay. So I'm very lucky to be joined here because I certainly don't have the expertise. Sorry. To talk all things community with a pretty interesting range of perspectives. So we have some that are focused more on the contributions they make to communities and how they make, when they're passionate, how they make it the most active, kind of show their enthusiasm. And then we have someone who is all about the vibes and managing a very robust global community. So before I take their words away or mince them entirely, I'm going to have them introduce themselves. Jake, do you want to kick off?
Sure. I'm Jake, also known as DAO Maximalist, and I'm part of the Juno community. And the Juno community is a very passionate community, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm Yannick. I'm with Chorus One. We're a staking provider, operating infrastructure for some 40+ networks, including a lot of Cosmos chains. I'm working on the ecosystem partnership side for Chorus, which also includes the venture side, so we're actively investing as well through Chorus Ventures. And yeah, we're on the other side kind of contributing more to communities than having our own.
Yeah, I'm Hector. I'm the marketing manager at CKV. We are a validator, running validators in almost 20 chains, the majority of them in Cosmos. And yeah, as he said, like we contribute to many communities. We also collaborate with other communities outside of Cosmos, like CK Hack, that they have their own community. And yeah, pretty excited to be here.
Yeah, so maybe to kick off, I feel like community can be a bit nuanced. Dare I say, sometimes it might even elicit an eye roll from some people, not in our ranks, but on the periphery, who are like, okay, but how do you measure it, right? How's it real? So maybe each of you can speak to that, kind of how you think about the communities that you are in the most and how you measure the strength of them.
That's a great question. So when I think of communities, like community is a big word, right? And really there's like many different communities that like a project like Juno or many of the other layer ones in the Cosmos have to deal with, and they're all like, you know, different kinds of shareholders, if you will, right? Like, so with Juno, the developer community is a unique group that's really important, and they have their like certain needs that have to be met. You know, but then there's also, you know, the community of people that use the applications, and then there's the communities that are just the pure traders, and they're there for number go up, and then you have, you know, the validator community, and then you have also the contributor community, the people that are not developers but are, you know, like talking about the projects, making videos, things like that. Those are also a really important community. So, you know, in terms of, you know, metrics for communities, you know, you just want people talking about your project, right? You want people caring. What you don't want is like, you know, governance proposals go up and no one like tweets anything about it on Twitter. In many ways, like DPS is kind of a measure of like how much people like care about your project. And at the end of the day, I still think that community is the only moat in crypto. Like everything else that you're doing can basically be copied. Like you came up with a cool DeFi protocol. Guess what? There's going to be a bunch of other DEXs that are doing the same thing, even if your contracts are closed source. Like everything you do is, and again, this copying is kind of how innovation happens. It's like, you know, stuff gets forked, that people make slight tweaks and changes, and that's great. But the one thing that is the moat is community. It's the people that stick with you. And as an example that I love to give is like Ethereum. Ethereum has one of the strongest communities in crypto. They have one of the strongest developer communities in crypto. A lot of the best Solidity developers, they don't do any other EVM chains. They just do it on Ethereum first, and they get like a ton of usage and traction. And like that's a really, really strong and awesome community. So I also think the Juno community is pretty great, but I'm biased.
Yeah, I think engagement is a good kind of measure on community activity, but not necessarily quality, right? And so I think for me, it always comes a little bit back to kind of intrinsically motivated parts of the community. Kind of as you mentioned with Ethereum, a lot of people like they believe in the vision, they believe in the ethos of the project, and maybe also just, you know, are aligned professionally. You know, this is kind of my work and my job, versus kind of the more extrinsically motivated people, you know, that often come in the bull market that are solely focused on, okay, you know, I have these tokens and, you know, number go up, but don't necessarily align and contribute otherwise to the community. So there's no like kind of proper engagement in terms of like qualitative engagement there. So, but yeah, I think otherwise you summarized it quite well.
Yeah, I think like coming back to the quality point, and going back to the CK Hack community that I mentioned, I think like that community is an example in itself, because it's a passionate group of people that want to move CK forward, that want to push this technology into many ecosystems, and we have been witnesses of that, like either in the bull market or in the bear market. Like it's a community that's growing, and not only growing in number, but also in the quality of what people are sharing. Like out of nowhere, they have created like study groups, like made by the community. No one, no the founder or anyone has interfered on that. It's a community that wants to push this narrative and this technology forward, that comes together for that common good, regardless of the price of a token or whatever. So like I think that's a very good example of what a community is.
Yeah, so a few of you alluded to kind of the challenges of the community in the bear market, and I guess that some of the fair weather community members are out the door, and the speculative ones, which I imagine can be a good thing in some respect. Because
it is a good thing, yeah.
Who's left are the ones that are really trained on that mission. But yeah, how do you keep up the view of shared interest, of patience in a time like this? Maybe we start there, and then we can go to how you retain.
Yeah, I think like it all comes down to the vision. I think like if you are good at selling a vision and telling people like this is where we want to go and this is where we want to get, and people buy into that vision, I think like the market conditions are a plus or a little minus in that sense. But as long as there is a strong vision with a community, I think like the market is just, you know, like something external. Like people continue to build, people continue to get involved. It's true, you know, like that in some communities market conditions are a reality. But as long there is a strong vision, I think that's half of the work done.
Yeah, I think if you can get people to buy into that vision, right? I think that's the hard part usually. If you can manage to kind of create this shared vision and also shared community where everyone kind of pulls along, I think that's totally right. But yeah, and I do think kind of the token part of it is kind of very important on that as well, because you have shared ownership, right? You care more about a project you're kind of also invested in on that side. But that should kind of be the second or third part of kind of when you start building a community, right? Starting to get people involved, do hackathons, do a lot of kind of community building events that are focused on the vision and on the project itself and what's possible there, and less so on the token itself and the structure there. So I think, yeah, I would definitely agree, and I think kind of engaging the community on that side. I think you mentioned you're doing like code and chill sessions where people can code with you and just hang out and just kind of create this sense of community as well around the day-to-day, so to say. I think if you can manage to get people to buy into that, then you're like in a very strong position going forward. And if you can create that interest in a bear market, then you're kind of in a very very good position going forward.
Yeah, I actually think that bear markets are kind of an opportunity to forge the strongest aspects and the strongest bonds inside of your community that will take you forward into the next cycle. Because the people that are still around are really the true believers of the project. And then it's much easier for them to meet each other and like find alignment and become a lot closer. And they form, the core that will like kind of take you to the next cycle. Like during this like kind of market cycle, I've decided to spend a lot more time just like engaging with developers, engaging with the people that are still around in spite of like the price go. And it's amazing that we have like community of people that are still around. Like I did a code and chill session. I'd say we've had on average about like 20 people like each session. And one session we had like 50
code and chill,
people.
not a code and chill, right?
Code and chill.
Yeah. Okay.
No, all just coding, all just talking about the tech, no price stuff. And yeah, that's a limited audience, right? But the people there are the next generation of people building on Juno, and we're definitely like, I've been talking about Lead Society during my last talk. We've started this developer DAO. It's organized in a guild structure, so you have the masters, the journeymen, and the apprentices, and that is another exercise in creating a really strong, very core community, and part of what attracts them to that, and this is beyond price, right? These are people that care about like building like the next generation of decentralized technologies. They want access to like learning and education, and that's the best way is this in-person kind of cohort and network and secret society. And then from that, we're also like kind of incubating some projects and trying to generate real connections and friendships and networks, and we're also connecting some like investors to that community to make sure that what is coming out of this is like, generating like real opportunities that are going to like, come to fruition like the next cycle. I mean, obviously these are large investments in time that really just pay off with time, but I think that the best thing projects can do these days is, yes, there's going to be people that will, like nothing you do is going to matter until the number goes up. And sometimes the number goes up is like, a little bit, outside of your hands. It's the macro, it's the ecosystem, right? But what you can do is find the people that really still care about your project and still believe in it, and then just every effort you would use to apply to like all the people fighting your project on Twitter or complaining about it, like, and you should also, sometimes there's really valid complaints in the community, you should definitely listen to them, we can maybe talk about that, but you should spend a lot more energy on the people that are still there and that are really invested, and the people that are still interested in building during the worst of times, because those are the true believers, and you should make sure you reward the true believers.
Yeah, and I think also you in every community you have a loud minority in general, right? That can be positive, but also negative. And these people usually get the most attention, but they are not necessarily the ones contributing the most. So I think if you can really figure out who are the core people that contribute to you, and especially I think for a lot of projects that are building infrastructure, that is those developers, maybe students that are just learning about crypto and blockchains, and kind of getting those people engaged and getting them to stay. I think it's great if you can manage that, and if you focus on those people and yeah, align ownership and align the kind of the shared values there, then it's fantastic.
So Jake, you mentioned bringing different voices in the room. You said you have users, you have some folks that are building or looking for a co-founder, then you said investors. Do you feel like it's your role to curate that community, or is it more if you build it, these different perspectives come organically?
It's a bit of both. Yeah. You gotta like provide at least like the basic part of the initial structure and some of the initial peel, like, and you gotta give it the initial shape. But after a while, it kind of takes on a life of its own. So like with Lead Society, for example, for like our masters, we have to have cool people that people want to like, learn from and be mentored from, right? And so, Jack Zamplin and I are part of it, and we both have funds. Like he has Galileo, and I'm starting Analog Interchain with Sam, and we've also been like, kind of well-known builders in the space who have very technical background, but we also have some like amazing developers in the space, like Dan from Cosmology, one of the best front-end engineers in all of Cosmos, making amazing great tooling. We have like some great smart contract engineers who've worked on things like DAO and interchain protocols, like ICS 721, and so like those are people that people are craving mentorship, and they're craving like actually like the documentation is not necessarily very great when you're on the cutting edge, right? So the only way to learn is kind of this social network, and a lot of times that kind of becomes an exclusive like insider society. If you're not in like CosmWasm Twitter, you don't know what the best libraries to use are or whatever. And so, I think the way I've been thinking about it is you do need that basic initial structure of what the idea is, but it should be as minimal as possible, but have like all the elements, right? You have like potential access to opportunities of like, you should feel like by joining Lead Society, I can get a job from this somehow, or maybe I'll be able to like start a company or a startup or a DAO out of it. You should also feel like by joining Lead Society, I'll get some learning. So you have to have this basic structure, but we really do think that like once it starts, it's probably going to take on a life of its own, and people that are in it are going to just come up with their own ideas, and they're going to be like, let's issue NFT badges, or let's do this or do that, So that's great. That's what we want to happen. But you need that initial structure, because in a structureless environment, and I've seen this before with communities in crypto especially a lot of DAOs, they just have this completely structureless environment, and then nothing happens.
Yannick, Hector, I imagine, like on the validator side, you're more probably the recipient of efforts to call or like curate value-add community members.
Well, we're kind of professional community members, I would say,
right.
where we, if we are supporting a chain on the validator side, of course we're participating in governance, and Course One specifically has been very active, and also was, I think, one of the first validators to always share kind of how we voted and why we voted that way on a proposal that came up, on Twitter, so that people from the community of the chain or the project that we validate on also understand kind of our reasoning and our positioning there, and can then also decide, do they delegate to us? Because kind of the two communities that we have is obviously the projects we work with, but then also the people that delegate to us, may that be kind of professional clients and institutional players, or people that delegate to the public validators that we provide. And so, yeah, just trying to be very active, outgoing, I would say. We don't really have our own community in that sense, but being strong partners and being core contributors in the different communities where we support the network. I think that's where we try to kind of do a lot of work. We also do a lot of research, for different projects, and all these MEV and all these different topics. See if there's new things we can find there that we can then also provide as kind of knowledge, and obviously also a lot of education. Creating content around how staking works on a certain network, and where users can go to if they want to get involved and they want to delegate their tokens. So it's a little bit more, I would say, kind of a professional community member that comes in from that side. But yeah, we try to do our best and try to contribute and be one of those aligned shared vision community members.
I think like from a validator standpoint, when you have 175 validators in each chain, it's very difficult to stand out. And I think like there are two parts, right? Like your delegators, you are accountable to them because they want you to vote in a certain way, and for that to happen, you have to have a path, like this is what I support, this is what I stand for, and I think that's very important for your community to know it and to be sure that no matter what happened, you have a strong point in each of the issues that surrounds a chain. But also there is another aspect, and for us, for example, is like our mission that drives us, and for us is privacy and CK. So I think like we have taken this stand so people know that everything we do in one way or another is moving towards a common goal, which is pushing these two narratives. And I think like when you don't have that sense of a community, because where we are is, you know, like as you said, we are in the middle between protocols and users. I think like you have to be even more clear on, you know, researching, how you said, communicating your votes and being as accountable as possible for the rest of the people.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious about the modes of communication in the community. So obviously Twitter's come up a couple times, but is there, whether it's like a novel way that you've connected or something you think we might be missing? Obviously you interact at gatherings like this, but how else every day are you interacting with the community?
It's mainly, of course, Twitter is a big channel for any crypto stakeholder. In our case, we detected that, for example, in the Cosmos ecosystem, there were many things happening in terms of governance and news, and there was not a structured way of getting that, and we created a newsletter. That's a way to communicate with not only our stakers, but also like the whole community in general. And then, for example, I think there is two worlds. One is the online world and the physical world, and I think the physical worlds matter because you need that contact, you need to see people face to face, you need to interact with your community members in order to create that fraternity, that power between all of them. So I think like for sure like events like this one and other events are very important.
I mean, I'd say Discord and Telegram are probably still pretty important as well. Again, like we don't really have, I mean, we have a Discord and we also have a Telegram community channel, but it's, you know, very, very small compared to I think some of the projects that are here. So we try to be, you know, active in those Discords of those different projects and have people there. And yeah, I mean, I do spend too much time, I would say in the various Discords and you know, participate in conversations and you know, having the ability to have like, you know, different channels about different topics and, you know, having that structure a little bit as well as like what should this conversation be about and not just one channel where everyone, you know, yells about what they feel like. It's probably like a good starting point. But yeah, I don't know, maybe you can say more to how you guys structure this, but yeah, for us it's definitely, you know, I think Discord is probably the main channel of communication.
We have all the channels. Once you're a, you know, public crypto project, you have all the channels whether you like them or not, and we have some really great people that like work on managing all those channels. And so yeah, I agree, in-person events are great. I agree with everything that's been said so far, but lately, especially in this bear market, I've been thinking very much about really spending time with the core contributors and the true believers. And I've been spending a lot more time like with like in almost like one-on-ones of just saying like, hey, I really appreciate what you do with the community. You want to like hop on a call or just chatting with them individually and not necessarily in these like public spaces, because that's, you know, you have to keep those are the most important people, like the people that are still developing on your project and the people that are still believe in it, and just like, you know, I think that especially in this time, like it's really important to like invest in those kind of people, and those are the kind of people that are going to take you forward into the next era. It's like will be the, like, I can't think of a better word at the moment, but evangelists of the future. So I've been definitely spending a lot more time, and in many ways I find those conversations a lot more like refreshing than the super public ones. You know, obviously it's important to chime in on the Telegrams and Twitter, but you know, like I think that's something I would recommend to other projects in the space. If you have like a really large community like Juno, is spend time doing one-on-ones with like your best contributors and like the people that are really involved. I think you'll find that really, really rewarding, and they will also really, you know, really appreciate that and love that you took the time.
Jake, I know in your talk yesterday, there were two words that came up a few times. So one was vibes, good vibes, and then the other was drama.
Okay.
You talk about, no, there were a lot of other words that sounded, yeah, like that sounded very drop mic, but those stayed with me. I was like, we need the good vibes and we need less drama. So what is the drama that comes in the community? And how do you kind of deflect it or manage it or harness it?
Drama is not unique to crypto. It has been fundamental in human society since the very beginning, but we now have the privilege of Twitter. So, you know, it's, I mean, first of all, you have to realize that there's always going to be drama. You know, that's just real. When we're building sovereign blockchains, these are like effectively like political systems. Like almost every vote, has there ever been 100% vote in Cosmos? I don't know. I mean, there's definitely been some ones with very high yes percentage that most people are behind, but they're oftentimes, you know, they're divisive, and that's always going to create like a bit of drama. I think that the important thing, especially during this time, is as leaders in the space, and this was part of my talk yesterday, I'm just going to kind of reiterate a little bit of it. As leaders in the space, as founders, as like core devs of our different projects, we have to realize and set the tone of the conversation, right? We have to realize that we are all tied together as an ecosystem, and how we talk to each other as like, you know, founders and as our projects. We want to try to set the tone where it's less about, you know, only one of these kinds of projects can, you know, only one DEX can succeed in Cosmos, or only one permissionless blockchain can and really the reality is the opposite. We succeed or die as an ecosystem, and as leaders in the space, which is a great way to come to Gateway because I feel like there's a nice concentration of builders here, we have to create those good vibes. We have to get people from outside the ecosystem excited about the interchain, and the only way we do that is kind of like burying the hatchet a little bit, you know? A lot of times, like many of the founders in the Cosmos, we've like known each other for a while, there's all sorts of past baggage and history, but, you know, like for the good of our projects, it's better to just kind of, you know, set that aside as much as possible, because it doesn't help the price, you know? It doesn't help really anything. It's pointless fighting, and it's a huge waste of energy. You know, obviously articulate what's different about your project and why your smart contract chain or your DEX is going to be the next big thing, but be very mindful and like even try to create this culture inside your community of like, let's just be positive towards the ecosystem. You know, there's always going to be drama, but I think also important in drama, it's important to listen. One of the things that, you know, we've had some big drama incidences in Juno, if you've never heard about them before, but I think that's because people really care. And that's the thing, is people care about these chains. They care about these projects. And it's important when drama does happen to like really try to like not inflame people even more, like try to be as neutral as possible, don't use inflammatory language. Also, and try to create a space for like hearing people out. Like when drama does happen, one of the things I like to do is create a Twitter space right away. Get people to come out in person and not just talk with mean tweets, but like have to come up with a mic and, you know, express what, you know, how they feel about stuff. And usually when you do like Twitter spaces as opposed to like tweets, when people are actually talking to each other, even if it's someone that they're really mad at and they really hate, usually people are a lot more polite than if they like are just like firing off like text tweets or whatever. So
keyboard warriors.
Yeah, and so, you know, it's important to like, oftentimes there's like, you know, there's a lot to learn from criticism. You know, I think definitely during bear markets, crypto communities a little bit bipolar. Like when times are good, nothing's wrong. Rose-colored glasses number goes up, and when, you know, times are bad, it's the opposite. But during the bad times, it's important to listen. You're getting valuable feedback, right? It might be overly negative, it might be hard to hear, but it's important to listen, listen to it in a constructive way, you know? But yeah, I guess my call to other founders in the space around my talk yesterday, and I'll let you guys also respond. I'm sorry, I've been hogging the mic. But
there's going to be some drama if you don't let them talk.
All right, but good vibes. We really do succeed as an ecosystem, and one of the things that has been great about this conference is I feel like between Cosmos founders, there's been a lot better vibes, and we want the outside community to feel that. Because when I go on Twitter, I don't see the good vibes that are here between the projects, like, you know, and so like let's try to like bring that more to the external community so that we can, you know, get back to #IBC gang days.
Yeah. You two blokes don't strike me as the ultra dramatic sort, but I'm
Not
not getting that vibe. But are you part of these dramas? Do you think you are? Are you diffusers more as infrastructure partners?
I mean, like, I tend to see, like, personally, I tend to see validators as political actors, and as any political actor, because you have to contribute in governance and you have to put positions out there, you are not exempt of drama. There has been many propositions and governance proposals that have been very very intense in conversations in the community, and I think like it's natural that people that stake to you or people that in communities where you have a high stake call you out because you vote yes or no in XYZ proposition, and I think like we are not immune to that, and the best way to get out of the drama part and go to a more constructive place is by explaining, as he said, like explaining why we vote this way and how can we make sure that, for example, I think Atom 2.0 is a good example. It's like there were many good things about the proposals, other in the middle, and it ended up not happening. But if you take a look around, like there has been many of the parts of that proposal that came to life by the community. So I think like that's a good example that was 50-50 more or less, like close call, but at the end of the day, drama can be constructive because we can learn and put into practice that things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think constructive drama, right? Like if people should disagree and should argue and should kind of have constructive conversations, but yeah, it shouldn't if you're just lashing out, then you're not really contributing anything. And so I think I like what you said, kind of having one-on-one conversations, like getting to get more context and actually talk to the people that are valuable in a community, because I think in the end a lot of people just they want to be heard, they want to feel like they're being treated fairly, and if they don't feel their way, of course they're gonna lash out and not gonna be happy. But I think in conversation and with more context, a lot of times what seemed to be really, really bad maybe it's not as bad as it first appeared. But yeah, otherwise I think the guys said it all.
Maybe to close us out, could each of you maybe give an example of a contribution you're proud of that you or your company has made to a community, or maybe for you, a shout out to a community member who has really stayed the course, a journeyman, made their mark, a community that's done something really well when it comes to retaining members and activating them in the last year? Any of the above?
There are so many people in the Juno community that are really stepping up right now as we speak. We have actually a group of over about 30 people that are working really hard on Juno governance reforms, on the Juno Constitution, and it's an amazing working group. And some of them have huge frustrations with Juno. Like, there are like big critics of, they still love it, but they've got like, hey, stuff's not been perfect in the past, and we're not doing this right, and we're not doing like. And it's been this most amazing, like, kind of rich discussion, and people are working really hard and writing these big documents about like plans for the future, and it is one of the things that has made me like the most bullish about Juno that I've been in like ages, or in like a year, I don't know. So it's like, I think that's also important, is sometimes, yeah, one-on-ones are great, but also having smaller groups of like really well-informed people rather than trying to have a really important discussion in like the main Telegram channel. Like, that's so useful. But I want to shout out to the Juno Reform Working Group. Like, they're doing an amazing job, and there's just so many great ideas that are happening in there. And we're working on like synergizing all that, and we're gonna bring it out to the community like very soon and make sure that we're communicating everything that's happening there. But every single person in that group has just been amazing.
I think for us, it's just, we're still very bullish Cosmos ecosystem as a whole. I mean, we still see, everyone building and doing great things, and so we're still actively investing and trying to, support projects that kind of fit our thesis. I mean, we're an infrastructure provider, so that's where we lean the most. But yeah, I think for us, it's still we're very much bullish that the community can come together and kind of sort of pull through past the 12-month that have been addressed a couple times here on stage as well.
Yeah, the same. I feel like the Cosmos community in general is a pretty awesome experiment and like a pretty awesome place to be. We validate in many other chains. Every chain has its own, every ecosystem, every community has its own pluses, but I think like the Cosmos community is one of the strongest out there, and I think like the more it grows and the more we mature as a community together, the further we will grow in the next coming years.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us and for closing us out with maybe the most important thing of all, how vibrant this community is and how excited we all are to be here and have spent time together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. So right now, we're going to have the closing act. I would like to invite everyone who is still outside to come here to the main stage because, you know, you don't know what I know, but I was in the backstage. I overheard what is going to happen, and there is some surprise. Everyone's a little bit giddy. I know why, and you really don't want to miss out. So please, everyone, if you're here still in the building, come to the main stage. It will be worth it. Trust me. This is going to be wild. All right, so thank you, everyone. Thank you that you were here with Gateway to Cosmos. And please give a warm welcome again to Samantha Bobot.
Okay, I promise to keep this short because you've all been such, this thing keeps going in my face. You've all been such troopers. And I can imagine you want to go see Prague at this point. Okay, so first, I want to thank you all not just for coming. Sorry, this thing is right in my eye. Okay. Thank you for coming, yeah, but also just bringing this energy. I mean, yesterday, if any of you follow me on Twitter, I never tweet, but I became like a Twitter troll, being like, I can't believe how many people are here for this demo session and cheering and standing in the back, and this is all at 5 p.m. on a Sunday. So from that, just to your participation in workshops, everything else, you know, at the beginning here, I said this was a labor of love for our team, but you guys made it feel a lot less laborious, and we felt a ton of fun and a lot of love, so. Next two. Yeah, so we did connect. I think on the first day here, I said something like there's going to be a lot of sparks that are going to fly. I think at least one person is going to find a co-founder. I think like 10 or 20 of you can find partnerships, maybe a check if there's an investor who's writing them around here. And you're going to have fun and you're going to make new friends. So I made that bold prediction. If you have managed to spend these 3 days here and you haven't done any of that, you still have an opportunity tonight at the Celestia closing party, and I have no doubt you will leave with one of those. But for now, I did kind of want us to focus on how do we make these connections enduring, right? How do we take what we've done here, you know, whether that's just kind of going through the Telegram for all of you and saying, who is this person, and is there really a way we can collaborate? And following through on that, that could be awesome, but just taking the spirit of this forward. We also said at the start that this audience wasn't going to be a passive one. Everything from the workshops to talking to panels, shouting out any questions, that we really wanted you to come here, be chatty, and think of it in terms of like, what contribution are you making to this community? So I'm going to ask you to get talking just one more time. We're going to do a bit of a reflection exercise. I think at the start I did this and it was turn to your right. And my friend said, you can't say turn to your right again because it sounds biased. I was like, okay. So turn to your left and we're going to ask each other 2 questions. I'm going to put them up on screen now. And so they are, what was the highlight of your experience? And then what's a new, and maybe it's not new, but it's just like an affirmed, really strongly held prediction that you have for Cosmos coming out of this. And I'm going to give you a few minutes. Hi. So someone didn't have someone to their left, and I'm going to quote him because his response was really good. He's like, the highlight for me was that so many conferences you need the VIP ticket or like the crazy intro or contact to talk to founders, whereas I had so much of that here. And so that was wonderful. Okay, so the second one was about predictions. Leading up to this, we did a little bit of a crowdsourcing exercise. So we asked a good group of our speakers for their big predictions coming in. Admittedly, some of them are a little punchier than others, where they caveated with like, this one's really obvious, this one's out there, and I was like, just give them to me. So if we formulate as we expect, our first one was most chains in the next 5 years are modular. Next, IBC wins as the industry standard for interoperability. A Cosmos app chain is a top 5 DeFi project by TVL. Cosmos chains support ETH by this time next year. And then we've been tweeting, asking people, not just who are in this room, but beyond, to vote on these. I guess you can think for a second now about your prediction. And if you're right, you should get yourself a nice drink. Sorry, what? Oh, I thought someone. So I think this was our team's prediction. So we thought this was going to win out. And we're quite surprised by what you all voted for, which was, I didn't have time to update the slides, but the winner was ETH. So number 1 was that ETH is going to come integrated by this time next year. Number 2 was IBC. Number 3, the modular. And then Cosmos app chain. So yeah, that was our predictions. I guess before we round out, I just want to thank all our sponsors. I think when I opened this up, I said, you know, these aren't just folks who've written a check or contributed to making this all possible. They've been curated. We asked them to come because they really are contributors to this community. They're kind of co-conspirators of ours and others here. And I think that's been clear. So if you've gone to the lounges or if you've met these people buzzing around, they're all making really interesting contributions to this space. And then finally, we want to, so to be clear, we are not organizing these. I think our team is conference organized out for at least a little while, but we have some great friends who are having events in the next months. So maybe we or you all will see each other there. So there's OSMOCon and Nebular Summit, I believe, is in Paris in about 6 weeks. And then, of course, there's Cosmoverse in Istanbul. So if you have any post-conference doom and gloom where you're wondering when you're going to see everyone again, shout out that that's going to happen soon. So I'm going to now turn it over to my fabulous colleague, Martin. He has taken this stage, I think, twice or 4 times. He gave a workshop on Observatory. That's our platform that's showing visibility into the level of chain decentralization, and he's building out a ton of tools to help everyone. So projects, users, stakeholders, investors to contribute to making chains more decentralized. I think in my opening, I actually said that one of our big governing beliefs or visions as a company is that we expect chain decentralization to increase, I had said, in the years or weeks or years ahead, or weeks, months, years ahead. Well, we've actually managed to do it in days. Before I give too much away, Martin, over to you. Oh.
Hey, Samantha, thanks. Thank you for making this look serious, because it's about to go down. So some of you may know, we announced a challenge together with the White Whale team to decentralize the Migaloo network. And this was announced last Monday. So when we started out, the Nakamoto coefficient on the network was just over 9 and just like on the very edge of 10, right? There was number 10 there, but it was very, very close to dropping to 9. And look at the red bars below. If you've been to the talk to the observatory, you'll know the red bars are concentrations of voting power inside Hetzner and OVH. And both of these together were like 60% for the Migaloo chain. So we issued a challenge to the community of White Whale to help decentralize the chain. using no small part the tooling that we've developed here at Rockaway X, which is the observatory. And then in the middle of it, we released StakeBar, on which like day 1, day 2, about several $100,000 were staked to decentralize the chain. And today, thank you, Sam. Today, the Nakamoto coefficient is comfortably 11. It's almost 12. So we're talking about increasing the Nakamoto coefficient by almost 2 spots in like 7 days. And moreover, the concentration on the bottom at the ISP level, the amount of voting power in Hetzner and OVH is now 45%, down from originally 60. So 15% of voting power within this week up and left. So we got to call out a few cool validators like Notional, VaultStake, SCV Security, all these guys. You know, big kudos to you. You've moved out. Hopefully I haven't forgotten anybody. If yes, we'll tweet them out. But as a result of this major change, the CTO of White Whale has an announcement to make. So welcome, David.
Thank you, Martin. So first, I'd like to thank everybody who helped organize this conference. The last few days have been fantastic, and you guys did a fantastic job. So let's give him a round of applause. Now, you heard Martin. The Cosmos has a problem of centralization. The active sets are too top-heavy, and Hetzner could probably shut down most of the ecosystem if they wanted to. We can do better than this. We need tools for transparency, so we know where centralizations happens. That's why Rockaway built the observatory. We need tools so we can address the centralization issues. That's why Rockaway built the StakeBar. In just 1 week, we achieved so much on Migaloo that we've become one of the most decentralized chains in the whole ecosystem. This wouldn't have been possible without the help of Martin and Rockaway. It wouldn't have been possible without our great validators, like Notional, who went bare metal, or Silknotes, who increased their commission to drive away some stake. It wouldn't have been possible without our fantastic community. So thank you, everybody. A week ago, when we discussed this challenge, we set some community milestones, Nakamoto coefficient, get away from Hetzner, and so on. Back then, Martin wanted to get me a tattoo if we reached those milestones. I told him, no, we're not doing this. But I agreed to shave my head in the name of decentralization. So please come up, let's do this. Shave for decentralization and shave the whale. Martin?
Yes. Time to pay up, David. You've promised the community. The community has delivered. And now we have here the final result. We have our master shaver from the Rockaway X team. Kudos to Tomasz for taking up the challenge and shaving Sencom. So, you ready? Let's do it. Boy, man, decentralization really hurts sometimes, doesn't it? Promise is a promise. And the White Whale community team is showing it's absolutely listening to the community. Jesus. Okay. We haven't asked the community about the length of the hair yet, but I think you'll see the results speak for themselves when we're done. I'm seeing big chunks of hair falling down right now. I'm getting tingling in my arms. You see how far away I'm standing from that shaver? Like, wow, okay. That's a lot of hair. I don't think anybody has ever tried this before, so we're happy like twice. Number one, like it's been demonstrated that communities can really move chains, right? They can affect what the chain looks like. There's a lot of power in their hands, and they've done it in such a short time altogether. And number two, we're saving David money for his barbershop bill, right? So that's like another benefit. Want to leave him like a Buddhist monk sort of thingy in the back? No, it's going all down? Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
You can
Almost there.
Open
almost
up
there.
Steak Bar and
It's all going down.
accelerate.
Okay. Okay. I think it's done. All right.
We didn't achieve 14 yet, so we have to leave something.
Right. Okay.
We still have room to decentralize.
Okay. Community has delivered. So has David. I think we're all done here. We've done amazing. Kudos to David for his bravery. And yeah, thanks again to everybody who made this happen. It's an awesome solution. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, finally, we're all done here. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and time in Prague. And I want to thank my team. I see a few of you here, but it's been a tremendous team effort to put this together. And yeah, we've been so lifted by all of you, and we're so grateful to you all for making the trip and really bringing your most energetic, dare I say, like, I think bull market energy vibes, okay? So see you in the next bull market. Thank you all. Bye.